The sun rose with a golden brilliance, its first light stretching across the heavens like a call to awaken the world. This was no ordinary day. It was a day of decision, of competition, of destiny. The Jade Emperor, ruler of the celestial realm, had made a proclamation that spread through the lands like fire on a dry prairie. He would create a grand cycle of years, each bearing the name of an animal. But which animals would be chosen? That was to be decided by a race that would test not just speed, but wit, perseverance, and character. Far and wide, the news reached the ears of the creatures. In the forests, rivers, mountains, and plains, animals of every kind stirred with excitement. The prize wasn't merely glory, it was immortality, a place in the heavens to be honored for all time. Hearts beat faster, anticipation buzzing like a hive of bees. Some animals began practicing their sprints, others schemed quietly, for this race would not only favor the swift but the clever. The appointed day arrived, a dawn thick with mist and laden with tension. A massive river lay at the heart of the race, a natural challenge that separated the starting line from the Jade Emperor's palace on the other side. The animals gathered, each glowing with the unique pride of their kind. The ox stood tall and steady, his muscles rippling beneath the coarse hide. The tiger prowled, eyes gleaming with ferocious intent. The graceful rabbit stretched its legs, calculating the leaps it would need. And then, there was the rat, tiny, unassuming, and often overlooked. But his sharp, bright eyes darted around the gathering crowd, already plotting. The Jade Emperor appeared, a vision of majesty. His robe shimmered like starlight, and his voice carried over the river like thunder. The first 12 animals to cross this river and reach my palace will have their names immortalized in the cycle of years. Let the race begin. The earth shook as the animals surged forward, a chaotic stampede of claws, hooves, wings, and tails. The ox, with his immense strength, moved quickly to the forefront, plowing through the terrain as if it were made of air. Close behind came the tiger, his growls echoing like distant storms. The rabbit darted and zigzagged with agility, avoiding the crush of larger creatures. Birds flapped furiously above, their shadows dancing on the river's surface. But the rat, small as he was, ran with a quiet intensity, his mind calculating every step. As they reached the riverbank, the animals faced their first great obstacle. The water was deep and fast-moving, a swirling expanse that seemed to challenge them with each ripple. The ox, undeterred by the current, waded in with slow, powerful strides. He did not fear the river, his strength made him feel invincible. But the rat, standing on the shore, saw an opportunity. "Ox," the rat called, his voice small but earnest. "You are strong and steady, and I am small and weak. If I try to cross this river alone, I will surely be swept away. May I climb onto your back to travel safely?" The ox turned his large, gentle eyes toward the rat. Though the other animals might mock his lumbering pace, the ox had a kind heart and a trust in fairness. Without hesitation, he nodded, allowing the rat to scamper onto his broad back. The ox moved steadily across the river, undisturbed by the frothing waves. The rat clung tightly, silent, watching the palace grow larger as they neared the far bank. But his mind buzzed with a thought that stirred in his clever little heart. As the ox reached the shallows and prepared to climb onto dry land, the rat sprang forward, leaping from the ox's back and landing just ahead of him. His small feet hit the ground first. The Jade Emperor, watching from his celestial throne, smiled at the rat's resourcefulness. "The first year," he declared, "shall belong to the rat." The ox followed, stepping onto the shore with a resigned shake of his head. He had been outwitted, but he bore no ill will. His strength and patience had carried him far, and he took his place as the second. Behind them, the tiger emerged, his striped body soaked but unbowed. He had fought the current with every ounce of his power, clawing his way to third place. Moments later, the rabbit arrived, his fur disheveled but his eyes alight with triumph. He had hopped from stone to stone across the river, his agility serving him well. Then came a thunderous roar from above. The dragon descended from the heavens, his scales catching the sunlight in a cascade of colors. His immense wings had carried him easily over the river, yet he arrived fifth. When asked why he had not claimed first, the dragon explained with quiet pride that he had stopped to bring rain to a thirsty village and help others along the way. His compassion had delayed him, but his honor was intact. The horse galloped forward next, her hooves pounding the earth. But just as she reached the shore, a sudden movement startled her. The snake, coiled around her leg, slithered forward and claimed sixth place. The horse, though surprised, accepted her fate and took seventh. The goat, monkey, and Rooster soon arrived together, having worked as a team. They had found a raft and paddled across the river, combining their strengths to overcome the challenge. The Jade Emperor rewarded their cooperation, granting them the 8th, 9th, and 10th places respectively. The dog, despite being an excellent swimmer, came in 11th. He had spent too much time playing in the water, enjoying its cool embrace and losing focus on the race. Finally, just as the Jade Emperor prepared to end the race, a loud snort signaled the arrival of the pig. Covered in mud and panting heavily, the pig explained that he had stopped for a snack and fallen asleep midway through the race. Though he came in 12th, his determination to finish earned him a place in the cycle. The Jade Emperor gazed at the 12 animals assembled before him. Each had brought something unique to the race: strength, courage, wit, kindness, or teamwork. And so, the Zodiac was born, a cycle of years that would forever honor their traits and stories. But among them all, it was the rat's small but daring leap that had forever earned him the first place in the celestial order. The moon hung low in the velvet sky, its silver light rippling over the quiet waters of a tranquil lake. A soft wind rustled the bamboo groves, carrying with it the faint whispers of an ancient conversation. In the heavens above, the Jade Emperor sat at his celestial table, his gaze fixed on a puzzling question that stretched across the threads of time itself: how to mark the passing of days, seasons, and years in a way that honored both the cosmic dance of the heavens and the rhythms of life on Earth. Below, on the earthbound plains, the animals who had won their places in the Zodiac watched the changing skies with curious eyes. The ox, ever steady and practical, lifted his head to the stars, noticing how they shifted ever so slightly as the nights passed. The rabbit, nestled under the branches of a plum tree, felt the air cool and change, signaling the coming of autumn. The snake, coiled in quiet contemplation, traced patterns in the soil that mirrored the arcs of the constellations. Each felt the pull of something greater than themselves, a rhythm that connected the celestial above to the earthly below. One day, as the animals gathered near a flowing stream, the Jade Emperor appeared before them, his presence like a sudden gust of warm spring air. The animals bowed, their hearts beating with the quiet awe his presence always inspired. "The heavens," he said, his voice resonating like the toll of a distant bell, turn with such precision that even the stars themselves cannot stray from their paths. Yet here on Earth, time flows like this river, sometimes swift, sometimes slow, but always moving forward. I need your help to create a way for humans to understand this flow, to guide their planting, their harvests, and the cycles of their lives." The rat, clever as always, tilted his head. "But how, great Emperor? The stars above and the days below do not always align. The moon waxes and wanes, yet its dance does not match the march of the seasons." The Jade Emperor smiled, for he knew the rat's sharp mind would see the problem clearly. "You are right, little one. The moon's path and the sun's journey through the heavens are not the same. But both hold wisdom that cannot be ignored. Together, we shall weave them into harmony." The task was monumental, and the animals felt its weight as they pondered how to bridge the movements of the moon and sun. The tiger roared his determination to conquer this challenge, while the dragon offered his fiery insight, speaking of the power and balance. The goat, gentle and patient, suggested watching the natural world, where answers often lay hidden. And so they began to observe. The rabbit noted how the moon completed its cycle every 29 days, swelling from a sliver to fullness and back again. The dog counted 12 such cycles in a year, recognizing that these 12 moons mirrored the 12 animals of the Zodiac. The rooster, ever watchful of the dawn, noticed how the sun's position shifted with the seasons, marking the times of planting and reaping. But the snake, silent and wise, was the first to notice the problem. There is a gap, she hissed softly, her eyes glinting. The moon's 12 cycles fall short of the sun's full year by 11 days. Over time, this gap will grow, and the seasons will drift away from their proper place. The animals felt a chill at her words, for they knew the consequences could unravel the delicate balance of life. Crops would fail, festivals would lose their meaning, and humanity would be thrown into confusion. The Jade Emperor listened to their concerns and spoke with calm certainty. The solution lies not in choosing one path, but in uniting them. The calendar must follow the moon, for its cycles guide the tides and speak to the hearts of living beings. Yet we must also honor the sun, whose light sustains life and marks the turning of the seasons. Every few years, we will add an extra month, a leap month, to realign the moon's cycles with the sun's path. The animals marveled at the simplicity and wisdom of his plan. "And the Zodiac?" asked the horse, her mane shimmering in the golden light of the Emperor's presence. "How will we fit into this great cycle?" "Each of you," the Emperor replied, his gaze sweeping over them, "shall rule over 1 year, reflecting the harmony of the heavens and the diversity of life on earth. The order of your years will match the way you finish the great race. Together, you will create a repeating cycle of 12 years, each infused with your unique essence." The rat felt a swell of pride as the Emperor's words affirmed his place at the head of the cycle, while the pig, last but content, let out a satisfied grunt. The dragon's majestic head bowed slightly, acknowledging the beauty of a system that respected both the cosmic and the earthly. As the animals worked together to record the new calendar, they began to notice how seamlessly it aligned with the natural world. The rabbit watched the peach blossoms bloom under the year's first full moon, their delicate petals marking the arrival of spring. The goat saw how the moonlit harvest festivals brought families together, tying their lives to the cycles of the heavens. The snake, with her keen understanding of time's flow, whispered that even the tides seemed to follow the rhythm they had created. Yet, not all moments were peaceful. There were debates, passionate and heated, as they worked to refine the balance. The tiger, fierce in his convictions, often clashed with the rabbit's softer, more intuitive approach. The dog barked in frustration when the calculations grew complex, while the monkey's playful nature sometimes disrupted their focus. But in the end, it was the ox's steady persistence that kept them moving forward, one step at a time. Finally, the calendar was complete, a perfect weaving of lunar months and solar years, tied together by the spirit of the zodiac. The Jade Emperor gazed upon their work with pride, knowing it would guide humanity for countless generations. But for the animals, it was more than a tool for measuring time, it was a bond that connected them to the heavens, to the earth, and to one another. In the quiet moments that followed, as the stars began to fade with the coming dawn, they felt the profound power of what they had created. It was not just a calendar, it was a living rhythm, a heartbeat that would endure. The air shimmered with the golden glow of lanterns, their soft light casting dancing shadows on cobblestone streets. It was the eve of the Lunar New Year, and every corner of the village thrummed with anticipation. Children darted through the crowd, clutching firecrackers wrapped in red paper, their laughter as bright as the stars overhead. From the kitchens came the comforting aroma of dumplings and sweet rice cakes, while outside, elders sat in quiet conversation, their hands resting on wooden canes. Above it all, a single question hung unspoken in the air: what will the new year bring? In the heart of this question lay the Chinese Zodiac. For centuries, its 12 animals had not just marked time, they had become woven into the very fabric of life. Each carried meaning, a reflection of personality, fortune, and the shifting tides of destiny. On this night, as the old year bowed to the new, the villagers turned their thoughts to these celestial guardians. A young boy named Liam clung to his grandmother's hand as they navigated the bustling streets. He couldn't help but glance up at the towering dragon puppet being prepared for the New Year parade. Its scale sparkled like a river under the moonlight, and its eyes gleamed with mischief and wisdom. Liang's voice was barely a whisper. "Grandmother, will the dragon bless us this year?" His grandmother chuckled softly, her face crinkling with warmth. "Ah, my boy, this is not the dragon's year. It is the year of the rabbit, gentle and nimble. The dragon will have its turn, as they all do. But each year brings its own blessings, shaped by the animal who rules it. Liang frowned, his small brow furrowing in thought. But how can an animal decide our fate? His grandmother paused, her gaze drifting to the horizon where the first sliver of moonlight touched the fields. The animals of the zodiac are more than just symbols, Liang. They carry stories, lessons, and reminders of what it means to live. They are as much a part of our lives as the changing seasons. Her words seemed to echo as the celebrations began. Drums thundered in a steady rhythm, their deep sound vibrating through the crowd. A line of performers in the dragon puppet came to life, their synchronized movements creating the illusion of a sinuous, living beast. It twisted and turned, chasing a golden pearl held aloft, a symbol of wisdom and the pursuit of enlightenment. For Liang, it was mesmerizing. But as the performance continued, he began to see what his grandmother meant. The dragon's bold, sweeping motions spoke of power and ambition, a reminder to dream big. The tiger, whose turn would come in a few years, represented courage and strength. Each movement of the zodiac animals told a story, one that had been passed down through generations. But the zodiac was not only about the years. In the quiet moments after the parade, when the streets were littered with crimson firecracker paper, families gathered in their homes. Red envelopes were exchanged, their contents promising prosperity. And as the youngest in his family, Liang sat eagerly, waiting for his fortune to be read. His father held a bamboo scroll, the thin parchment inked with careful strokes. "Liang," he said, "you were born in the year of the monkey." The boy's heart swelled with pride. He loved the clever, playful animal he shared a bond with. The monkey is quick-witted and curious, but it must remember to balance its energy with thoughtfulness. Liang listened carefully, his mind painting a picture of the traits he aspired to. He saw his sister, born in the year of the snake, as wise and graceful, while his cousin, born in the year of the ox, was steady and reliable. Around the room, smiles and nods exchanged silently acknowledged the truths revealed by the zodiac. It was not just a prediction of character, it was a mirror that reflected their strengths and weaknesses, a tool for understanding one another. But the zodiac's role didn't stop there. It guided the farmers in the fields, who timed their planting and harvesting with the lunar calendar. The goat's year reminded them to nurture the land with care, while the rooster's year called for diligence and attention to detail. Even in the markets, merchants whispered about the fortunes of the year, whether the rat's cleverness would bring profit or the dog's loyalty would build trust and partnerships. And then there were the festivals. Every lantern festival, the zodiac animals seemed to come alive, their tails woven into the glowing patterns of paper lanterns. One year, the lanterns formed a procession of 12 animals, each carrying the weight of their ancient stories. The ox lantern, sturdy and reliable, lit the way, while the snake's sleek design glimmered like moonlight on water. These celebrations were not just a spectacle, they were a way of honoring the bond between heaven, earth, and those who walked beneath them. Even in quieter moments, the zodiac lingered. A matchmaker visiting the village would consult the zodiac signs of two potential lovers, seeking harmony between their animal traits. The rat and the dragon were said to bring out the best in each other, while the horse and the goat promised a partnership of mutual respect. In sickness or in health, the zodiac was a guide, a gentle reminder that fate and free will danced hand in hand. But perhaps the most moving moment came as the village elders gathered by the temple late in the night. Their hands clasped incense sticks, their eyes reflecting the flickering flames. They prayed not just for themselves but for the generations to come, asking the zodiac animals to watch over their loved ones. Their whispered words carried a quiet reverence, as if the zodiac itself were listening, its eternal cycle tying the past to the future. Liang, peeking around the corner, felt a lump rise in his throat. He hadn't understood before, but now he saw how much the zodiac meant. It wasn't just a way to tell time or a collection of stories. It was life itself, rich and full, woven with hope and lessons that stood the test of time. It was in the laughter of children, the wisdom of the old, the turning of the seasons, and the flicker of a lantern's light. The old monk sat by the edge of the mountain stream, his robe a muted shade of gray that blended into the stones around him. The only sound was the gentle gurgle of water, weaving its way through the rocks like a silk thread. Above, the sky hung heavy with stars, their ancient light glimmering on the surface of the stream. In the distance, the soft rustle of leaves whispered secrets to the wind. A young disciple approached, his footsteps hesitant. "Master," he said, his voice barely louder than the breeze, "you called for me." The monk nodded, his eyes fixed on the flowing water. "Do you see how the stream moves, bending and curving but never stopping?" The disciple tilted his head, unsure of the answer the master sought. "Yes, it flows toward the valley." The monk smiled, though his gaze remained distant. "And yet, the water does not fight the rocks. It finds its path, shaping the land as it goes. It is soft but powerful, yielding but unstoppable. This is the Tao." The disciple frowned, his youthful impatience showing. "But what does this have to do with the zodiac?" The monk turned to face him at last, his expression kind yet unreadable. "Everything. The zodiac is not just a measure of time or a collection of stories. It is a map of the Tao itself, a reflection of balance, flow, and harmony." The disciple knelt by the stream, his curiosity piqued. "How can the animals teach us the Tao?" The monk picked up a smooth pebble and held it in his palm. "The rat, clever and quick, teaches us to adapt, to find the smallest openings and move through them. The ox, patient and strong, shows us the power of steady effort. Each animal carries a lesson, not just for the mind but for the spirit." He placed the pebble into the stream, and the water flowed around it without hesitation. "The Tao is about balance, like yin and yang. The zodiac helps us see that balance in our lives." The disciple looked up at the stars, where the constellations of the zodiac shone faintly. "And what of the dragon? Its power seems far from the softness of water." The monk chuckled, his laughter deep and resonant. "Ah, the dragon is indeed mighty, but its strength is not in force alone. The dragon represents transformation, the ability to rise above the ordinary and touch the heavens. It reminds us that sometimes, the path forward requires us to transcend what we know." The disciple's gaze fell to the water once more, his thoughts swirling like the current. "Then, are we bound by our zodiac signs? Do they decide who we are?" The monk's smile faded into a solemn expression. "No. The zodiac is a guide, not a cage. The Tao is about flow, remember? Your sign may shape you, but it does not define you. The rat is clever, but if it becomes cunning, it loses its harmony. The tiger is brave, but if it becomes reckless, it loses its strength. Balance is everything." A sudden gust of wind rustled the trees, scattering leaves into the stream. The disciple watched as they floated, spinning and turning in the water. "How do we find this balance, Master?" The monk stood, his movements deliberate yet effortless. "By observing, by listening. The zodiac aligns with the 5 elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. These elements interact, creating cycles of growth and decline, strength and vulnerability. If you understand your element and your sign, you can see where your energy flows and where it is blocked." The disciple's mind raced as he tried to piece together the wisdom in the monk's words. "But what if I fail? What if I cannot find the balance?" The monk placed a hand on the young man's shoulder, his touch as steady as the earth beneath them. "The Tao is not about perfection. It is about the effort, the willingness to try. Even the zodiac animals stumbled on their paths. The rabbit hesitated in the race, but found its place. The monkey, playful and chaotic, still became part of the great cycle. Balance is not a destination, it is a practice." The disciple nodded, though his heart still carried questions. He stood and followed the monk as they walked along the stream, the night enveloping them in its quiet embrace. The stars seemed closer now, their light sharper against the darkness. The monk spoke again, his voice softer. "When the emperor first named the zodiac animals, he did not simply choose them for their traits. He chose them because they reflect the Tao's flow. The rat begins the cycle with its cleverness, finding the way forward. The pig ends it with its contentment, reminding us to rest. Between them lies everything we need to understand the world and ourselves. The disciple looked at his master, a new light dawning in his eyes. So, the zodiac is not just a way to tell time. It's a path to understanding the Tao. The monk smiled, his gaze returning to the stream. Exactly. The zodiac reminds us that life is a cycle. Birth and death, joy and sorrow, success and failure, all are part of the flow. By honoring the zodiac, we honor the Tao. The stream gurgled on, its song unchanging yet ever new. As the two figures disappeared into the forest, the stars above seemed to burn a little brighter, as if the heavens themselves nodded in quiet agreement. The flames crackled in the brazier, casting shifting shadows on the ancient stone walls. May sat cross-legged before her grandfather, the old man's face illuminated by the flickering light. His hands rested on a simple wooden table, where a polished circle of black and white lay before them. The symbol seemed alive, the swirl of yin and yang like two great rivers caught in an eternal embrace. "Tell me, grandfather," May said, her voice steady despite the weight of the moment. "Why does the world feel so unbalanced sometimes? Why do people fight, or the seasons rage with storms?" Her grandfather studied her for a long moment, his eyes like wells of wisdom that reached into the depths of the past. Finally, he spoke, his voice low and deliberate. "Because, child, the balance of yin and yang is delicate, and the world forgets that it must always flow between the two." May frowned, her young mind grappling with the words. Yin and yang? But they are just a symbol, aren't they? "No," he said firmly, yet gently. "They are everything. Yin is the shadow, the night, the stillness of winter. Yang is the sun, the day, the vitality of spring. Together, they create the whole. One cannot exist without the other." He picked up a small bowl of water from the table and held it up to the light. "This water is yin, soft, yielding, cool. But the flame of the brazier, that is yang, fierce, bright, unrelenting. When they meet, they create steam, a force that moves mountains. Do you see? Balance is not just peace, it is the dance between opposites." May nodded slowly, her gaze fixed on the swirling bowl. "But what about the 5 elements? Wood, fire, earth, metal, water? How do they fit with yin and yang?" Her grandfather's expression softened, and he placed the bowl back on the table. "Ah, the 5 elements. They are the threads that weave the fabric of life. They are not separate from yin and yang, they flow within them. Each element is born from the other, just as the seasons turn." He pointed to a small chart on the table, where 5 symbols formed a circle. Wood feeds fire, fire creates ash that becomes earth. Earth holds metal, and metal enriches water. Water nourishes wood. Do you see how they are bound together, each depending on the other? May reached out, tracing the circle with her finger. "And the zodiac? What does it have to do with these?" Her grandfather leaned closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Each zodiac animal carries an element and a balance of yin and yang. The tiger, bold and fierce, is yang fire. The rabbit, gentle and watchful, is yin wood. Together, they teach us the importance of both strength and softness." He paused, his withered hand resting on hers. "The world is not simply one thing or another, May. It is a tapestry, and the zodiac helps us see where we fit within it. When you know your sign, your element, and your balance, you can understand yourself and others." The brazier flared briefly, a gust of wind stirring the flames. May shivered, though the room was warm. "And when the balance is broken?" Her grandfather's face grew shadowed, his voice heavy with meaning. "When yin overtakes yang, the world grows cold, stagnant, and lifeless. When yang overwhelms yin, it burns too hot, consuming everything in its path. The 5 elements become unsteady, and chaos takes hold. This is why balance must always be sought." He reached into a small wooden box and pulled out a single jade pendant, shaped like a circle with a hole in the center. "This was given to me when I was your age, to remind me of harmony. It is time it belongs to you." May took the pendant with trembling hands, the cool stone pressing into her palm. She felt a strange calm wash over her, as if the weight of the jade carried the wisdom of 1,000 lifetimes. "What should I do with it?" she asked, her voice barely audible. "Carry it," he said simply. "And remember the lesson of yin and yang. When you feel anger rising like fire, seek the coolness of water. When fear grips you like ice, find the warmth of flame. Listen to the elements within you, and you will always find your way." Outside, the wind had stilled, and the night seemed to hold its breath. May closed her eyes, the image of the swirling yin-yang etched into her mind. She thought of the seasons, the way winter gave way to spring, and how the moon waxed and waned. She thought of the zodiac animals, each one a guardian of balance and a keeper of the elements. In that moment, she felt a connection to something vast and eternal, as if she, too, were part of the great dance between light and dark, fire and water, earth and sky. Her grandfather's voice echoed softly in her mind. "Remember, May. Balance is not found in stillness, but in the flow of life itself." The room was alive with murmurs, laughter, and the clinking of cups. Friends and family gathered in celebration, the air warm with the glow of lanterns. Yet amidst the joy, May sat quietly in the corner, watching. Her cousin Lynn, a spirited young woman, animatedly described her latest adventure, her energy filling the room. In another corner, their older cousin Joe stood with his arms crossed, speaking little but observing everything. The contrast was stark, yet somehow, they both felt familiar, as if their differences were written in the stars. May, her mother's voice pulled her from her thoughts. "You're always so thoughtful, so steady, like your ox sign. But don't you wonder what drives people like Lynn to chase the wind?" May tilted her head, intrigued. "You think it's because she's a horse? And Joe, he's a snake, right?" Her mother smiled knowingly and nodded. "Yes. And that explains so much, doesn't it? The zodiac isn't just a tale, it's a mirror that reflects the soul." Lynn's laughter rang out again, and May's gaze lingered on her. The horse, the image fit perfectly. Lynn was vibrant, restless, always seeking something just out of reach. She couldn't sit still, and her energy was infectious. But there were moments, too, when Lynn's boldness crossed into impatience, her fire blazing too brightly. May could see it now, the traits of the horse shaping Lynn's very essence. Her mother leaned closer, her voice softening. "You, my dear, are an ox. Loyal, determined, and steady as the earth itself. You carry others' burdens with grace, but sometimes you let the weight grow too heavy. Does that feel true?" May hesitated, her thoughts racing. She had always been the dependable one, the one others turned to. Yet there were times when she longed to shake free of that role, to let her own heart run wild. "It does," she admitted quietly. "And Joe?" May glanced toward her reserved cousin. His calm, calculating demeanor made sense now, too. The snake, a symbol of wisdom and mystery. Joe's mind was sharp, and his words carried weight, but he often kept others at a distance, his thoughts hidden behind a veil of quiet intensity. Her mother nodded again. "The zodiac shapes us all in ways we don't always see. But it doesn't stop there. It also shows us how we connect to each other." May's brows knit together. "Connect? Like how?" Her mother gestured to Lynn and Joe. "Think of Lynn, with her horse energy. She thrives on excitement, on movement. But pair her with someone like Joe, and you'll see tension. The snake is cautious, deliberate. They see the world differently, and that difference can either create conflict or teach them both something valuable." May watched the two cousins interact, the contrast in their personalities suddenly clear. Lynn's gestures were broad and expressive, while Joe's were restrained, almost guarded. Yet there was a strange harmony in their differences, as if their opposing traits balanced each other out. "And what about me?" May asked, her voice tinged with curiosity. "Who do I connect with?" Her mother's smile grew wider. "Ah, the ox is most at home with the rat or the rooster. The rat's cleverness complements your strength, while the rooster's precision aligns with your steadiness. But remember, relationships aren't just about the signs. It's about how we choose to meet each other. The conversation stayed with May long after the gathering had ended. That night, she lay awake, staring at the ceiling, her mind turning over the patterns she had noticed. Was Lin's endless energy really driven by the stars? Did Joe's quiet wisdom come from his sign? And what did it mean for her own life? The next morning, May sought out her grandfather, knowing his wisdom ran deeper than anyone's. She found him tending to the garden, the earth dark and rich under his hands. "Grandfather," she began, her voice hesitant. "Do you think the zodiac really shapes who we are?" He paused, wiping his hands on his robes before looking at her. "Ah, May, the zodiac is like the wind. You cannot see it, but you can feel its presence. It whispers to us, guiding but never forcing. Tell me, why do you ask?" May explained the conversations of the night before, her questions spilling out like a flood. Her grandfather listened patiently, his face serene. When she finished, he chuckled softly. "You have much to learn, child. The zodiac does not command us, it reveals us. It shows the traits we carry, like seeds in the soil. But what grows depends on how we nurture those seeds." He picked up a small sprout from the garden, its green leaves trembling in the breeze. Take Lynn, for example. Her horse nature makes her spirited, but it also means she may struggle with staying grounded. That is her challenge, her lesson. And Joe, he is wise like the snake, but his quiet nature can make him lonely. It is his task to open himself to others. May frowned. "And me?" Her grandfather smiled. "Ah, my strong ox. You have a heart as vast as the earth, but you must learn to let others carry their own burdens. Your strength is a gift, but even the ox must rest." He stood, brushing the soil from his hands. "The zodiac is not a cage, May. It is a guide. It helps us see ourselves and others more clearly. But it is our choices that shape who we become." May nodded, her heart heavy and light all at once. She felt as if a curtain had been drawn back, revealing a world she had always sensed but never understood. The zodiac was more than a story, it was a map, not of the stars, but of the soul. The moon hung low in the night sky, its silver light spilling over the quiet village. A group of children huddled around the old storyteller, their faces glowing with anticipation. In his withered hands, he held a fan painted with the images of 12 animals. As he opened the fan slowly, the children gasped, recognizing the familiar symbols, the rat, the ox, the tiger, the rabbit, and the others that danced in the flickering lantern light. "Do you know why the rat leads the zodiac?" the old man began, his voice low and measured, as if the answer were a secret he might only whisper to the stars. The children leaned closer, their breaths held. "There was a time," he continued, "when the world was young, and the Jade Emperor wanted to choose the animals that would mark the years. He called for a great race, and all the animals gathered, their hearts filled with hope. The ox, strong and steady, thought he would surely win, but the clever rat had other plans." The old man paused, letting the silence stretch just long enough to make the children squirm with curiosity. The rat knew he could never outrun the ox, so he climbed onto the ox's broad back without being noticed. When the ox reached the river's edge, the rat waited patiently, holding his breath as the ox swam across the currents. But just as the ox reached the other side, the rat leapt forward, landing ahead of him and claiming the first place. The ox, surprised but not angry, accepted second place with a quiet nod. The children laughed, picturing the sly rat and the humble ox. But the old man's expression turned solemn. "Not all the stories are so simple," he said, his voice tinged with mystery. "Have you heard the tale of the tiger and the dragon?" he asked. A hush fell over the group. They were both fierce and noble, each determined to prove their worth. The tiger, with his raw strength, raced ahead, his paws thundering against the earth. But the dragon, soaring through the skies, saw a village below engulfed in flames. Instead of continuing the race, the dragon paused to bring rain, saving the villagers from the fire. The children's eyes widened, their admiration for the dragon palpable. Because of this act of kindness, the dragon finished fifth, even though he could have been first. The tiger took third place, his strength unmatched on land, but it was the dragon's compassion that earned him eternal respect. A girl with pigtails raised her hand. "What about the rabbit?" she asked eagerly. The old man's eyes twinkled. "Ah, the rabbit. He was quick and agile, bounding through the fields with ease. But his confidence almost cost him. Thinking he was far ahead, the rabbit stopped to rest under a tree. When he awoke, he found that others had passed him. Still, he managed to hop into fourth place, his speed saving him in the end." The boy sitting closest to the storyteller piped up, "What about the snake? He looks so sneaky." The old man chuckled. "The snake was clever, yes, but not cruel. He wrapped himself around the horse's leg, hiding in plain sight. When the horse galloped toward the finish line, the snake uncoiled and slithered ahead, surprising everyone to take sixth place. The horse, though startled, accepted seventh place with grace. He shifted on his stool, his voice softening as if he were sharing a secret. But let me tell you about the rooster, the monkey, and the dog. They were unlikely companions, each so different from the other. Yet they worked together to cross the river. The rooster found a raft, the monkey steered it, and the dog swam alongside, guarding them from the currents. Because of their teamwork, they finished 8th, 9th, and 10th. The children murmured among themselves, marveling at the thought of such a trio. "And what about the pig?" one of them asked, almost shyly. The old man smiled, his expression warm. "The pig was last, but not because he was lazy. You see, the pig had a kind heart and stopped to help those in need along the way. By the time he reached the finish line, he was content, knowing he had done what was right. 12th place was no dishonor for one so selfless." He closed the fan slowly, the painted animals disappearing as if carried away by the wind. The children sat in silence, the weight of the story settling over them like a soft blanket. "These tales remind us that each animal has its strength, its flaw, and its place," the old man said gently. "The Zodiac is not just about the race, it is about who we are and who we can become." The room hummed with quiet energy as Li Wei hesitated before the job interview door. His polished shoes reflected the faint overhead light, and his heart drummed in his chest like a steady march. In his hand, he clutched a small jade pendant shaped like a dragon, his birth sign. It had been given to him by his grandmother, who whispered, "You are born under the dragon's star. Boldness and ambition are in your blood." Inside the room, a panel of stern faces waited, their gazes sharp. Li Wei felt the weight of their scrutiny even before they spoke. The interview began, and questions came quickly, probing his skills, his experience. But it wasn't until the director leaned forward, a faint smile on his lips, that Li Wei felt truly tested. "Tell me," the man said, his voice calm yet pointed, "you're a dragon, aren't you?" Li Wei blinked in surprise. His grip on the pendant tightened. "I am," he answered cautiously. The director chuckled, a sound that broke the tension like a spring breeze. "Good. We could use your ambition and leadership here. But remember, the dragon's pride can be its greatest downfall. Balance that, and you'll succeed." Outside, as Li Wei walked away with an offer letter in hand, he marveled at how much weight a simple zodiac sign could carry, even in the polished, modern towers of Shanghai's bustling business district. It wasn't just him, though. Everywhere, the zodiac seemed to weave its way through life, quietly influencing choices and connections. In bustling markets, shopkeepers displayed charms of every animal, each promising prosperity, health, or protection. People paused to check their compatibility with others, not just in love, but in partnerships, friendships, and even landlord-tenant relationships. Lon, a rabbit, knew this all too well. She had spent weeks avoiding a suitor her parents were eager for her to meet. A rooster, she groaned to her best friend. "He'll pick apart everything I do. We're opposite in every way." "But opposites attract," her friend teased, though she understood the worry. Compatibility charts painted a vivid picture of how relationships might flourish or falter based on zodiac signs. A tiger and a goat? Trouble. A snake and a rooster? Harmony. It was written as clearly as a map, yet no one seemed to agree if it was truly fate or just tradition. Still, when Lon finally met the rooster, she was surprised by how well they connected. His sharp wit balanced her gentle nature, and before long, she found herself laughing at the very idea of doubting him. Yet, in quieter moments, she wondered if the stars had planned it all along. Beyond personal lives, the Zodiac danced across screens and stages, its presence woven into the media that shaped modern culture. In a popular drama, a fiery tiger woman clashed with a calm, determined oxman, their love story mirroring the tension and eventual harmony of their signs. Audiences cheered, not just for the romance, but for how their own lives felt reflected in the tale. Children watched animated series featuring the 12 animals as heroes, each embodying traits tied to their sign. The brave rat, the steady ox, the cunning snake, they weren't just characters, they were symbols of identity, inspiring young minds to see their own potential. Even social media buzzed with Zodiac chatter. Viral quizzes promised to reveal your true compatibility or what career suited your sign best. Posts shared by millions pondered questions like, what does it mean to be a dragon in the age of technology, or how does a pig thrive in a competitive world? For May, a diligent goat working in a high-tech firm, those questions felt particularly relevant. Her colleagues often teased her for being too soft or too patient, traits they linked to her sign. Yet, May knew her calm persistence was her strength. When deadlines loomed and chaos reigned, it was her steady hand that guided the team. The goat climbs the mountain slowly, her grandmother had once said, but it always reaches the top. At the Lunar New Year banquet, the Zodiac took center stage again. Lanterns adorned with animal motifs swayed in the breeze as families gathered to celebrate. Children ran around, giggling as they compared their signs and argued over who was the luckiest. Elders told stories of the great race, their voices rising and falling like music. And in quieter corners, parents whispered to each other, calculating auspicious dates for weddings or births, ensuring their children would be born under favorable signs. For the young couple, Jia and Ming, the Zodiac had been both a guide and a challenge. Jia, a stubborn tiger, often clashed with Ming, a gentle rabbit. Their families had warned them, the tiger's fierceness will overwhelm the rabbit's sensitivity. But they had chosen each other anyway, determined to write their own story. Over time, they learned to appreciate their differences, Jia tempering her boldness while Ming found strength in his quiet resilience. And so, the Zodiac lived on, not as an ancient relic, but as a living thread in the fabric of modern life. It was there in the choices people made, the connections they forged, and the stories they told. Each animal, each sign, carried meaning, shaping paths in ways both small and profound. The night was eerily still, the kind of stillness that sharpens every sound, the creak of a wooden floor, the faint rustle of leaves outside the window. In a small village perched on the edge of a dense forest, an elder sat before a group of children, the warm glow of a single lantern casting shadows that flickered and danced on the walls. "Do you know," the elder began, "why the rat was chosen as the very first of the 12 animals?" His voice was low, rich with the promise of a tale that had been told for generations. It wasn't because of size or strength. It was because of something far more powerful, the mind. The children leaned in, their breaths soft but expectant. "Long ago," he continued, "the Jade Emperor decided to hold a great race to determine the order of the Zodiac. Every creature, large and small, fierce and meek, wanted to take part. The mighty tiger roared, the horse pawed the earth, and even the lazy pig managed to rouse itself. But there was one animal, so small it was almost overlooked, the rat. Everyone laughed when the tiny creature scurried to the starting line. What chance did a rat have against beasts like the dragon or the ox?" The elder paused, letting the question linger in the air like a spark waiting to ignite. "But the rat," he said, "had something the others didn't, its wits. When the race began, it didn't waste time trying to outrun the larger animals. Instead, it darted and weaved, always looking for an opportunity. And when the ox, steady and sure, crossed a river, the rat leaped onto its back, unseen. It rode all the way to the shore, and at the last moment, it jumped ahead, crossing the finish line first. The children gasped, some clapping in delight, others murmuring in awe. "That's how the rat became the first," the elder said, his voice tinged with admiration. "It's not about being the biggest or the strongest. Sometimes, it's about being the smartest." In the dim room, a boy whispered, "Does the rat still watch over us?" The elder smiled, his expression thoughtful. "Oh, yes. The rat spirit is everywhere. You see it in the clever merchant who knows just how to trade for the best price. You see it in the child who solves a puzzle that stumps everyone else. The rat teaches us that quick thinking and resourcefulness can overcome even the greatest challenges." But the rat story didn't end with the race. There were other tales, whispered in moonlit fields and bustling marketplaces, each one revealing a new layer of the rat's character. In one, a farmer, desperate to protect his crops, set traps to catch a family of rats. But each morning, the traps were empty, the bait gone. It wasn't until he stayed awake all night, watching, that he saw the rats working together, one triggering the trap while another snatched the food, their teamwork flawless. The farmer, instead of growing angry, was filled with awe. He left offerings of rice for the rats, believing their cunning deserved respect, not punishment. And then there was the tale of a famine, when food was so scarce that people barely had enough to eat. One winter's night, a poor woman sat weeping, holding her starving child. A small rat appeared in the shadows, carrying a single grain of rice in its mouth. The woman, startled, watched as the rat dropped the grain at her feet and disappeared. The next night, it returned with another grain, and then another. By the time spring came, the woman's child had survived, and she swore that the rat had been sent by the heavens to test her faith and her gratitude. The elder's voice softened, almost a whisper now. The rat is more than just clever. It is generous when the time is right, loyal to those it holds dear. But its greatest gift is the ability to see possibilities where others see none. The children's eyes shone, their imaginations alive with the image of the small, unassuming creature that had earned its place at the head of the zodiac. The elder leaned back, his gaze distant, as if he were remembering something from long ago. "There's a lesson in the rat stories," he said after a pause. "It's not about the size of your body or the sound of your roar. It's about the strength of your mind and the courage to act when others hesitate. The rat is quick because it knows that hesitation can be the difference between success and failure. It's resourceful because it understands that every problem has a solution if you're clever enough to find it." A girl with braids raised her hand. "But isn't the rat sometimes sneaky?" she asked hesitantly. The elder chuckled, nodding. "Yes, the rat can be sneaky. It can be mischievous and even greedy at times. But even that has its place. You see, the rat teaches us to balance cunning with kindness, to use our intelligence not just for ourselves, but for the good of others. Like the rat that brought rice to the starving woman, or the one that worked with its family to outsmart the trap." Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, carrying the faint rustle of leaves that sounded almost like the scurrying of tiny feet. The elder's voice lowered once more, rich with emotion. "The rat is a reminder that even the smallest among us can achieve greatness. It is a symbol of hope, of cleverness, and of survival. And when we honor the rat, we honor the part of ourselves that is brave enough to face the unknown and wise enough to find a way through." The children sat in silence, the weight of the elder's words settling over them like a soft blanket. Somewhere in the shadows, perhaps, the spirit of the rat watched and listened, its clever eyes glinting with pride. The village was wrapped in the stillness of early dawn, the kind of quiet that holds a promise. The first light of the sun brushed the rooftops, and the earthy scent of tilled soil filled the air. An old farmer, his face withered by time, led his ox through the fields. The creature's movements were deliberate, its powerful shoulders shifting under the weight of the plow. Each step it took seemed to connect with the heartbeat of the earth itself. This ox was no ordinary beast. It was the embodiment of strength and patience, a companion that never wavered, even in the harshest conditions. Its wide, calm eyes seemed to hold the wisdom of countless generations, as though it had seen the rise and fall of empires and still carried on, unmoved. The farmer whispered to it softly, words of gratitude and encouragement. The ox didn't need praise, its reward lay in the work, in the rhythm of effort and result. Long ago, when the Jade Emperor declared the great race, the ox had no grand ambitions. It did not roar like the tiger or boast like the monkey. It simply prepared itself, knowing that the journey ahead would require nothing more than persistence and heart. As the other animals jostled at the starting line, the ox stood quiet and steady, a silent promise of endurance. The race began with a chaotic surge. Animals dashed forward, each eager to prove their worth. The ox, however, moved at its own pace, neither hurried nor delayed. It plodded through forests and meadows, its breath rising like clouds in the cool morning air. When it reached the river, wide and fierce with rushing currents, many animals hesitated, their confidence faltering. The ox stepped into the water without a second thought. Its hooves pressed against the riverbed, its muscles tensed against the flow. With every step, the current threatened to pull it away, but the ox pressed on, steady and unshakable. On its back rode the rat, a tiny hitchhiker whose cleverness was matched by its audacity. The ox didn't complain or question. It simply carried the rat across, its purpose unwavering. When they reached the far shore, the rat leapt ahead, claiming the first place. Some say the ox should have been angry, but it wasn't. The ox had done what it set out to do, crossed the river, finished the race. Recognition was never its goal. Its satisfaction lay in the act of completing what it had started. In villages across the land, the ox became a symbol of diligence and quiet strength. Its story was told not with fanfare but with respect, whispered by those who knew the value of patience. When the fields stretched endlessly under the scorching sun, when the rains refused to come, it was the ox that bore the weight of the plow. It never faltered, never asked for more than it was given. There is another tale, one less known but just as powerful. It is said that during a time of famine, the gods decided to send a message to humanity through the animals. They chose the ox, trusting it to deliver their words of wisdom. The ox, loyal and obedient, set off on its journey. But along the way, it grew hungry, its massive body needing sustenance for the long road ahead. In its hunger, the ox misread the divine message. What was meant to be a decree of abundance became a warning of toil. When it reached the people, it told them, "The gods have decreed that you must labor for your food." And so, humanity began to plow the earth, to plant seeds and harvest crops, following the ox's solemn words. The gods were angered by the mistake, but they saw the results. The people had grown strong, their hearts tied to the land. They forgave the ox, for its error had led to growth and resilience. The ox carried this burden quietly, knowing it had reshaped the destiny of humankind. Even in its misstep, it had given the people a gift, the strength to endure, to create, to thrive. In the modern world, the ox is still a figure of reverence. Its traits are sought after in leaders and friends, and anyone who carries the weight of responsibility with grace. It represents those who work behind the scenes, unnoticed but indispensable, their efforts forming the foundation upon which others build. The ox reminds us that greatness doesn't always roar. Sometimes, it moves slowly, deliberately, with each step leaving a lasting imprint. There is a softness to the ox, too, a side often overlooked. Beneath its massive frame and unyielding spirit lies a heart that cares deeply. In the quiet hours of the night, when the world rests, the ox stands guard, its presence a reassurance. It is not just a beast of burden, it is a protector, a companion, a symbol of loyalty. The farmer in the field paused, wiping sweat from his brow. The ox turned its head, its dark eyes meeting his with a look that seemed to say, "We are in this together." The farmer smiled, placing a hand on its sturdy neck. The bond between them was unspoken but profound, a testament to trust and mutual respect. As the sun climbed higher, the ox continued its work, unhurried and unstoppable. And somewhere, in the hearts of those who hear its story, the spirit of the ox lives on, a reminder that strength is not in speed or flash, but in the quiet resolve to keep going, no matter how long the road may be. The dense forest pulsed with an energy that made every creature pause. Leaves quivered in the still air, and a shadow moved among the trees, barely visible yet commanding respect. The tiger was on the prowl. Its golden coat with bold black stripes seemed to ripple like fire as it stepped into the clearing, its muscles coiled with power. In the quiet of the jungle, even the whisper of its movements sent shivers through the undergrowth. This was no ordinary predator. Its presence demanded attention, not merely from its prey but from the very land it ruled. The tiger wasn't just feared, it was revered. It symbolized courage, a raw and untamed force that defied submission. Stories of its exploits spread like wildfire, tales of its bravery passed from one trembling voice to another. There's a legend told among villagers living near the mountains, where the dense bamboo forests cradle the shadows of great beasts. It speaks of a time when a monstrous demon terrorized the land, laying waste to crops and homes, its fiery breath leaving trails of destruction. Warriors tried to defeat it, their arrows and swords proving useless. Even the bravest among them trembled at the demon's roar. When all hope seemed lost, the tiger appeared. It didn't roar or snarl, it simply stared, its amber eyes locking onto the demon. And that gaze was a challenge, a promise of a fight that would end only with one of them left standing. The villagers watched from a distance, their hearts pounding as the tiger leapt at the demon. Claws clashed against fire, and the earth shook beneath their struggle. The fight raged for hours, the tiger relentless in its attacks. It wasn't just strength that guided the beast, it was a fearless determination, a refusal to back down. When the demon finally fell, the tiger stood bloodied but unbroken. It let out a roar that echoed through the mountains, a sound that carried both triumph and warning. This land is under my protection. From that day on, the tiger was celebrated as a guardian spirit. Its image was painted on doors and woven into talismans, a shield against evil. Farmers believed that a tiger's presence in the wild meant their livestock would be safe, that its fierce loyalty extended even to those who could never hope to match its power. The tiger's bravery wasn't limited to battles with demons. In the tales told during the winter months, children gathered around their elders to hear the story of a tiger who outwitted a group of hunters. The hunters had set traps, luring the tiger with bait. But the tiger, clever and perceptive, saw through their plans. It turned the traps against them, leading the hunters into their own snares. As they struggled to free themselves, the tiger stood atop a ridge, watching with an expression that seemed almost amused. Its cunning, paired with its courage, made the tiger a symbol of strategy and unshakable confidence. People whispered that those born in the year of the tiger carried these traits, a fiery determination, a competitive spirit that drove them to excel. They were said to be natural leaders, unafraid to take risks or face challenges head-on. In villages surrounded by forests, where the roar of a tiger could sometimes be heard in the dead of night, parents told their children to respect the creature's strength. The tiger fights not just for itself, they said, but for what it believes in. Its courage is not reckless, it is guided by purpose. Even the stars seemed to bow to the tiger's spirit. In the heavens, it was said, the white tiger constellation stood guard over the west, its presence a symbol of protection and power. Warriors painted its likeness on their shields, believing that the tiger's strength would flow through them in battle. But the tiger was not just a warrior, it was also a figure of balance. In some tales, it was said to be a mediator between the heavens and the earth, its roar a bridge between the divine and the mortal. When disputes arose between gods or spirits, it was the tiger that stood in the center, its authority unquestioned. There is a softer side to the tiger, hidden behind its fierce exterior. One story tells of a tiger cub orphaned in a storm, its mother swept away by the raging river. The villagers, fearing the wrath of the adult tiger that might come looking for its cub, left offerings of food at the edge of the forest. But the tiger didn't return. Instead, the cub grew up watching the villagers, its golden eyes filled with curiosity rather than malice. One harsh winter, when food was scarce, the cub, now a full-grown tiger, approached the village. It didn't attack or threaten, it simply dropped a wild boar at the village gates and vanished into the woods. The villagers took this as a gesture of goodwill, a reminder that even the fiercest creatures understood kindness. From then on, the tiger was seen not only as a warrior but as a creature capable of compassion, its bravery tempered with a sense of justice. In modern times, the tiger remains a potent symbol. Its image graces clothing, its traits inspire leaders and athletes, its spirit a reminder that bravery is not the absence of fear but the resolve to act in spite of it. The tiger teaches us that competition is not about crushing others, but about pushing oneself to greater heights, about fighting not just for victory but for honor. The forest stirs again, and the tiger steps back into the shadows. It has no need for applause or recognition, its presence alone is enough. In its quiet retreat, it leaves behind a legacy etched not just in tales but in the hearts of those who understand its spirit. The tiger is more than a creature, it is a force, a living reminder of the power that lies in courage and the unyielding will to stand tall, no matter the odds. The moon hung low over the quiet village, its silver glow spreading across the rooftops and fields, bathing the land in an ethereal light. Among the shadows of the bamboo forest, something small and graceful moved with a quiet confidence. It was a rabbit, its soft fur glowing under the moonlight, its every step deliberate and poised. Unlike other creatures of the wild, the rabbit did not seek to dominate the night. It moved with elegance, its presence a whisper of serenity in the chaos of nature. In Chinese tradition, the rabbit is more than just an animal. It is a symbol of refinement, a creature that embodies gentleness and the pursuit of beauty. Many stories say that the rabbit was chosen as one of the 12 zodiac animals not because of strength or speed, but because of its wisdom and grace. One tale recounts the rabbit's unique bond with the moon. Long ago, it is said, the gods held a contest to see which animal could provide the most selfless gift. Many powerful creatures offered treasures, dazzling the celestial beings with their wealth and might. But the rabbit, small and humble, had nothing to give. It looked at the gods with a steady gaze and said, "I offer myself." Then, it leapt into the fire without hesitation. The gods, deeply moved, pulled the rabbit from the flames and placed it on the moon as a sign of eternal gratitude. From that day on, the jade rabbit became a celestial figure, pounding herbs with a mortar and pestle, a companion to Chang'e, the moon goddess. To this day, children gaze up at the full moon and trace the shape of the rabbit in its glow, marveling at the courage and elegance of such a gentle creature. In Chinese art, the rabbit is often depicted as a symbol of purity and good fortune. Its soft form graces delicate porcelain vases, its image painted with brushstrokes so fine they seem to breathe. Scholars of old would sit under the shade of willow trees, their ink brushes dancing across rice paper, capturing the rabbit's gentle spirit in poems. They described its movements as poetry in motion, a reminder of life's fleeting beauty. One ancient poem tells of a young woman who wandered into the forest during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Lost and frightened, she stumbled upon a rabbit sitting beneath a silver tree. The rabbit didn't flee, instead, it regarded her with calm eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of the ages. She followed the rabbit, its soft steps leading her out of the woods and back to the safety of her village. The woman later wrote a song about that night, her voice trembling with gratitude, calling the rabbit a guardian of lost souls. The rabbit's elegance is not only found in its physical form, but also in the way it exists in harmony with the world around it. Unlike animals that fight for dominance, the rabbit seeks balance. Its ability to listen, to adapt, and to move with quiet determination makes it a symbol of resilience. It teaches that strength is not always loud or brash, sometimes it is the ability to endure with grace. In Chinese literature, the rabbit often appears as a character with sharp intellect and a kind heart. One fable tells of a rabbit that lived near a great river, where an aging turtle struggled to carry his load of food to the other side. While the tiger scoffed at the turtle's slow pace and the monkey mocked his clumsiness, the rabbit quietly offered to help. Together, the rabbit and the turtle devised a way to float the food across the water using a raft of leaves and vines. Their friendship became legendary, a story told to remind children of the value of cooperation and kindness. In paintings, the rabbit is often paired with the moon, their connection a reflection of yin energy, a quiet, nurturing force that balances the world. During the Lantern Festival, lanterns shaped like rabbits glow softly, their light flickering like stars. Families gather around these lanterns, telling stories of the rabbit's virtues and wishing for peace and prosperity in the year to come. Even in modern times, the rabbit remains a beloved symbol. It represents creativity, compassion, and the ability to see beauty in small moments. Artists often draw inspiration from the rabbit's delicate form, using it to create works that celebrate life's quieter joys. Writers weave its qualities into their characters, crafting tales of individuals who find strength in gentleness and triumph through understanding. There is a timeless charm in the rabbit, a reminder that power does not always roar, it can also whisper. Its story is one of understated elegance, a legacy that has endured through centuries, lighting the path for those who seek solace in a world that often values noise over quiet, force over grace. As the rabbit moves silently through the forest, the moon follows, its soft light a companion to the creature's journey. Those who see it pause, their breath catching at the sight of such unassuming beauty. For in the rabbit's presence, they find a moment of stillness, a chance to remember that even in the vastness of the world, there is strength in being gentle and elegance in being true to oneself. The heavens roared with thunder as dark clouds swirled over the peaks of a mighty mountain. Villagers gathered at the base, their faces pale, their hearts pounding like war drums. The story spoke of a great being, one that could summon storms with a flick of its tail and light the skies with a single roar. Yet, amidst the fear, there was reverence. For this was no ordinary creature, it was the dragon. The dragon was unlike any other animal. Its long, sinuous body shimmered with scales that caught the light like jewels. Its claws, sharp and unyielding, could tear through stone, while its eyes glowed with a wisdom that seemed to span centuries. And its wings, oh, its wings! They stretched wide, casting shadows that covered the land, as if the sky itself bowed to its majesty. Legends whispered of the dragon's birth, not from earth or water, but from the fiery breath of creation itself. It was said that when the world was still young, the dragon emerged from a celestial river that flowed between the stars. It carried the energy of the universe within its heart, a force so powerful that it could bring rain to parched lands or reduce mountains to ash. The dragon was a bridge between the heavens and the earth, a creature that embodied both the ferocity of fire and the gentleness of water. In the tales of the great race, the dragon's role was nothing short of extraordinary. Unlike the other animals, it did not race for its own glory. As it soared through the skies, it saw a village below suffering from a terrible drought. The crops wilted, and the rivers had run dry. The dragon paused, its mighty wings hovering over the barren fields. With a sweep of its tail, it summoned clouds from the horizon. Rain poured down, soaking the earth, reviving the crops, and bringing hope to the desperate villagers. Only after ensuring the land's survival did the dragon continue the race. Even then, it stopped again when it saw a small rabbit struggling to cross a river. Without hesitation, the dragon lowered its body, creating a bridge for the rabbit to hop across safely. When the dragon finally reached the finish line, it did not roar in triumph, but simply folded its wings and nodded, content with its actions. The Jade Emperor, seeing the dragon's selflessness, honored it as one of the 12 zodiac animals, granting it a place of eternal respect. Throughout history, the dragon became a symbol of power and benevolence. Emperors claimed the dragon as their emblem, their thrones carved with its coiled form. They called themselves the sons of the dragon, believing that its divine energy flowed through their veins. The dragon adorned the banners of armies, its image inspiring fear in enemies and courage in warriors. But the dragon was not just a symbol of might, it was also a protector, a guardian of harmony and prosperity. In villages, children grew up listening to stories of the dragon's wisdom. One tale spoke of a young boy who climbed a mountain to seek the dragon's guidance. His village was plagued by a monstrous serpent that devoured livestock and destroyed homes. When the boy reached the dragon's lair, he found it resting peacefully by a crystal-clear lake. The dragon listened to the boy's plea and, without a word, flew to the village. It confronted the serpent, its presence alone enough to make the vile creature cower and retreat forever. The dragon did not demand gratitude or reward, it simply vanished into the clouds, leaving behind a village forever changed by its grace. In art and festivals, the dragon's majesty is celebrated with unbridled joy. During the Dragon Boat Festival, teams paddle long, colorful boats shaped like dragons, their oars cutting through the water in unison, their chants echoing across the lakes. It is said that the spirit of the dragon flows through the water, guiding them to victory and reminding everyone of the strength found in unity. In dance, the dragon comes alive, its long body manipulated by skilled performers who mimic its fluid movements. As the dragon twists and turns, its head sways gracefully, its eyes glinting with mischief and wisdom. The crowd watches in awe, their cheers rising with the beat of drums. For a moment, they are transported to a world where dragons rule the skies, a world where their power is both fearsome and awe-inspiring. The dragon's significance transcends mere folklore. It represents a balance of opposites, strength and kindness, chaos and order. It teaches that true power lies not in domination but in the ability to uplift others, to bring life where there is none, and to act with honor even when no one is watching. In the modern world, the dragon's legacy endures. It is seen as a symbol of ambition and success, its image inspiring those who strive for greatness. People born in the year of the dragon are believed to possess the dragon's traits, charisma, intelligence, and a natural leadership that draws others to them. They are the dreamers and doers, the ones who dare to reach for the stars and bring them closer to the earth. Yet, for all its might and majesty, the dragon remains a creature of mystery. It does not boast of its power or seek to be worshipped. It simply exists, a reminder of the infinite possibilities that lie within each of us. In its shimmering scales, we see the reflection of our highest aspirations. In its fierce eyes, we find the courage to face our fears. And in the sweep of its wings, we feel the boundless potential of a world that is as vast and magical as the dragon itself. In the stillness of the forest, where the air hung thick and heavy with the scent of moss and earth, a rustling sound broke the silence. It was not loud, not alarming, just a gentle shift of leaves brushing against each other, almost as if the forest itself had exhaled. But it was enough to make the boy stop in his tracks, his heart pounding against his ribs. He tightened his grip on the small basket he carried, laden with wild herbs for his ailing grandmother, and squinted into the shadows. There, coiled around a branch, was the source of the sound, a snake. Its body gleamed like liquid silver, each scale catching the faint rays of sunlight that pierced through the canopy above. It did not move, but its eyes, dark and knowing, were fixed on him. The boy felt as though those eyes could see through his skin, into the very core of his being. His breath caught in his throat, not out of fear but out of awe. For this was no ordinary creature, this was a snake of legend, one that the elders spoke of in hushed tones. The snake, they said, was a creature of wisdom and mystery, a guide for those who were lost and a teacher for those who were willing to listen. Its presence in the zodiac was no accident. The stories told of a time when the snake was not just a silent observer of the world but an active force within it, weaving its subtle charm into the fabric of humanity. One tale spoke of a great scholar who had spent years searching for the meaning of life. He traveled to distant lands, consulted wise men, and read every ancient text he could find, yet the answers eluded him. Frustrated and weary, he wandered into a dense forest, where he stumbled upon a snake coiled under a tree. At first, he dismissed it, thinking it to be just another creature of the wild. But as he sat beneath the tree, the snake began to speak, its voice soft and measured. "Why do you seek what you already possess?" the snake asked, its eyes gleaming with an inner light. The scholar, startled but intrigued, listened as the snake spoke of balance and the interconnectedness of all things. It explained how wisdom was not found in books or distant lands, but in understanding the rhythms of life, the ebb and flow of existence. The snake's words, though simple, carried a depth that resonated with the scholar's soul. He left the forest a changed man, carrying not just a memory of the snake but a newfound clarity that shaped the rest of his life. The snake's charm lay in its subtlety, in the way it moved through the world unnoticed yet left an indelible mark wherever it went. In another story, a young woman stood at the edge of a river, her path blocked by a treacherous current. She was on her way to deliver medicine to her sick child and could not afford to turn back. As she stood there, desperate and on the verge of tears, a snake slid silently into the water. It swam gracefully to her side, then across the river, stopping to coil around a sturdy branch that had fallen into the water. The woman hesitated but then understood. She stepped onto the makeshift bridge the snake had created and crossed safely to the other side. When she turned to thank her unlikely helper, the snake was gone, leaving only the ripples in the water as a reminder of its presence. In such stories, the snake was never the hero in the traditional sense. It did not roar like the tiger or command the heavens like the dragon. Its power was quiet, its wisdom hidden in layers that required patience and perception to uncover. Yet, those who encountered it were forever changed, carrying its lessons in their hearts long after the snake had disappeared into the shadows. The snake's influence extended beyond myths into everyday life. In the Zodiac, those born under its sign were said to inherit its qualities, calm and deliberate, yet sharp and insightful. They were the ones who could see through the chaos of the world, discerning patterns and truths that others missed. But like the snake itself, their charm was often understated. They did not seek the spotlight, but instead thrived in its periphery, observing, understanding, and quietly shaping the world around them. In art and literature, the snake became a symbol of transformation and renewal. Its ability to shed its skin was seen as a metaphor for growth and rebirth, a reminder that change, though uncomfortable, was an essential part of life. Poets wrote of its elegance, comparing its movements to flowing water and its gaze to the depth of the night sky. Painters captured its sinuous form in delicate brushstrokes, weaving it into scenes of natural harmony. But the snake's charm was not without its darker side. Its wisdom could easily be mistaken for cunning, its subtlety for deceit. In some stories, it played the role of the trickster, leading the foolish astray with its silver tongue. Yet even in these tales, the snake was not truly malicious. It tested the boundaries of human understanding, challenging people to look beyond appearances and question their assumptions. The boy in the forest did not know these stories. He only knew that he could not look away from the snake that watched him so intently. Slowly, cautiously, he knelt on the ground, setting his basket aside. The snake uncoiled itself and slid down the branch, its movements impossibly smooth. It stopped a few feet from him, its head raised, its eyes meeting his. For what felt like an eternity, they stayed like that, locked in a silent exchange. Then, as if satisfied, the snake turned and disappeared into the underbrush, its body melding seamlessly with the forest. The boy remained where he was, his heart still racing, his mind filled with a strange and inexplicable sense of understanding. When he finally stood and picked up his basket, the world around him felt different, as though he had been given a glimpse of something vast and profound. And perhaps he had. For the snake was not just a creature of the earth, but a keeper of ancient wisdom, a symbol of the mysteries that lay just beneath the surface of everyday life. To those who encountered it, whether in the forest, in stories, or in the silent corners of their own minds, it offered a gift, an invitation to look closer, to think deeper, and to embrace the quiet power of subtlety and insight. The morning sun broke over the horizon, painting the vast plains in strokes of gold and amber. A breeze rippled through the tall grasses, carrying with it the distant sound of hoofbeats. It was a rhythm both steady and wild, a heartbeat of the earth itself. On the horizon, a figure appeared, silhouetted against the rising sun, a horse galloping freely, its mane a cascade of fire, its movements as fluid as the wind that raced beside it. The horse didn't just run, it soared, its hooves barely touching the ground as if defying the very laws of nature. Watching such a creature in motion was enough to stir something ancient and primal within the soul. It was not merely an animal, it was the embodiment of freedom, energy, and an untamed spirit that could never be bridled. For centuries, the horse has held a place of honor in Chinese culture, not just as a symbol of vitality but as a companion in both peace and war. There's a story told in hushed tones about a general who, faced with a losing battle, relied on his horse to carry him across treacherous terrain to rally his scattered troops. The horse, sensing the urgency in its master's touch, pressed on through storm and darkness, its hooves striking sparks against the jagged rocks. When dawn broke, the general arrived, and the tide of the battle turned. Victory was credited not only to strategy but to the unwavering loyalty and strength of the horse that had carried him. But the horse's significance was not confined to the battlefield. In the fields, it worked alongside farmers, plowing the earth with tireless determination. In bustling cities, it pulled carts laden with goods, connecting villages and families through its labor. Yet even as it toiled, the horse was never seen as mere muscle. It was revered, its spirit celebrated in art, poetry, and festivals. To the Chinese, the horse represented the pursuit of dreams, the courage to chase horizons, and the boundless energy of a heart that refuses to be tethered. In the Zodiac, the horse is known for its fiery personality and free-spirited nature. Those born under its sign are said to carry an insatiable desire for adventure, a spark that compels them to seek out new experiences and push boundaries. Like the horse that gallops without looking back, these individuals are driven by passion and an unyielding need to explore the unknown. Legends about the horse often speak to its duality, its raw power, and its gentle grace. In one tale, a village was plagued by a drought so severe that even the oldest among them could not recall such suffering. Crops withered, rivers dried up, and the people began to despair. One night, as the villagers gathered to pray for rain, a wild horse appeared on the outskirts of the village. Its coat shimmered like the stars, and its eyes seemed to hold the wisdom of ages. The horse knelt before an elder, as if inviting him to climb onto its back. The elder, though frail, understood the unspoken request. He mounted the horse, and it bolted into the night, carrying him to the top of a sacred mountain where rain-making rituals had once been performed. As the elder lit incense and prayed, the horse pawed at the ground, and thunder rumbled in the distance. By morning, rain fell in torrents, quenching the land's thirst. The horse, however, was gone, leaving behind only hoofprints that glowed faintly in the wet earth. In stories like this, the horse is not just a creature but a force of nature, a bridge between the human and the divine. Its presence inspires awe, reminding people of the power that lies in perseverance and faith. It teaches that freedom is not merely the absence of constraints, but the courage to act with purpose, even in the face of adversity. The horse's influence extends beyond myth into everyday life. In art, it is often depicted mid-gallop, muscles taut, exuding both strength and elegance. Poets have long been enamored with its spirit, penning verses that capture its unyielding drive and the way its movements mimic the flow of rivers and the dance of flames. In celebrations, particularly during the Lunar New Year, the horse is invoked as a symbol of renewal and forward momentum, urging people to embrace the future with the same vigor and enthusiasm. Yet, the horse is not without its vulnerabilities. Beneath its strong exterior lies a heart that is sensitive and easily wounded. It craves companionship, thrives on trust, and falters when misunderstood. In relationships, those born under the horse sign are said to mirror this complexity. They are fiercely loyal and passionate, yet their need for freedom can sometimes make them seem distant. Like the wild horse that pauses to nuzzle its rider but cannot be held for long, they love deeply but resist being confined. One poignant tale speaks of a young horse trainer who formed an unbreakable bond with a wild stallion. The stallion, though untamed, allowed the boy to ride it, their connection rooted in mutual respect rather than domination. One day, a powerful warlord demanded the stallion for his army, threatening to destroy the village if his request was denied. The boy, heartbroken but unwilling to let his people suffer, released the stallion into the wild, where no one could capture it. As the stallion disappeared into the horizon, the boy's tears fell like rain, but he knew he had done what was right. Years later, villagers swore they saw the stallion galloping through the plains, its mane flowing like a banner of freedom, a reminder of the boy's sacrifice and the enduring spirit of the horse. Even in modern times, the horse continues to inspire. It is a reminder that energy is not just physical but emotional and spiritual, a drive that pushes people to break barriers and reach for the skies. It symbolizes the human spirit's innate desire to run free, to embrace challenges head-on, and to leave behind a legacy of strength and resilience. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting the plains in hues of deep orange and purple. The horse that had galloped so fiercely in the morning now stood still, its silhouette against the fading light a testament to the quiet strength it carried. It had run, it had fought, and now, in the stillness of dusk, it rested, a reminder that even the freest spirits need moments of calm. For the horse is not just a creature of the wild or a symbol in the zodiac. It is a reflection of the best in humanity, our passion, our courage, and our enduring will to chase the horizon, no matter how distant it may seem. The sun had barely begun to rise over the quiet mountain village when a soft bleating echoed through the valley. It was gentle, like a whisper carried by the breeze, and it brought with it a sense of calm that seemed to spread across the land. The air was crisp, still heavy with the remnants of night, yet something about the sound filled the space with peace. At the top of the hill stood a goat, its white coat glowing softly in the morning light, grazing quietly on the dewy grass. It wasn't in a hurry, its movements slow and deliberate, as though it had all the time in the world. And perhaps it did. There is something about the goat that seems timeless. Its presence, always humble and serene, offers a sense of comfort that is difficult to explain. It is a symbol of tranquility, embodying the calmness of nature itself. The goat doesn't rush, doesn't fight against the current, it simply exists in harmony with its surroundings. People often stop and watch the goat for a moment, drawn in by its peaceful demeanor. It's as though the goat knows a secret about life that the rest of us are still learning. The people in the village often tell stories about the goat, stories passed down through generations, full of wisdom and quiet beauty. One of the most beloved tales was that of the old goat who had once saved a family from ruin. The family was struggling, their crops failing, their animals sick, and their spirits low. Desperate, they had nothing left to give but their love for each other and a small herd of goats that they had managed to keep alive. One cold winter's evening, when the snow had begun to fall heavily, the family noticed one of the goats, a gentle, older female, was acting strangely. While the other goats huddled close for warmth, this one stood at the edge of the herd, her eyes alert, her ears perked. She kept glancing towards the north, as if watching for something. The father of the family, too weary to question, went to check on her, thinking perhaps she was ill. But as he approached, the goat walked slowly but surely, nudging him gently with her head as if guiding him. The father, confused but trusting, followed the goat into the night. They trekked for hours, the snow falling heavier, the air colder. Just as the father began to doubt, the goat stopped at the edge of a frozen river, where a path had formed, hidden beneath the thick layers of snow. The father knew instantly, this was the way to the forest, where wild herbs grew, where firewood was abundant, and where the possibility of survival was real. Without the goat's guidance, the father would have never found the path, nor would he have found the resources to feed his family and keep them safe through the harsh winter. The villagers would speak of that goat for years to come, calling her a spirit of peace and wisdom, a silent protector in the harshest of times. From that day forward, the family, though poor, always found a way to share their abundance with others, grateful for the goat's quiet but steadfast nature. There was another tale, one that seemed to echo in the very soul of the village, about a young child born under the sign of the goat. She was a quiet girl, always kind and thoughtful, but with a sensitivity that made her stand apart. While others played games or raced through life, she took her time, pausing to smell the flowers, to listen to the birds, to observe the smallest of details. It was as if the world spoke to her in ways others could not understand. One day, as the village was preparing for the harvest festival, a sudden storm rolled in. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and the winds began to howl. The villagers scrambled, securing their homes and their belongings, but the girl stood still, watching the storm approach. She wasn't afraid. There was a sense of understanding in her gaze, as though she knew that storms would pass, that peace would return. When the storm subsided, the villagers were surprised to find that the girl's home had been untouched by the fierce winds, while others were damaged. They found her sitting quietly on the porch, her gaze directed toward a large oak tree in the yard, its branches stretched wide as though protecting the house from the storm. The villagers couldn't explain it. Some said it was just luck. But others, knowing the quiet, peaceful nature of the girl, believed that she had some deeper connection to the calm that the goat symbolized, a quiet strength that could not be broken by the noise of the world. In the zodiac, the goat is often seen as a symbol of kindness, gentleness, and creativity. Those born under its sign are said to be thoughtful, compassionate, and deeply connected to the natural world. They are the ones who listen when others are too busy talking, who see beauty in the simplest of things. Like the goat itself, they bring a sense of peace wherever they go, not by force or by effort, but through their very presence. Yet, there is strength in their quiet demeanor. The goat is not passive, it does not let others walk over it. It simply moves through life with a grace that others can't help but admire. The goat has learned that there is power in patience, that the world will come to those who are steady and true, not rushing but moving forward with a purpose that feels as natural as the wind on the mountain. This gentle nature of the goat is also found in art and literature, where the goat often symbolizes a calm approach to life, one that encourages others to slow down, to breathe, and to appreciate the world around them. In paintings, the goat is often depicted with soft, flowing lines, its eyes serene, a picture of harmony with the world. In poetry, it is a metaphor for quiet strength, the kind that endures, even in the face of hardship, without ever needing to shout for attention. Yet the goat also holds a deep connection to the earth itself. In the stories, the goats are always in tune with the natural cycles of life. They know when to rest, when to graze, when to be still, and when to move forward. And in that, the goat teaches the rest of the world something vital, that in the stillness, in the peace, there is wisdom. There is an understanding that not everything must be rushed, that even in the smallest of moments, there is beauty, there is meaning. The day had drawn to a close, and the goat was still grazing, its soft bleating barely audible above the sounds of the evening wind. The world felt a little quieter, a little more peaceful, just by its presence. And for the people in the village, there was no need to say a word. They understood. The goat, in its silent way, had once again reminded them that sometimes the greatest power lies not in action, but in stillness, like the calm before the storm, or the steady heart that beats without hurry. The night was still, almost too still, as the wind held its breath. Beneath the large, ancient oak tree at the edge of the village, a lone goat stood, its small figure bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight. The world around it seemed to pause, as if the earth itself was waiting for something, waiting for this moment. The goat's fur was white as snow, and its eyes, large and peaceful, reflected the soft light, as if the moon itself had given it a piece of its calm. For hours, it had stood there, not moving, not rushing, simply watching. There was something mesmerizing about its stillness, something that drew the eye, as though the goat had unlocked a secret about time. In a world that never stopped, the goat knew how to stand still. It wasn't idle. It wasn't lost. It was in harmony with the night, with the trees, the air, and the silence. The villagers knew well the story of this very goat. It wasn't just any goat, this one was said to be a spirit of peace, a symbol of quiet strength, wisdom, and patience. In the stories passed from one generation to the next, the goat was always depicted the same way, calm, kind, and with an inner power that was quiet but unshakable. The legend spoke of how the goat never needed to fight its way through the world. Instead, it walked gently, listening to the whispers of nature, moving through life with the quiet grace of someone who had already found what they needed. Long ago, a storm had come, one that left the village battered and broken. The winds howled through the trees, and the rain fell like sheets of glass, sharp and relentless. The villagers ran, seeking shelter in their homes, praying that they would survive. But there was one thing that stood strong against the storm, the goat. While others hid, this goat stood at the edge of the village, facing the storm head-on. It didn't fight the wind. It didn't run from the rain. It simply stood there, its hooves planted firmly on the earth, as the storm raged around it. Some of the villagers who dared to look out from their windows saw the goat's quiet strength and began to wonder if perhaps there was something more to this creature than anyone had realized. As the storm passed and the first rays of sunlight broke through the clouds, the village emerged from their homes to find that the goat had not only weathered the storm but had somehow shielded the village itself. The homes closest to the goat's path had suffered the least damage, and the fields had remained untouched by the floodwaters. The villagers, though exhausted from the ordeal, felt a deep sense of peace when they saw the goat standing calmly among the chaos, its presence like a breath of fresh air after a long, suffocating night. That was the first time they truly understood. The goat was not just a creature of this world, it was a guardian of peace, a symbol of the stillness that could endure even the worst of storms. And from that moment on, the villagers held the goat in a special place in their hearts, as a quiet reminder that strength often comes in the most unexpected forms. In the years that followed, the goat became a figure in the village's folklore. Children would sit on the ground, their eyes wide with wonder, as the elders told them stories of the goat's wisdom. One story spoke of how a young girl, troubled by a broken heart, had walked up the same hill where the goat stood every day, her steps heavy with sadness. She felt lost, confused, unsure of what to do next in life. But when she sat next to the goat, something shifted inside her. The goat didn't speak, didn't offer advice, but simply sat with her. It allowed her to be still, to feel heard without needing to say a word. And in that silence, the girl found her peace again, her heart mending slowly as the world around her continued on, undisturbed. The goat story wasn't just about endurance or quiet power, it was about kindness. It was said that if anyone in the village needed comfort or a listening ear, the goat was there. Whether it was the farmer who had lost his crops or the young mother worried about her child's health, the goat would show up, silently offering its calming presence. It wasn't the kind of animal to demand attention or seek out the spotlight. It didn't need to be praised or acknowledged. It was content with being, with existing alongside the people it watched over, helping them find the peace they so desperately needed. Even in the harshest winters, when the world seemed cold and unforgiving, the goat would venture through the snow, its white fur blending in with the frozen landscape, a gentle reminder that life could still be beautiful, even in the hardest of times. The villagers learned from it, as they watched it move with such grace, as if it had mastered the art of balance, of knowing when to stand firm and when to let go. And so, year after year, the goat became more than just a symbol of the zodiac. It became a living testament to the power of kindness, of quiet strength, of resilience in the face of adversity. It reminded everyone that sometimes the most important thing wasn't to rush through life, to fight for every moment, but to slow down, to listen, and to be present. For in that stillness, in that peace, there was more power than any storm could ever take away. On a day like any other, when the villagers were caught up in their busy lives, someone would look out the window and see the goat standing by the oak tree again, its eyes calm, its posture relaxed, as if it had never moved at all. In that moment, the world would slow down. Time would stretch. And the villagers, whether they realized it or not, would find themselves breathing a little easier, their hearts a little lighter. They understood, without needing to speak a word, that peace was never far away. It was simply a matter of being still enough to notice. And so the legend of the goat, gentle and kind, lived on, not just in stories, but in the hearts of those who knew the value of quiet strength and the power of a peaceful heart. In the dim light of the moon, the trees whispered as though they had secrets to share. On the highest branch of the ancient oak, a figure sat, his silhouette framed by the stars. With a grin that seemed to dance in the shadows, the monkey swung effortlessly between branches, his laughter echoing through the quiet night. The wind hummed around him, as if the world itself had paused just to listen. No one had ever seen a creature so full of mischief, so alive with energy. The monkey, with his quick eyes and sly smile, was as unpredictable as the wind, yet somehow, there was a deeper intelligence behind every move. The legends had always spoken of him, the Monkey King, born from the stone, with no parents but the earth itself. His story was one of defiance and wisdom, of playful tricks and boundless ambition. Yet, beneath his antics, there lay something far greater, a spirit that would never be tamed, a mind that refused to be shackled by the ordinary rules of the world. The old stories tell that the Monkey King was not always the confident figure known across the lands. He had once been a humble creature, bound by the limits of his kind. But as the years passed, something in him grew, a hunger for knowledge, for power, for something more than what the world had given him. He sought the elixir of immortality, and with it, he rose above the gods themselves, becoming a force to be reckoned with. Yet, despite his power, the monkey never lost his playful nature. He would spend hours testing the gods with his tricks, turning the heavens upside down with his cleverness. He had the ability to transform himself into anything, a rock, a cloud, a river. Nothing could escape his grasp. He was as quick-witted as the fox, as sly as the shadow, and just as elusive. But there was more to the monkey than just his tricks. Over time, his heart began to shift. He found himself caught between two worlds, one that celebrated his mischief and cunning, and another that longed for peace and wisdom. The monkey, in his restless pursuit of greatness, had lost his way. It wasn't until he met the great sage, the Buddha, that his journey truly began to take shape. The Buddha saw through the monkey's antics, saw beyond the mischievous smile and the tricks. He saw a creature longing to understand the deeper truths of life. And so, with patience, he offered the monkey a choice, to stay in the realm of chaos, of endless play, or to find true wisdom and peace. It was not an easy decision for the monkey, but in the end, he chose the path of enlightenment. His journey from that moment was no longer one of games and tricks, it was one of self-discovery and growth. From then on, the monkey's intelligence became his greatest asset. No longer just a trickster, he became a symbol of wisdom and insight, the one who could outsmart any opponent not with force, but with the sharpness of his mind. His story became one of balance, of knowing when to play and when to be serious, when to laugh and when to reflect. The monkey's influence stretched far beyond the pages of history. He became a symbol of wit, of cleverness, of the pursuit of knowledge, and of the importance of play. In every village, the children would gather around the elders, wide-eyed and eager, to hear the tale of the Monkey King. They spoke of his cleverness, his fearless heart, and his unwillingness to settle for anything less than greatness. And yet, there was more. The monkey, despite all his power, was also a figure of compassion. He had the strength to stand up to the gods, to face the greatest of challenges, but he never let go of the understanding that true greatness came not from dominance, but from wisdom, from balance, from understanding oneself. As the children listened to the stories, their hearts stirred with a quiet excitement. They could almost feel the monkey's laughter in the air, his energy infecting their every step. And, just as the monkey had once roamed free, so did they, encouraged to think outside the box, to challenge the world, to question, and to create. Even today, in the bustling streets of cities, the monkey's spirit lives on. His influence can be found in every corner of Chinese culture. In the arts, in literature, in the everyday conversations of the people. His presence is felt in the games children play, in the jokes they tell, in the ways they outsmart their friends with a clever twist of words. The monkey's story is one of joy and laughter, but also one of growth and self-realization. It is a reminder that intelligence and playfulness can coexist, that the heart and the mind are not opposites, but two halves of a whole. In every smile, in every clever remark, the monkey lives on. His journey from trickster to wise sage mirrors the path of every person, from the naive beginnings of youth to the complex understanding of adulthood. He teaches that we can all be playful, but we can also grow. That we can all be clever, but we must also be kind. As night falls again, and the wind whispers through the trees, one might hear the distant echo of laughter. Perhaps it is the Monkey King, still playing, still questioning, still learning. For though his legend has passed through centuries, his essence remains as lively and as clever as ever, a reminder that the most powerful weapon of all is the mind. And the greatest treasure is the wisdom that comes with a heart full of joy. The first light of dawn touched the earth gently, casting a golden glow over the vast, quiet fields. In the distance, the faint call of a rooster pierced the stillness, its voice strong and clear, breaking the night's silence with a promise of a new day. It wasn't just any sound. To those who had lived alongside the land for generations, that crowing meant something deeper. It was the sound of hope, of labor, of a new beginning. The rooster was more than just a creature, it was a symbol of the rhythm of life itself. In the rural villages, where the soil was rich with stories as much as it was with crops, the rooster was revered. Each dawn, it would stand tall on a fence post or on the roof of the barn, chest puffed out with pride, its feathers gleaming in the sunlight. With each crow, it seemed to announce the arrival of another day full of work. To the farmers who rose early and stayed up late tending to their fields, the rooster wasn't just a bird. It was a reminder of the value of hard work, of the cycles that governed life, of sowing, growing, and harvesting. In a way, the rooster embodied the spirit of the land itself. It wasn't always this way. Once, long ago, the rooster had been just another creature in the world of the zodiac, unaware of the importance it would one day hold. In the stories told by elders, the rooster's journey to its honored position was a tale of hard-earned wisdom. The rooster was clever, but also patient. It had watched the world around it, observed the ways of nature, and understood the power of routine. While other animals in the zodiac often made their mark with force or cunning, the rooster knew that its power lay in something far more subtle, its unwavering attention to the world and its relentless dedication to the work at hand. One of the oldest tales told in villages speaks of a time when the gods needed to choose the animals that would represent the months of the year. The rooster, like many others, was eager to prove its worth. Yet, it knew that the race to be first or the most powerful wasn't what would win the day. Instead, the rooster set its sights on something that others overlooked, the smallest details. It wasn't about rushing ahead, it was about being steady, reliable, and, above all, observant. When the gods announced a great race to determine which animals would join the zodiac, the rooster didn't rush forward like the horse or the tiger, nor did it use tricks like the monkey. The rooster simply watched. It waited patiently, observing the movements of the other animals. It could see the horse galloping furiously ahead, the tiger charging forward with might, the rabbit hopping with great speed. But none of them noticed the approaching dawn, the rising sun that would light the way. The rooster, however, had seen it coming. As the sun began to rise, it let out a single, powerful crow, marking the beginning of the day. It wasn't the fastest. It wasn't the strongest. But it was the most punctual, and in that moment, its sharp eyes and steady nature led it to its place among the honored animals of the zodiac. The rooster's importance wasn't just in its ability to wake up early, it was in its steadfastness, its quiet ability to set the rhythm for the day. Every day, farmers relied on the rooster to guide them. As the rooster crowed, it reminded them that it was time to rise, time to start their labor, time to face the challenges that would come with the light of the new day. It was the rooster's call that set the pace of life in agricultural societies, where time was measured by the hours of labor, the seasons of planting, and the endless cycle of growth. In the villages, people began to speak of the rooster's crow as a reminder of life's quiet truths. The rooster, in its calm and determined way, symbolized patience and perseverance. It wasn't in the rooster's nature to rush or to boast. It simply did what it was meant to do, day after day, with no expectation of praise, no desire for glory. It served the earth, its farmers, and its community without fail. As years passed, the rooster became a fixture in every home, not just for its practical role in waking the household, but for the symbolism it carried. To the farmers, the rooster's crow was an unspoken promise. No matter how tough the day ahead might be, no matter how difficult the harvest, the rooster would always signal the start of a new opportunity. The rooster was a reminder that life itself was a series of cycles, of work, rest, growth, and renewal. But it wasn't only in the fields that the rooster's influence was felt. In the art of the land, the rooster's image began to appear in paintings and poems, woven into the fabric of cultural expression. Its proud stance, its bright feathers, its fierce gaze, they all carried a deeper meaning. Artists painted the rooster not just as a bird, but as an embodiment of the human spirit, resilient, proud, and steady. In the tales passed down from one generation to the next, the rooster's importance became clear. It wasn't just a bird that woke the world. It was the bird that stood as a testament to the quiet strength of diligence. It was the rooster's labor, its unwavering commitment to its task, that inspired those who worked the land. There was no grand spectacle in its actions, no loud declarations of victory, only the sound of its steady crowing, echoing across the fields at the break of dawn. And so, as the seasons turned and the years passed, the rooster's place in the zodiac remained unshaken. It stood as a symbol of all that was earned through hard work and perseverance. In the hearts of those who lived by the land, the rooster was a quiet, yet powerful force, a reminder that true success didn't come from speed or strength alone, but from the patience to see things through, from the wisdom of knowing when to rest and when to rise. As the rooster's call echoed once more across the fields, the farmers knew it wasn't just the start of another day. It was a call to do the work that mattered, to honor the cycles of life, and to never forget the quiet power of persistence. The rooster had no need for glory. It had already earned its place in the hearts of all who worked under the sun. The sun had barely begun to stretch its golden fingers across the sky when the rooster's cry pierced the stillness. It was the same sound every morning, but today, it felt different. As its call echoed through the sleepy village, something seemed to stir in the hearts of those who had long heard its crow. It wasn't just a reminder that the day had begun. For those who lived by the rhythm of the land, the rooster's call was a promise, the kind of promise only the earth and its workers could understand. In the fields, where the earth was worked with hands that had weathered the seasons, the rooster held an honor far beyond its feathers. It wasn't just a bird that woke the world, it was the silent partner of the farmer, the keeper of time, the symbol of the quiet strength that pushed people to rise every day, no matter the hardships. The rooster's crow wasn't just the beginning of another day, it was a mark of purpose, of a life grounded in hard work, patience, and dedication. There was a tale told in hushed tones around the hearthfires of the village, a story passed down from generation to generation. Long ago, the gods had chosen the animals that would represent the months of the year in the Chinese Zodiac. A race was held, a test of speed, strength, and cunning. The rooster, like many others, entered the race, eager to prove its worth. But it wasn't the fastest, nor the most powerful. It didn't stand a chance against the swift horse or the mighty tiger. So, the rooster did something different. Instead of rushing ahead, it took a step back and observed. The rooster studied the world around it, noticing the things others overlooked. It saw the wind picking up, the clouds shifting, the faint glow of the sun rising in the east. In the distance, the rooster could hear the sound of other animals charging ahead, but it didn't flinch. It waited, as steady as the earth itself, knowing that it wasn't the fastest that would win, it was the one who understood the rhythm of the world. And as the first light of dawn broke across the horizon, the rooster crowed. Its cry was like a signal, marking the arrival of a new day. The animals, still racing blindly forward, didn't realize what had happened. The rooster, wise and patient, had won not by strength, but by understanding the heart of the world. In the villages, this story was told often. The rooster, it seemed, had mastered something that others didn't, an ability to observe, to notice the smallest shifts in the world, and to know when the right moment had come. The rooster wasn't about showing off or trying to be the loudest. It simply did its job, day after day, without fail. The farmers relied on its crowing to signal the start of their work. With its call, they knew it was time to rise, to plant, to harvest, to live. The rooster's importance in agricultural societies couldn't be overstated. In an age when every day was a battle against the elements, against the seasons, the rooster was a constant. It was the keeper of time, the silent companion of those who worked the land. While the farmers toiled from dawn till dusk, it was the rooster that reminded them to keep moving forward, to not give up, to stay focused on the task at hand. The rooster's crowing was a reminder that, no matter how long the day might seem, the work would continue, just as it had for generations before. But the rooster's role in the community went beyond being a simple alarm clock. It became a symbol of diligence, of patience, of observation. The rooster didn't rush into things. It didn't leap blindly ahead, hoping for the best. It took the time to understand the world around it. It knew when to rise, when to call, when to retreat. And in a world full of uncertainty, that steadiness was something the villagers clung to. They saw in the rooster not just a bird, but a guide, a model for how to live their lives. Over the years, the rooster's image appeared in all kinds of places, in art, in literature, in the songs that were sung during festivals. It became a symbol of the hard-working farmer, the one who understood that every moment of effort was part of a bigger picture. The rooster's crowing, though simple, was a reminder that even the smallest act of dedication could have a profound impact. The farmers, no matter how tired they felt, took comfort in the rooster's steady presence. They, too, could be as constant, as focused, as hardworking as the bird who called the dawn to life each day. And yet, there was a softness to the rooster, too. A gentleness in its observant ways. It didn't seek praise. It didn't yearn for recognition. It simply did what it was meant to do. When the farmer's plows cut through the earth, when the crops were harvested, the rooster was there, quietly supporting, guiding. It wasn't in the rooster's nature to boast, to strut about in glory. Its strength was in its quiet resolve, in its ability to meet each day with the same determination, the same care, the same focus. It was this very nature that the villagers loved most about the rooster. In a world where so much could change with the seasons, with the winds, with the whims of the gods, the rooster was always there. Its call marked the rhythm of life itself. It was a constant, an anchor. The rooster's crowing wasn't just a sound, it was a declaration of the enduring power of hard work, of patience, of staying grounded in the face of whatever came. As the years passed and the village continued its quiet rhythm, the rooster's legend grew. It became more than just an animal in the zodiac. It was the embodiment of the very spirit of the land, quiet, strong, and ever-present. And when the rooster crowed at dawn, every farmer, every worker, every person who lived with the land felt something stir inside them. The rooster was a call to action, a reminder to keep going, to honor the work, to appreciate the beauty of each new day. And so, in the hearts of all who lived by the earth, the rooster's place was secure. It would always be more than just a bird. It would be the heart of the community, the keeper of time, and the symbol of a life well lived, one day at a time. The moon hung low in the night sky, its pale light casting a silvery glow over the quiet village. In the distance, a lone dog's bark broke the silence, a warning, a promise, a presence that reassured everyone who heard it. There was no danger tonight, but the dog barked anyway, standing sentry at the edge of the village, its eyes scanning the shadows. It wasn't fear that drove the dog. It was love, a devotion so deep it didn't need reason, a loyalty so fierce it was woven into its very being. The villagers trusted the dog in a way they trusted few others. They knew that no matter what came, a thief in the night, a wayward predator, or even the restless winds of fate, the dog would stand firm. Its loyalty wasn't conditional. It didn't waver with time or circumstance. The dog loved, and in that love, it found its purpose. It was a guardian, a friend, a silent confidant. Its heart beat not just for itself, but for those it had chosen to protect. Long ago, there was a story whispered across the land, a tale of a dog who had once served the gods themselves. It was said that this dog had been a companion to a great warrior, a mortal chosen by the heavens to defend humanity. The warrior was strong, but it was his dog who was his greatest strength. Through every battle, every storm, every dark and uncertain moment, the dog was there. It didn't flinch at the sound of steel or the sight of blood. It didn't falter when the odds were impossible. The dog stood by the warrior's side, its loyalty unwavering, its courage endless. The story reached its most heartbreaking moment when the warrior, struck by an enemy's blade, fell to the ground. The gods wept for their chosen one, but it was the dog who refused to leave his side. Even in death, the dog stayed, its head resting on the warrior's chest, its eyes filled with a grief so profound that even the heavens took notice. Moved by the dog's devotion, the gods granted it a place among the stars, immortalizing it as a symbol of loyalty, love, and the unbreakable bond between protector and protected. In the modern world, that ancient story found its echoes in the everyday lives of those who loved dogs. They saw in their four-legged companions the same fierce devotion, the same selfless love. There were countless tales of dogs waiting for their owners, sometimes for years, never giving up hope. Stories of dogs braving fire and flood to save those they cared for, of dogs offering comfort in moments of despair. It wasn't just loyalty, it was a kind of honesty, a purity of heart that was rare and precious. The dog's place in the zodiac was no accident. Among the 12 animals, the dog was a beacon of trust and integrity. It didn't seek power like the dragon or revel in the spotlight like the rooster. The dog was content in its quiet role, watching, protecting, loving. Its strength wasn't in its size or speed, it was in its heart, in the way it stood unwavering even in the face of fear. The dog was the one you could count on, the one who would never betray you, no matter the cost. In the old folk tales, the dog was often a guide, leading lost travelers through dark forests or guarding sacred treasures. Its instincts were sharp, its senses attuned to the world in a way that seemed almost magical. But it wasn't just the dog's physical abilities that made it so revered, it was its spirit. The dog didn't just protect people from physical harm, it protected their hearts. It reminded them of what it meant to be loved without condition, to be valued for who they were and not what they could give. There was a warmth to the dog, a sense of home that followed it wherever it went. People said that when a dog looked at you, it saw not just your face, but your soul. It understood your joys, your fears, your struggles, and it loved you anyway. This was the dog's greatest gift, not its bark, not its bite, but its ability to see the best in people, to believe in them even when they couldn't believe in themselves. In mythology, the dog's loyalty was often tested. There were stories of dogs guarding their masters' graves for years, of dogs refusing to eat until their owners returned. These tales weren't just stories, they were reflections of the bond that had existed between humans and dogs for thousands of years. A bond built on trust, on mutual respect, on a love so deep it transcended words. The dog didn't care about wealth or status. It didn't care about mistakes or flaws. To the dog, loyalty wasn't a choice, it was a promise, one it intended to keep no matter what. In the quiet moments of life, when the world seemed too big or too cruel, the dog was there. Its presence was a reminder that you weren't alone, that there was someone who would stand by you no matter what. The dog didn't need grand gestures or dramatic moments. Its love was in the small things, in the wag of its tail, the warmth of its fur, the way it rested its head on your lap when words weren't enough. To the villagers, the dog was more than just an animal. It was a symbol of everything good and true in the world. When they told their children the story of the dog and the warrior, they weren't just telling a tale, they were teaching a lesson. They were reminding their children to be loyal, to be honest, to love fiercely and without hesitation. They were showing them that sometimes, the greatest strength wasn't in power or intelligence, but in the quiet, unshakable loyalty of a heart that refused to give up. And so, every time the dog's bark echoed through the night, the villagers felt a sense of peace. They knew that no matter what the world might throw at them, they would have the strength to face it. Because in the dog's loyalty, they found the courage to be loyal themselves. In its love, they found the courage to love. And in its quiet, steadfast presence, they found the courage to keep going, one step at a time. The rain was relentless, pouring down in icy sheets that turned the narrow streets into rivers of mud. A small dog stood motionless in the downpour, its soaked fur clinging to its frail frame. Its eyes, dark and unwavering, were fixed on the entrance of a modest wooden house. Inside lay its master, a kind but frail man who had fallen ill weeks ago. The dog hadn't left its vigil, not for the cold, the hunger gnawing at its stomach, or even the passing threats of the storm. It stood resolute, as if its mere presence could protect the man within from whatever dark force had gripped him. The villagers whispered about the dog, pointing out its loyalty with a mix of awe and sorrow. "It hasn't eaten," they murmured, leaving scraps of food nearby that the dog wouldn't touch. "What devotion," said others, shaking their heads. But the dog didn't waver. It wasn't waiting for thanks or recognition. It waited because that was what its heart commanded. Its loyalty wasn't something it learned, it was something it lived. There's an ancient tale that speaks of a dog much like this one, a story etched into the fabric of time. It said that long ago, in a world ruled by capricious gods, a mortal man was chosen to bear the burden of guarding a sacred flame. The task was monumental, for the flame wasn't just fire, it was the light of hope itself, fragile and flickering. With him went a dog, a creature neither large nor fearsome, but steadfast. Through jungles and deserts, the man faltered many times, but it was the dog that kept him going. When thieves came to steal the flame, the dog growled and lunged, driving them away. When the man was tempted to give up, worn down by exhaustion, the dog pressed its warm body against him, grounding him in its silent, unyielding presence. The man carried the flame, but it was the dog who carried him. In the end, when the man completed his task and the gods offered him a place among the stars, he refused unless his companion could join him. The gods, moved by the bond between man and dog, agreed. From then on, the constellation of the dog has shone brightly in the night sky, a reminder of loyalty that endures through every trial. Modern lives are no less touched by such tales. Every family with a dog has its own story, a moment when the animal's loyalty shone through in ways words couldn't describe. There's the blind man whose guide dog stops him from stepping into harm's way. The child whose tears are met with a warm muzzle and a wagging tail, offering comfort without needing to understand the cause. The elderly woman whose dog sits quietly at her feet, guarding her solitude as fiercely as it would guard a treasure. Dogs don't speak, but their actions tell stories louder than any words. There's a raw honesty in the way they live, without pretense, without deceit. When a dog looks at you, there's no filter, no hidden meaning. Its eyes reflect exactly what it feels. Whether it's love, concern, or simple joy at your presence, it's all laid bare, as if to remind you that the world could be simpler, that connections don't have to be complicated. Folklore across cultures has often cast the dog as a symbol of loyalty and honesty. In Chinese stories, there's the tale of the celestial dog who guards the gates of heaven, ensuring only the righteous pass through. In other lands, dogs are the companions of heroes, their loyalty so fierce it's almost supernatural. Yet these stories aren't exaggerated, they're rooted in truths observed over centuries. The dog doesn't need magic to be extraordinary. Its power lies in its steadfastness, its quiet insistence on being there, no matter what. There's a story often told of a dog named Hachiko, a real-life reminder of the kind of devotion most only dream of. Hachiko belonged to a professor in Japan, and every day, the dog would walk him to the train station in the morning and return to greet him in the evening. One day, the professor didn't come back, he had passed away suddenly at work. But Hachiko didn't know this. For 10 years, the dog returned to the station every evening, waiting for the man who would never arrive. People fed him, cared for him, and eventually built a statue in his honor. But what lingered wasn't a monument, it was the feeling that such loyalty could exist in a world often defined by its lack of it. Dogs aren't perfect, of course. They dig up gardens, bark at inopportune moments, and sometimes steal food off the table. But even these flaws feel endearing, reminders that their love isn't tied to being flawless. They love messily, enthusiastically, and without restraint. They remind us that it's okay to show joy, to express care, to simply be present for those who matter. In Chinese culture, the dog's place in the zodiac isn't just symbolic, it's a reflection of its value in everyday life. For centuries, dogs were the guardians of homes, their keen senses protecting against danger. Farmers relied on their dogs to herd livestock, their sharp instincts and tireless energy making them indispensable. But beyond their roles, dogs became family. They weren't just tools or protectors, they were companions, offering their loyalty without expecting much in return. In one old story, a poor farmer saved a stray dog from a cruel fate. Though he had little to give, he shared what food he had, and the dog stayed with him. One day, the farmer's crops failed, and he faced losing his land. The dog, sensing its master's despair, disappeared into the woods and returned with a pouch of gold it had unearthed from a long-forgotten treasure. The farmer never questioned how the dog knew, nor did he care. He understood that the dog's love was its own kind of magic, one that didn't need explaining. The night the storm finally ended, the dog in the village still stood at its post. Its fur was dry now, but its eyes were the same, filled with quiet determination. When the door to the house creaked open, and the frail man stepped outside, the dog's tail wagged just once, slow and deliberate, as if to say, "I told you I'd wait." The man knelt, his hand trembling as he touched the dog's head. Neither spoke, but in that moment, no words were needed. The small farm lay nestled in a quiet valley, where the morning sun warmed the dew-covered grass and the air smelled faintly of earth and flowers. Among the bustling animals, a stout pig with soft pink skin and curious eyes roamed freely. Its movements were deliberate yet unhurried, as if it carried the weight of an unspoken wisdom. The farmer's children adored it, running to share scraps of their breakfast, and the pig never failed to welcome them with a contented snort, a wag of its short tail, and a warmth that felt almost human. One cold evening, as the family huddled by the fire sharing stories, the farmer's wife mentioned how the pig seemed to understand the rhythms of their home better than any other animal. "It's like it knows what we need before we even do," she said, smiling at the thought. The farmer nodded. He had always believed that pigs were special, not just because of their intelligence, but because of their uncanny ability to care in ways that seemed both instinctive and purposeful. There's a story, often whispered in small villages, about a pig that once saved a family from ruin. In times of famine, when the fields yielded nothing and hunger settled like a shadow, a kind-hearted pig in a farmer's yard unearthed a hidden trove of seeds buried long ago. It didn't stop there. With its snout, it led the farmer to fertile ground near a stream, as though guiding him to a place of hope. The family planted the seeds, and when the crops grew tall and bountiful, they credited their survival to the pig's quiet intervention. The pig has always held a special place in human stories, not for its grandeur, but for its humility, its generosity, and its connection to the essence of life. In Chinese culture, the pig is not just a symbol of abundance, it represents a spirit of giving and unyielding compassion. Families often placed carvings of pigs on their altars or painted their likenesses on walls, believing they would attract prosperity and harmony. A well-fed pig signified a well-fed family, a household blessed with both material wealth and emotional warmth. In one tale, a poor villager was visited by a wandering sage who asked for a meal. Though the man had little, he offered the only thing he could spare, his last handful of rice and a small portion of pickled vegetables. The sage, moved by the man's kindness, promised him a reward. That night, the man dreamt of a golden pig appearing in his courtyard. When he awoke, his fields had turned fertile overnight, and his barren barn was filled with grain. The golden pig wasn't just a symbol of wealth, it was a manifestation of the man's generous heart, returned to him tenfold. Pigs often represent family traditions rooted in togetherness and care. During celebrations, a roasted pig might take center stage at a feast, not merely as a dish, but as a tribute to the unity of those gathered. The act of preparing such a meal was an expression of love, hours spent seasoning, roasting, and perfecting each detail to honor guests. The pig became a bridge, connecting generations through shared meals, laughter, and stories. A farmer once told his son, "The pig gives even in death, and that is why we must honor it in life." The boy didn't understand at first, but as the years passed, he saw how the pig provided for their family in ways that transcended the practical. It wasn't just meat or income, it was a source of lessons about gratitude and giving. The farmer treated his pigs with care, ensuring they lived comfortable, dignified lives. When one passed, he lit incense and offered a silent prayer of thanks, a ritual passed down from his father before him. But pigs aren't just givers, they are also deeply social creatures, forming bonds and recognizing the people who care for them. There's a tenderness in the way they nuzzle against a hand or let out soft, satisfied grunts when content. To those who have spent time with them, pigs are more than animals, they are companions, teachers in the art of living with open hearts. Once, during a fierce storm, a pig on a small farm broke free from its pen, braving the wind and rain to nudge open the door of the farmhouse. The family, startled by the commotion, realized their barn was about to collapse under the weight of the storm. Rushing out, they managed to save their livestock, all because of the pig's instinct to protect. From that day, the pig wasn't just an animal to them, it was a guardian, a silent sentinel who had watched over them without expectation. The symbolism of the pig extends beyond stories and myths into everyday gestures of kindness and community. In traditional households, gifts of pork were a sign of goodwill, a way of saying, "I care for you and your family." The pig, in its quiet, unassuming way, became a symbol of relationships bound by trust and generosity. Even in modern times, the image of the pig endures. Piggy banks sit on shelves, their round bellies filled with the coins of hope. Farmers still smile when their pigs are healthy and plump, seeing them not just as livestock but as markers of fortune. In villages, elders tell children stories of pigs who outsmarted thieves or helped their masters find treasures, weaving lessons of kindness and cleverness into their tales. One winter, a traveler came to a small town, weary and hungry. The townsfolk were wary of strangers, but a farmer welcomed him, offering a hearty meal. As they ate, the traveler shared stories of his journeys, and the farmer spoke of his land, his family, and his beloved pig. By morning, the traveler revealed himself to be a wealthy merchant, leaving behind a bag of gold as thanks for the farmer's kindness. "You and your pig have taught me something I had forgotten," he said before departing. "The value of giving without expecting." The farmer, puzzled but grateful, looked at his pig, which was rooting in the snow with its usual contentment. He chuckled and said, "Well, old friend, it seems you've worked your magic again." The pig, of course, said nothing, but the glint in its eyes seemed to hold a quiet understanding, as if it knew that its presence alone was enough to bring warmth and fortune to those around it. A quiet morning mist settled over the land, blanketing the valley in a soft, cool embrace. The air felt alive, as if the earth itself were breathing, sighing gently in the way the wind stirred the leaves. In the heart of the valley, an old woman sat beneath a sprawling oak tree. Her skin, weathered by years of sun and rain, glowed softly in the early light. With careful hands, she traced patterns in the dirt, drawing shapes that seemed to pulse with a quiet energy. "Everything in the world moves in cycles," she said to the child sitting beside her, a young boy whose eyes were wide with curiosity. "Wood gives birth to fire. Fire makes earth. Earth bears metal. Metal carries water. And water nourishes wood. It's the way of things." The boy watched intently, his small fingers brushing the patterns the woman had drawn. It was like magic, these forces, invisible yet undeniably present. It was a language he could feel in his bones, but didn't yet understand. As the day warmed, the old woman began to speak, her voice slow and deliberate, each word weighed with a lifetime of wisdom. "Wood," she said, pointing to the tree above them, "grows strong and tall, stretching toward the sky. It reaches out, eager to spread life wherever it can. But without the sun, it would not grow. Without fire, it could not transform. Wood and fire, two forces that create life and energy. Fire, too, burns bright and hot, but in the end, it leaves behind ash. Ash that can be returned to the earth to create new life." The boy stared up at the great oak, its thick trunk covered in deep grooves, its leaves rustling as the wind passed through. He could almost feel the energy pulsing through it. But he wanted to know more. "And what about Earth?" he asked, his voice soft, almost hesitant. "Ah, Earth," the old woman replied, her eyes glinting with something more than knowledge. "The Earth is patient, nurturing, and steady. It holds everything in place. It is the foundation, the stability. Without the earth, nothing would have a home. Nothing would be able to grow. And it is in the earth that fire finds its end, as fire consumes what it can and leaves behind a legacy, only to be buried by the earth's hands." The boy, now fully engrossed, imagined the earth stretching beneath him, a solid and unyielding force. It was comforting, almost as though he were cradled by the land itself. "But earth must have metal," the woman continued. "It is the metal that rises from the depths, forged through heat and pressure. Metal, once buried deep, is brought to the surface by the earth's touch. Metal is strong, sharp, and steady. It can carve through mountains and shape tools. But it cannot live without the water. Water, though gentle, wears away metal over time, softens it, changes it." The boy pictured the metal, strong and enduring, like the tools his father used to carve the wood in their home. It was hard to imagine something so solid could be softened. But when the old woman spoke again, her voice softened, and the boy understood. "Water," she said, "is the lifeblood of the world. It flows and nourishes, winding through the earth like a mother's touch. It is what brings wood to life, what quenches the fire when it becomes too wild. It is water that carries life, that is at the heart of all things. Without water, nothing could exist. And yet, Too much water can drown. Balance is key. Just like all the elements. The boy thought about the river that ran through their valley, its waters always moving, always changing. Sometimes it was a gentle stream, its surface smooth like glass, and other times it roared, rushing with force. He understood, now, the delicate dance between all these forces, the wood that fed the fire that turned to earth, the earth that gave birth to metal, and the metal that was shaped by water. They weren't just separate things, they were connected, each one feeding the other, each one changing, shifting, adjusting. A never-ending cycle. As the day wore on, the old woman stood and walked toward the small stream that ran beside the tree. She knelt by the water and cupped her hands, bringing it to her lips. "Water is not just a thing," she said, her voice almost a whisper. "It is a spirit. A guide. And all the elements must be in harmony, working together, never fighting each other. When they do, when they forget their place, the world is out of balance." The boy looked down at the water, rippling as it moved. He had never considered water as something more than a stream. But now, he saw it for what it was, alive, with purpose, flowing, giving. The old woman smiled, sensing the boy's understanding. "The 5 elements," she said softly, "are not just the forces of nature. They are the forces within us. We have wood in our hearts, fire in our spirits, earth beneath our feet, metal in our hands, and water in our souls. All these things move in us, interact with each other. And when they are in balance, we are at peace." The boy, feeling something stir deep inside him, stood up and walked toward the stream. The water, cool and clear, flowed between his fingers like memories slipping through time. He could feel the connection between it all, the tree, the fire, the earth, the metal tools his father used, and even the tiny stream beneath his hand. And in that moment, the world made sense. It wasn't just a collection of separate things. It was a living, breathing force where every part played its role. Wood, fire, earth, metal, water, they weren't just in the world around him, they were in him and in everyone. This was the cycle, the delicate, intricate dance that held everything together. The old woman stood beside him, her eyes reflecting the wisdom of generations. "Remember," she said, her voice gentle but firm, "balance is everything. Without it, the world will fall. But with it, you will find harmony in all things. You will find peace." The boy nodded, understanding now that these forces weren't just a part of nature. They were a part of life itself, guiding each heartbeat, each breath. And with that knowledge, a new kind of strength settled inside him, a quiet knowing that would stay with him always. A light breeze swept across the open field, carrying with it the scent of wildflowers. The sun hung low in the sky, casting golden rays that seemed to paint everything in a soft, warm glow. Beneath the canopy of trees, an ancient temple stood silent and weathered. It had stood for centuries, watching over the land like a quiet guardian. Inside the temple, an old stone tablet rested at the center of the room, etched with symbols of the zodiac. A boy, no more than 12, sat cross-legged in front of it, his fingers tracing the ancient characters, as if the words themselves could unlock some hidden knowledge. The boy's grandmother, wise and patient, sat beside him, watching him carefully. Her eyes were bright, but the lines on her face spoke of many years spent learning the rhythms of the world. "Do you feel it?" she asked, her voice soft yet filled with an undeniable power. "The pulse of the zodiac? The way each animal feels different with the touch of its element?" The boy didn't speak, but he nodded slowly, as if the words themselves were settling into his heart. She smiled, her gaze turning to the stone tablet. "Each animal has its own nature. But when the elements touch them, something changes. Each one becomes something more, something deeper. The elements, they shape them in ways that reveal their truest selves. Watch closely." The first animal to come to life before the boy was the rat, swift and clever, its movements sharp and calculated. But when it was touched by the element of water, something changed. The rat no longer seemed like a mere scavenger, it became a strategist, fluid in its thinking, quick to adapt and find new paths. The water element gave it a deep understanding of the world's flow, its ever-changing nature. It no longer scurried for scraps, but sought opportunities, slipping through barriers with a quiet grace. Water, his grandmother said softly, brings out the rat's ability to adapt, to be clever in times of change. With water, the rat is no longer bound by its surroundings. It bends with the current, always moving forward. Next, the ox stood tall and firm, its strong hooves digging into the earth. But when the element of earth gripped it, the ox's strength became even more formidable. The animal grew even more grounded, its resolve unwavering. The earth beneath its feet felt like home, a place of stability and purpose. The ox became not only a symbol of hard work but of quiet, enduring wisdom. The earth, the grandmother explained, amplifies the ox's patience. It makes it steadfast, unmovable. The ox can carry great burdens, but only because it has the support of the earth beneath it. With this element, the ox does not rush. It moves with intention. The tiger was next, its raw power radiating like a flame. But when touched by fire, the tiger became something else entirely. The fire inside it wasn't just fierce, it was consuming. The tiger was no longer just strong, it became unstoppable, a force of nature. The fire in its heart burned brighter, its every step echoing the crackle of flames. The tiger, now infused with the fire element, was no longer just a predator, it was a symbol of passion, of courage, of ambition. Fire, the grandmother said, gives the tiger its spirit. With fire, the tiger is not just brave, it is bold. It is not just competitive, it is driven by a flame that burns inside it, pushing it beyond its limits. As the boy's eyes shifted from one animal to the next, he began to understand the shift that each element caused. He watched as the rabbit appeared next, calm and graceful in its nature. But when the rabbit was touched by a wood, the transformation was striking. The rabbit, once delicate and gentle, became more agile, more alive with energy. It was no longer just a creature of quiet beauty, it was a force of life, full of growth, ever reaching toward the sky, just like the branches of a tree. Wood, his grandmother explained, is the element of growth and renewal. It makes the rabbit more than just a gentle soul. It gives the rabbit a connection to the earth, a strength in its quiet elegance. Then came the dragon, majestic and powerful, a creature that was already larger than life. But when it touched the element of metal, the change was almost indescribable. The dragon's wings, once filled with flame, became sharp, precise, and brilliant like polished steel. It no longer soared aimlessly, it flew with purpose, its strength tempered with the sharpness of metal. The dragon, with metal, became more than a mythical being, it became a master of control, its every movement a display of power tempered by wisdom. Metal, his grandmother said, her voice almost reverent, hones the dragon's might. It gives it clarity, precision. The dragon is already grand, but metal makes it even more powerful, more disciplined. Next was the snake, slithering silently across the ground. Its natural grace was already mesmerizing, but when it met the element of water, it became something deeper, something more mysterious. The snake became not only wise but fluid, its mind able to weave through complex thoughts and shifting situations with ease. The element of water gave the snake an even greater depth, turning its quiet observation into a strength that could manipulate the flow of events around it. Water, the grandmother explained, makes the snake wise beyond its years. It allows the snake to see what others cannot, to move with a quiet, invisible grace. The horse galloped through the scene next, its energy boundless. But when the horse was touched by fire, it became something new entirely. The horse was no longer just free-spirited, it became a wild force, its energy matched only by the intensity of the flames. It was faster, stronger, and filled with a passion that could carry it across any distance, pushing it forward with unstoppable force. The horse, now infused with fire, had a restless, burning drive that could not be tamed. Fire makes the horse relentless, his grandmother said, her voice filled with admiration. With fire, the horse no longer simply runs. It charges ahead, fueled by an inner fire that never dies. One by one, the animals of the zodiac passed before the boy's eyes, each transformed by its element. The goat became more peaceful and compassionate with earth, the monkey playful and intelligent with metal, the rooster hardworking and observant with wood, the dog loyal and honest with earth, and finally, the pig, generous and compassionate with water. Each animal, in its own way, was shaped by the elements, their traits amplified, their spirits heightened. The boy blinked, his heart swelling with understanding. He had seen the power of these elements, the way they touched every animal, every trait. It wasn't just the animals themselves, it was how the elements shaped them, how they made each animal stronger, more dynamic, more alive. And in that moment, as the last of the animals faded into the stone, he knew that the elements were not just part of the world around him, they were part of him, too, a constant, ever-moving force shaping his very being. The wind rustled through the bamboo trees, each whisper carrying a secret older than time itself. A gentle rain had begun to fall, pattering against the earth like the softest of melodies. In a small village nestled between the hills, a woman stood at the edge of her garden, watching the sky change colors as the evening approached. Her hands, withered by years of working the land, clasped together tightly, her eyes locked on the horizon. The world around her felt alive, each element of nature dancing in harmony. But in her heart, there was a storm. Her son, strong and spirited, had grown close to a young woman from the neighboring village. She was kind, graceful, but there was something off, something that didn't quite fit with the rhythm of the universe. Despite their growing affection, there was a subtle tension between them, a rift that neither of them could quite explain. Her son was a dragon, wild and powerful, full of energy and fire. The young woman, on the other hand, was a dog, loyal, loving, and grounded. Their differences were vast, and the woman had seen how those differences played out in their interactions. They clashed often, and the harmony they once shared felt strained. She knew that harmony between two people was not just about love, it was about balance, respect, and understanding. But how could they find that balance when their very natures seemed to pull them in different directions? The woman thought back to the old teachings, the ones passed down through generations. The teachings that spoke of compatibility, the ancient rules that governed the relationships of the zodiac. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, as if seeking the wisdom of the earth beneath her feet. And in that moment, the quiet whispers of the past came alive in her mind. The first rule was simple, yet profound: opposites attract, but balance is key. She had witnessed it time and time again. The tiger and the monkey, for example. One was fierce and driven by passion, the other clever and playful, a trickster in every sense of the word. On the surface, their differences were enormous. The tiger was intense, while the monkey was carefree and unpredictable. But when they came together, it was the perfect blend of fire and wit. The tiger's boldness was softened by the monkey's playful charm, while the monkey's cleverness was grounded by the tiger's strength. Their fire burned bright, but it never consumed them. It wasn't about forcing two people to change who they were, it was about finding ways to complement each other, to strengthen one another's weaknesses. Fire and water, for instance, could often clash. The wildness of fire could easily overwhelm the fluid, calm nature of water. But when balanced, they could work together to create something beautiful. A river of flames, gentle yet fierce, calm yet intense, would flow with a powerful, unstoppable force. The woman could feel the wisdom of these teachings settle into her heart. She thought of her son and the woman he loved. Their relationship wasn't doomed, not by any means. It just needed the right balance. They needed to understand each other's strengths and weaknesses and use them to build something greater. Her mind wandered back to the ox and the goat, two animals who were often misunderstood. The ox was strong, hardworking, and unyielding, while the goat was gentle, peaceful, and kind-hearted. On the surface, they seemed like an odd pairing. But in truth, their connection was one of quiet power. The ox's stability and determination gave the goat a solid foundation to stand on, while the goat's compassion softened the ox's sometimes rigid nature. Together, they found a rhythm, their lives moving in harmony, each giving the other what they needed to thrive. It was the same with the rat and the rabbit, two animals with vastly different temperaments, yet whose bond was undeniable. The rat, clever and resourceful, had a sharpness that could sometimes feel cold, even calculating. But the rabbit's gentle, loving nature softened the edges of the rat's intellect. The rabbit reminded the rat that not everything was about strategy and logic. Sometimes, the heart needed to lead. The woman thought of the horse, always charging forward, full of energy and spirit. The horse was an animal of action, driven by a force that couldn't be contained. But it was the rooster that provided the focus the horse needed. The rooster was observant, hardworking, and precise. While the horse's energy was wild and untamed, the rooster's careful planning kept the horse from losing itself in chaos. Together, they moved forward with purpose, their combined energy creating a force that was both powerful and measured. But not all pairings were as easy. The dragon and the dog, though they both had strong, clear-hearted natures, often struggled. The dragon, driven by ambition, desired to conquer everything it touched. Its power could sometimes feel overwhelming, even dominating. The dog, in contrast, was loyal and grounded, more concerned with peace than glory. The dog could find the dragon's intensity too much, while the dragon could see the dog's need for stability as limiting. Yet, with patience and understanding, the dragon could learn from the dog's quiet strength, while the dog could find courage in the dragon's fire. The woman opened her eyes, her gaze soft yet determined. Her son and the young woman, they had what it took to make it work. But only if they could learn to see past their differences, to respect each other's unique strengths. They needed to find the harmony in their contrasting energies, to learn how to complement each other instead of fighting against the flow of the universe. As the rain began to fall harder, the woman turned to walk back to the house. The warmth of the fire inside beckoned, and she could feel the rhythm of the world moving in perfect harmony, just as it was meant to. Every animal in the zodiac, every person, every moment, together, they created the beautiful dance of life. And like the wind, the rain, the fire, and the earth, the key to peace lay in understanding that everything had its place. Harmony wasn't about perfection, it was about finding balance. In the quiet of the early morning, the sun had just begun to break through the mist that clung to the valley like a secret. The rooster's crow echoed through the air, a loud, proud announcement that the day had begun. It was as though the earth itself had stirred, waking up from the peaceful slumber of the night. In the midst of the quiet fields, a small family stood, their gazes fixed on the horizon. There was something undeniably beautiful in the way the sun's golden light bathed the land, casting long shadows and coloring everything in hues of amber and rose. Among them, two figures stood side by side, an unlikely pair, yet as perfect as the sunrise itself. The ox, tall and steady, had a calm demeanor, his heavy footsteps marking the earth as if it belonged only to him. Beside him was the goat, with its gentle nature and soft, compassionate eyes. There was a peaceful aura about the goat, a quiet grace that balanced the ox's strong, unyielding presence. Their lives had always been connected. The ox's strength had protected the delicate spirit of the goat, while the goat's kindness had softened the ox's rigid ways. In the balance of their quiet, unspoken bond, they had built something unshakable, a foundation solid as the earth beneath their feet. As they watched the sun climb higher, they knew they were meant for each other. It wasn't always easy. The ox could be stubborn, and the goat, though peaceful, could sometimes lose patience. But their connection, their understanding, was undeniable. Where the ox was steady, the goat brought warmth. Where the goat lacked strength, the ox stood firm. Across the field, another pair caught the eye. The tiger, powerful and fierce, prowled through the grass with the elegance of a king. Its sharp eyes caught every movement in the distance, calculating, always alert. But beside the tiger, with its playful energy and sharp wit, stood the monkey. The monkey's laughter echoed through the trees, light and carefree. Though the monkey's antics could be a distraction at times, it was this very playfulness that brought balance to the tiger's intense drive. They were opposites in many ways. The tiger, with its quiet strength, could sometimes be overbearing, its instincts urging it to charge forward without thinking. The monkey, on the other hand, would bounce from one idea to the next, never staying in one place too long. But when together, they formed a bond that could not be broken. The tiger's passion was tempered by the monkey's cleverness, and the monkey's carefree spirit was grounded by the tiger's loyalty and power. They complemented each other in ways that others couldn't see. Further away, a dragon soared high above the earth, its wings slicing through the sky with majesty. It was an animal born of ambition, always reaching for something greater, always pushing the limits of what could be achieved. But beside the dragon, there was the dog, loyal, honest, and unflinchingly devoted. The dog had always admired the dragon's power, its ability to conquer the impossible. But it was the dog's steady loyalty that allowed the dragon to trust, to feel grounded in a world that often felt too fast, too chaotic. The dragon, for all its might, was often lonely. It reached so high, so far, that it sometimes forgot what it was fighting for. But the dog was there, every step of the way, reminding the dragon that there was more to life than power and glory. The dog's quiet presence softened the dragon's sharp edges, and the dragon's fire gave the dog the courage to dream bigger, to believe that anything was possible. Together, they were unstoppable. And then there was the rat, small and clever, always one step ahead of the game, always thinking. It was an animal of opportunity, ever resourceful, with a sharp mind that could find solutions where others saw only problems. The rabbit, on the other hand, was gentle and kind, its movements soft and quiet. The rabbit saw the world through different eyes, eyes that were patient, compassionate, and full of love. Where the rat was quick, the rabbit was slow and steady. Where the rat was sharp, the rabbit was soft. Yet, when together, they were a perfect team. The rat brought out the rabbit's cleverness, its ability to find solutions in even the most difficult situations. The rabbit, in turn, softened the rat's sometimes harsh, calculating ways, reminding it that kindness was just as important as intelligence. Together, they made the world a better place, their friendship a symbol of how opposites could work together to create something beautiful. Not far from them, the horse galloped across the fields, its mane flowing in the wind. The horse was free-spirited, driven by an energy that couldn't be contained. Its heart was wild, untamed, and its spirit soared with every step. But beside the horse, always keeping pace, was the rooster, focused, hard-working, and precise. The rooster's keen eye saw things the horse might miss, and its careful planning ensured that the horse's energy was never wasted. They were a perfect match in their own way. The horse's wild spirit was grounded by the rooster's careful attention to detail, and the rooster's discipline was balanced by the horse's boundless energy. Together, they were unstoppable, a force that could move mountains, a pair that thrived in perfect harmony. The tiger and the horse had always shared a connection. The tiger's boldness, its desire to conquer, met its match in the horse's unrelenting energy and drive. Together, they were a pair that burned brighter than the sun, pushing each other to reach new heights, to run faster, to fight harder. They thrived on their shared determination, their shared thirst for success. And lastly, there was the pig, generous, compassionate, and always giving of itself. The pig was an animal that cared for others, always putting the needs of others above its own. Its heart was as vast as the sky, its love for family endless. And beside the pig stood the rabbit, with its gentle spirit and kind heart. The rabbit, too, valued family above all else, always striving to create peace and happiness wherever it went. Together, the pig and the rabbit formed a bond that was based on kindness, love, and generosity. The pig gave everything of itself, and the rabbit brought peace and calm. They understood each other's needs, and together, they created a world full of love, laughter, and warmth. They were perfect in their simplicity, their devotion to one another. In the quiet of the morning, as the sun rose higher in the sky, the animals of the zodiac stood, side by side. Each pair had its strengths, its own unique bond. And though their differences were vast, it was in those differences that they found their harmony. Each animal, each pair, was a testament to the power of balance, of understanding, of love. Together, they made the world a beautiful, intricate dance, one that had been unfolding for centuries and would continue to unfold for centuries to come. The wind howled across the plain, its howling voice carrying the scent of rain as the clouds gathered in dark, looming masses above. The skies threatened, filled with the raw power of nature's fury. Beneath this storm, two figures stood apart, their gazes locked in an unspoken tension that rippled through the air like static. The dragon, fierce and proud, its scales shimmering with a power that could bend the very elements, stared down at the dog. The dragon's eyes burned with ambition, its heart beating with the desire to rise above all others, to conquer, to be the one who dominated the skies. Beside it, the dog's eyes held a steady loyalty, but the calm that filled its gaze was not enough to soothe the anger bubbling within its heart. The dragon moved with the grace of a storm, its every action calculated to prove its strength. The dog, on the other hand, wanted only peace and stability, a life built on trust, on loyalty. The dog growled low in its throat, the protective instincts rising. "Why can't you understand?" it seemed to ask. "Why must you always push, always fight to prove your worth?" But the dragon was not interested in answers. It had only one goal, to ascend higher, to be more, to leave everything beneath it in the dust. There was no harmony between them, only the clashing of forces that were destined to tear at the very fabric of their bond. The dragon sought power, control, and glory, while the dog stood firm, unyielding in its devotion to honesty and loyalty. The dragon's flames burned brighter, but it was the dog's steadfast nature that would outlast the fire. In the distance, the horse and the rat were also locked in their own battle, though less dramatic, more subtle. The horse, wild and free, galloped with an unrestrained energy, its hooves pounding the earth like the heartbeat of the land itself. The rat, small and clever, scampered to keep up, its mind racing to calculate each step, each move. "You can't keep up," the horse seemed to say as it sped ahead, its mane flying in the wind. "Why do you always think you have to analyze everything? Just run with me. Feel the wind. Feel the freedom." But the rat was no fool. It wasn't interested in reckless speed. It was about precision, about calculating risks. "Speed doesn't mean you'll win in the end," the rat replied in its own way, dodging a sharp turn in the terrain. "I'll outsmart you when it counts." The horse's laughter was wild, but there was a tinge of frustration hidden in its voice. "You'll never outrun me." It was a classic clash of two worlds, the horse's untamed energy and the rat's quiet, calculating intelligence. And while both were driven by passion, there was no peace to be found in their rivalry. The horse's fiery spirit clashed against the rat's cautious nature, their respective desires for freedom and control drawing them into a cycle of constant competition. Yet in that very friction, lessons were born, lessons that would teach them both the value of patience and the power of humility. The rooster watched from a distance, its sharp eyes catching every movement, every misstep. It had seen this conflict before, in countless forms. It understood the dangers of rushing into battle, but it also knew that sometimes a fight was inevitable. The rooster was a symbol of preparation, of careful planning, and of the importance of timing. Its feathers rustled in the wind, as if to remind itself that even in the chaos of life, there was always a moment to reflect, to think before taking action. Nearby, the rabbit and the tiger stood at opposite ends of a meadow, staring each other down. The rabbit, gentle and thoughtful, felt the weight of the tiger's gaze, its eyes sharp as knives, seeking to dominate, to control. The rabbit wanted only peace, a soft life surrounded by family and friends, away from the harshness of the world. But the tiger's wild nature could not understand the rabbit's quiet ways. To the tiger, the rabbit's passivity was weakness. It was a force of nature, meant to fight, to conquer, to prove its might at every turn. The rabbit's soft voice trembled in the silence. "Why must you fight? Why must you always push others down to make yourself feel strong?" The tiger growled in response. "Strength is the only thing that matters. The world is a battlefield. You'll never survive if you don't fight." Their differences were clear. The tiger's fire burned with intensity, while the rabbit's cool calm offered a shelter from the storm. But as the sun dipped lower in the sky, a quiet understanding began to blossom between them. The tiger had spent its life alone, its strength both a gift and a curse. The rabbit, too, was no stranger to hardship, but it faced the world with a gentleness that had kept it grounded. They didn't need to fight each other, they needed to find balance. It wasn't always easy. The clashes were inevitable, the sparks of conflict a part of the dance that had been going on for centuries. But through these struggles, there was growth. Through each battle, the animals learned how to respect their differences, how to bridge the gaps that separated them. The ox and the goat also faced their own battles, though in their case, it was a quiet conflict, one that simmered just beneath the surface. The ox was steadfast, stubborn to the point of breaking, while the goat, though kind, had moments where it could not hide its frustration. The ox wanted things done his way, and he would not bend. The goat, for all its patience, sometimes struggled to understand why the ox would not listen. Their fights were quiet, but no less intense. Yet, as the seasons passed, they learned to communicate, to listen, to give and take. The ox would soften, just enough, to meet the goat halfway. And the goat, in turn, would learn when to hold its ground and when to let go. They were the perfect lesson in how two different forces could find harmony, not through perfection, but through compromise. The pig and rabbit stood side by side, watching the others with gentle eyes. The pig was generous, full of love and compassion, while the rabbit had always been a symbol of peace. Together, they knew what the others had yet to discover. It wasn't about fighting. It was about understanding. The wind calmed, the storm subsiding as quickly as it had come. The animals, now standing together on the same ground, realized that the battles they had fought were not about defeating one another. It was about learning, about growing together. The clash of forces, while inevitable, had made them stronger, more connected. Through their conflicts, they had learned that peace wasn't always about agreeing, it was about finding a way to live together, despite the differences. The night had fallen, and the air was thick with the promise of something both ancient and alive. In a small village nestled at the foot of a mountain, there was a flicker of light in a humble home, its walls lined with shelves full of books and scrolls. Inside, an elderly woman, her silver hair pulled into a loose bun, sat in the dim glow of a lantern, carefully marking the passage of time with her gnarled fingers. The clock on the wall ticked with a slow, rhythmic certainty, each second carrying the weight of millennia. She paused, eyes narrowed in concentration, as the time of birth drew near. Her hands hovered over a chart laid out before her, a map of the sky, carefully noting the positions of the stars and the elements. In her hands, she held the knowledge that had been passed down through generations, whispered from master to disciple, as old as the first stories told around campfires. These stories, these teachings, were not just about the year an animal ruled, but the time, precisely when someone took their first breath. A baby was born that night, and with that breath, it was given a story. Not just any story, but a tale that stretched across the vast expanse of time, reaching into the very heart of the cosmos. The child was more than just the years they were born under. No, this child had an ascendant, an animal tied not to the year, but to the very hour of their birth. The animal that would shape their inner nature, guide their decisions, and bring a unique color to the fabric of their personality. The woman's fingers traced the birth chart again, her breath catching as she read the time, 3 a.m. The animal associated with this time, the rat, would bestow its cleverness and adaptability upon the child. But it wasn't just the rat. The time of birth, the very hour, shaped the person, creating a deeper layer of meaning. As the night grew colder and the stars above blinked down like distant, knowing eyes, the woman saw how the animal assigned to this hour would influence the child's path in life. The rat was quick, always calculating, a creature that found its way through any obstacle with a cunning that made others stop and take notice. But the woman knew that the hour animal wasn't just a tool, it was a guide, a companion on the journey of life. She smiled softly, for she understood that the rat would give this child not just intelligence, but a hunger for knowledge, a drive to move swiftly through the world, knowing when to hold still and when to move forward. The child would be born into the world with the warmth of the rabbit rising as they ascended at 6 a.m. The rabbit, so gentle, so quick to avoid conflict, had its own way of weaving through life. The world outside could be a storm, full of harsh winds and sharp edges, but the rabbit knew how to find shelter. It was a symbol of peace and calm, but not one that shied away from the challenges of life. The rabbit taught patience, an ability to listen and understand even in the face of adversity. It was a quiet strength. As the woman thought about this, her heart grew heavy with understanding. The rabbit's wisdom wasn't just about avoiding the storm, it was about understanding when to stand firm and when to retreat. The child, born with the rabbit ascendant, would always know how to seek balance. Not everything needed to be fought for, and the rabbit would show them how to find their way through the world with grace. Later, the clock struck 7 a.m., and the ascendant animal shifted again, this time the dragon taking its place. The dragon was as fierce as it was majestic, a creature that soared through the skies without fear, leaving a trail of fire in its wake. To be born under the dragon's influence was to inherit a natural charisma, a power that drew others in, a burning desire to lead. The woman could already see how this child, born in the early morning hours, would carry the fire of the dragon in their spirit. But there was something else the woman knew. This fire was not just a force of destruction. The dragon's flame could warm, could inspire, could build, if only the child learned to harness it. With the dragon ascended, they would know what it was to stand tall, to refuse to back down from challenges. They would feel the deep pull of greatness within them, but they must learn not to burn those who stood in their way. The ascended animal was a gift, a force that shaped the destiny of every person born under its influence. It was not just the sun sign, the animal of the year, that mattered, it was the animal of the hour, the one that whispered in the ear and shaped the decisions, the choices, the actions. At noon, when the sun reached its peak, the horse came to life. The horse represented freedom, vitality, and the ability to charge forward, full of energy and optimism. But the horse's power wasn't wildness for the sake of wildness. The horse was about movement, about striving to go farther, faster, but always with purpose. There was a sense of adventure in the horse that could never be dulled. Those born with the horse as they ascended would feel the wind in their hair and the call to move forward, always to push, always to strive for more. And the woman knew, she knew what it meant to have such an ascendant. There was a fire that couldn't be contained, an ambition that was both a gift and a curse. To those born under the horse's hour, life would never be static. It was a constant rush, but it was also a chance to leap over obstacles, to take bold steps, to live with a passion that set the world ablaze. The horse would teach them how to face challenges head-on, never looking back, always running toward the horizon. As the day moved forward, and the hour changed yet again, the woman smiled knowingly, for she understood that the ascendant, the time of birth, was more than a mere detail. It was the key to unlocking the truth of a person's nature. It shaped their temperament, their reactions, the way they moved through the world. The hours, those fleeting moments of time, held an untold power that went beyond the typical zodiac signs. When the sunset in the evening came, the snake rose in the hours just before darkness completely took over. Those born during these hours were gifted with wisdom, patience, and a silent, magnetic strength. They understood the subtle art of navigating the world without ever needing to rush. And so the chart, full of symbols and signs, continued to shift. Each moment carried a story, a destiny written not just in the year but in the hour. Each person born at that moment carried not just the traits of their animal year, but of their ascendant, the animal tied to the hour that they drew their first breath. The woman sighed and placed her quill down, the chart now complete. There were so many layers to every individual, so many ways they could become who they were meant to be. The hour shaped them, and with it, they would shape the world. The rain fell in delicate sheets, soft against the old cobblestone streets, as May stood under the eaves of a tea house. Her heart was heavy, an invisible weight pressing on her chest as she clutched the small red envelope in her hand. Inside, carefully folded, was a letter she had written weeks ago but only now found the courage to deliver. May's mother had insisted that love was not a matter of chance, it was written in the stars, and the year of one's birth, and the quiet whispers of the zodiac animals. But how could she explain that her heart didn't care for charts and symbols? That it raced uncontrollably every time Lynn's laugh echoed through the market, every time his kind eyes lingered on hers a moment longer than necessary. Her parents disapproved, not because they doubted his character, but because Lynn was born in the year of the rooster, while May was a rabbit. The two animals were as different as dawn and dusk, they'd said. Too proud, too sensitive, too much potential for misunderstanding. May's mother spoke often of harmony. She told stories about the ox and the snake, how their patience and quiet wisdom made them a perfect match. Or the tiger and the horse, whose shared energy and passion created an unshakable bond. She believed in balance, the yin and the yang of relationships, where one partner's strengths complemented the other's weaknesses. May had grown up listening to these tales, fascinated but skeptical. Could love truly be charted like a map? The door of the tea house creaked open, and Lin stepped outside, his hair damp from the mist. He stopped when he saw her, his face breaking into a smile that melted away May's doubts, if only for a moment. She thought about the rooster, observant, meticulous, proud. Lin was all of those things, and yet so much more. He noticed the smallest details, like the way May's hands trembled when she was nervous or how her favorite jasmine tea made her sigh with contentment. He had a confidence that sometimes bordered on arrogance, but it was never unkind. He challenged her, pushed her to see the world beyond her quiet, gentle ways. "May," he said, his voice warm despite the chill in the air. "You've been standing here for a while. Are you okay?" She hesitated, her fingers tightening around the envelope. Her rabbit heart wanted to retreat, to avoid conflict, but the part of her that loved Lin more than her own fear refused to let her turn away. The rabbit and the rooster, she thought again, so different and yet, something about them felt right. Lin stepped closer, his brows furrowing with concern. "You're shaking," he said, slipping off his jacket and draping it over her shoulders. His touch was gentle, but it ignited a storm inside her. She finally found her voice, though it wavered. Do you think the stars decide everything?" Lin blinked, taken aback by the question. He laughed softly, not mockingly, but with the kind of understanding that made May's heart ache. "I think the stars can guide us," he said, "but they don't have the final say. People make their own choices, May. Love isn't just about compatibility on paper, it's about what you're willing to fight for." His words struck her deeply. She thought about the zodiac pairings her mother adored, how the dragon and the monkey thrived on shared ambition and creativity, or how the pig and the goat nurtured each other with endless compassion. Those matches were easy to understand, natural. But love wasn't always easy, was it? Sometimes, it was two people standing in the rain, unsure of what came next, but knowing they couldn't walk away. The envelope slipped from May's fingers, falling to the ground between them. Lin crouched to pick it up, his fingers brushing against hers. He didn't open it, just held it with a quiet reverence that made her chest tighten. "What's this?" he asked softly. It's for you," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "But I don't know if it matters. My parents they think we're too different." Lin's expression grew serious. "Because of the zodiac?" When May nodded, he sighed, his breath visible in the cold air. "May, differences don't have to be a bad thing. The rooster and the rabbit, maybe we see the world in opposite ways, but isn't that a strength? You've taught me patience, how to soften my edges. And I like to think I've helped you see how strong you are, even when you doubt yourself." Tears welled in her eyes. She thought about the zodiac tales she'd heard as a child, the ones that spoke not just of harmony but of growth. The snake and the monkey, who challenged each other's minds and grew wiser together. The dog and the tiger, whose loyalty and courage made them an unstoppable force. Sometimes, the best matches weren't the easiest ones, they were the ones that made both people better. "I don't want to let you go," she admitted, the words tumbling out before she could stop them. "But I don't know how to make them understand." Lin's hand found hers, his grip firm and steady. "We'll show them," he said simply. "Not with words or charts, but with us. With the way we care for each other, the way we make each other better. Love isn't about being the same, May. It's about growing together." In that moment, standing in the rain with Lin's hand in hers, May felt a warmth that no tea or fire could provide. She thought about the goat and the ox, who built their love on mutual respect, or the rat and the dragon, whose differences only strengthened their bond. She realized that her mother's stories weren't about rules, they were about possibilities. And maybe, just maybe, she and Lin were writing a story of their own. The rain began to ease, the clouds parting to reveal a sliver of moonlight. Lin smiled, his thumb brushing against her knuckles. "Come inside," he said. "We'll talk, and then we'll figure out what comes next. Together." May nodded, her heart lighter than it had been in weeks. As they stepped into the warmth of the tea house, she realized that love wasn't something to be measured or calculated. It was a leap, a choice, a promise to stand by someone even when the stars seemed misaligned. And as she looked at Lin, she knew it was a choice she would make every time. The office lights buzzed overhead, casting a sterile glow over the rows of desks. May sat in front of her computer, fingers frozen above the keyboard. Her thoughts were racing, but her body felt like it was made of stone. She'd been working in this marketing firm for 2 years, and every morning felt like a battle. It wasn't that she disliked the work. She was good at it, sharp, efficient, always meeting deadlines. But something inside her felt empty, like she was just going through the motions. It wasn't her dream. Across the room, her colleague, Alex, was talking animatedly to a client over the phone. His energy filled the room, his gestures grand, his words flowing effortlessly. Alex had always been that way, confident, charismatic, the kind of person who made people listen. He was born in the year of the tiger, and it showed. Alex was made for this. He thrived in environments that demanded leadership, where he could take charge and make things happen. May had always admired that about him, but it felt like a world apart from her own. Her thoughts drifted to her younger brother, Jiao, who had recently started working as a teacher. Jiao was a gentle soul, always looking out for others, quietly listening, offering advice when needed. He was born in the year of the goat, and his patience and kindness shone through in everything he did. Jiao found fulfillment in his work, not because it was glamorous, but because it allowed him to nurture and guide others. He'd found his path in the world, and he walked it with grace. May wondered about her own path. It seemed like everyone around her had found theirs. But not her. She was like a bird in a cage, fluttering her wings but unable to fly free. She thought about the advice her grandmother had given her when she was younger. "The stars can guide you, May," her grandmother had said, her eyes twinkling like the night sky. "Your zodiac holds the key to your true purpose. Trust in it." But what did that even mean? Was she meant to be like Alex, with his bold, tiger-like ambition? Or like Jiao, quietly shaping young minds with his goat-like patience? Was there something in the stars that could show her the way? Later that evening, as May sat alone in her apartment, a sudden thought struck her. What if her zodiac sign, her true nature, could reveal the kind of work that would bring her peace, fulfillment, and success? She had always known she was a rabbit, gentle, thoughtful, and a bit reserved, but what did that really mean for her career? Could there be a way for her to harness those traits and turn them into something meaningful? She grabbed her phone, searching for anything that might help her understand. What she found were stories of people whose success seemed written in the stars. The rabbit, she read, was suited for careers that required creativity, precision, and empathy. Artists, designers, therapists, counselors, these were the fields where rabbits thrived. The rabbit was not a leader like the tiger, nor an innovator like the monkey. But they had a quiet strength, the ability to create something beautiful and meaningful in the world. May closed her eyes and thought about the work she had always loved. As a child, she had spent hours sketching and painting, lost in the colors and shapes of her imagination. But somewhere along the way, she had pushed those dreams aside. She'd been told that success meant climbing the corporate ladder, working for the most prestigious firms, earning the highest salary. But none of that had ever felt right. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. The rabbit was not meant to race to the top. It was meant to create something with care, something lasting, something that made the world a little more beautiful. May smiled to herself, feeling a weight lift from her chest. She didn't need to follow someone else's path. She had her own, and it was time to walk it. The next morning, May made a decision. She would pursue what had always made her heart sing, art. It wasn't a path that everyone would understand. It wasn't a straight line, and it wasn't guaranteed to make her rich. But it was hers. And for the first time in a long while, that felt like enough. She spent the next few weeks updating her portfolio, reaching out to galleries, and applying for freelance design jobs. It wasn't easy. There were moments of doubt, moments when she questioned her decision. But every time she picked up her paintbrush or sat down to sketch, something inside her felt alive again. The more she embraced her true calling, the more the world seemed to open up to her. And then, there was Lin. He had been watching her closely from the sidelines, ever since they'd met at the market weeks ago. He had always known May was talented, but now he saw her come alive in a way he hadn't expected. Lin had his own work to do, of course, but he always made time for May. He listened as she spoke about her new direction, never questioning it, never doubting it. Instead, he simply encouraged her to keep going, to trust in herself. "You've got this," he said one evening as they sat on the rooftop, the city lights twinkling beneath them. "You're a rabbit, May. You create the world around you, and you do it with heart. You're meant to bring beauty to life. And that's worth more than anything." May looked at him, her heart full. He had been born in the year of the rooster, observant, hardworking, and proud. His determination and practicality had been exactly what she needed to make her decision, and now, as they shared this quiet moment together, she realized how well their strengths complemented each other. As the weeks passed, May's career began to take shape. She found clients who appreciated her unique approach, who understood the way she blended creativity with emotion. She had no illusions that it would always be easy, but she now understood that her true success didn't lie in a conventional path, it lay in finding the work that resonated with her soul. The rabbit was never meant to run the race. It was meant to find its own pace, its own rhythm, and in doing so, it could create something truly special. May looked up from her desk one evening, the glow of her computer screen lighting up her face. She had finally found her place, a path that was uniquely hers. And for the first time, she felt truly successful. The sun had just begun to dip below the horizon, casting a warm, golden glow across the small village. Hua sat by the window, her hands gently wrapped around a steaming cup of herbal tea, the scent of ginger and chrysanthemum rising into the air. She had always been drawn to the quiet moments, the ones that made the world feel a little softer. Her grandmother's voice echoed in her mind as she stared out at the setting sun. "Your body, my child, is a garden. The stars tell you how to tend to it, how to nourish it. You must listen carefully to the signs." Hua had heard these words countless times, but tonight they felt heavier, more urgent. She had been feeling off lately, tired, restless, a quiet ache that seemed to settle deep inside her. It wasn't the kind of pain that could be cured by a pill or a quick fix. No, this was different. This was a call for balance, a reminder that her body was trying to tell her something. Her grandmother had always spoken of the wisdom of traditional Chinese medicine, how the harmony of the 5 elements, wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, could bring peace to the body and mind. Each of the 12 zodiac animals had its own unique energy, and the key to health lay in understanding how to work with that energy, rather than against it. Hua leaned back in her chair, letting the warmth of the tea seep into her body. She was born in the year of the snake, a sign known for its sharp mind and mysterious nature. But lately, she had felt disconnected, as though the fire that usually burned so brightly within her had dimmed. She closed her eyes, recalling the advice her grandmother had given her when she was younger. "The snake is ruled by fire," her grandmother had said, "but it must be fed with rest and nourishment. Do not burn too bright, or you will lose your light." Hua's mind raced with the thoughts of her busy life, long days spent working in the city, pushing through deadlines and demands. She had neglected the very thing her body needed most, rest. Her fire had been burning too brightly, and now, it seemed to be flickering. But how could she slow down when the world demanded so much? She took another sip of tea, letting the calming warmth fill her senses. There was something comforting in the idea of balance, of knowing that she didn't have to fight against herself, but rather, align with the natural rhythms of the universe. As the snake, Hua needed to nourish her inner fire without letting it consume her. Hua's thoughts drifted to her friend Lian, who was born in the year of the tiger. Lian was always full of energy, charging through life with a confidence and strength that was unmatched. The tiger was a creature of action, ruled by the wood element, always seeking new challenges, new adventures. But Lian's boundless energy sometimes led to exhaustion. Hua had noticed this more in recent months. Lian seemed to be constantly on the move, never slowing down, always pushing ahead. She had once told Hua how she had been battling frequent headaches and muscle tension, her body rebelling against the constant pace. Hua had gently reminded her, the tiger is full of energy, but it needs to rest and stretch its limbs. If you do not honor your body, it will show you the cost. Lian had laughed it off, but Hua knew her words had struck a chord. The tiger's need for balance was not always easy to honor. Lian's wood element thrived on growth, but that growth could easily turn into overwork without the grounding presence of earth. Then there was her cousin Wei, born in the year of the ox. Wei had always been steady, reliable, like the earth itself. But lately, Hua had noticed that Wei was becoming increasingly stressed, his usual calm demeanor giving way to moments of frustration. The ox, ruled by earth, needed stability. But Wei had been pushing himself too hard, trying to meet everyone's expectations, and his body was showing signs of wear. His digestion had been off, and he had been suffering from frequent colds and fatigue. Hua knew that the earth element, when overburdened, could lead to stagnation, and that stagnation could manifest in physical ailments. She reached for her phone, searching for a traditional remedy that might help. It was said that the ox needed more time to nurture the body, slower, grounding practices to restore balance. Herbal teas, warm broths, and deep breathing exercises. The key was to avoid stress, to allow the earth to heal, and to give it time to return to its natural state. Hua's gaze shifted to her grandmother's old medicine cabinet, where the shelves were filled with dried herbs and remedies passed down through generations. There was so much wisdom in those tiny bottles, so much care in each concoction. Hua smiled softly, remembering how her grandmother would mix the herbs with delicate hands, her voice soft as she explained the purpose of each plant. For the snake, the fire needed to be balanced with cooling herbs like mint, chrysanthemum, and honeysuckle. These would soothe the body, bringing a gentle calm without extinguishing the warmth that fueled her spirit. For Lian, the tigers would need to be supported with grounding foods like sweet potatoes, carrots, and mushrooms. These would keep her energetic spirit from burning out too quickly. And for Wei, the ox's earth needed nurturing with nourishing broths and roots, foods that would stabilize his body and calm his overworked mind. As Hua thought about her friends and family, she realized that the answers were always there, quietly waiting to be discovered. Traditional Chinese medicine was not just about herbs or acupuncture, it was about understanding the balance of nature and aligning oneself with it. Each zodiac sign carried within it the blueprint for its own well-being, and when one learned to listen to their body's needs, true healing could begin. That night, as Hua finished her tea and prepared for bed, she felt a renewed sense of peace. She knew that the path to health wasn't about fighting her body's signals or forcing herself into a mold that didn't fit. It was about balance, about honoring her snake energy, nourishing it with the right foods, the right rest, and the right moments of stillness. Her grandmother had been right all along. The stars could guide her, but only if she was willing to listen. And as the moon rose high in the sky, Hua whispered a quiet thanks to the universe for showing her the way. The balance she had been searching for had always been within her reach. The house was quiet except for the gentle hum of the ceiling fan and the soft rustling of leaves outside the window. Mei sat on the edge of her bed, a quiet, thoughtful expression on her face. The room was bathed in the pale light of the early morning, and her thoughts were clouded with a mixture of love and uncertainty. She glanced at the two small faces in the crib across the room. Her twins, Yifan and Lian, slept soundly, their tiny bodies rising and falling with each gentle breath. The bond they shared was clear, even in the silence of sleep, two souls connected, yet so different in their own unique ways. As a mother, Mei had always felt a deep sense of responsibility to guide her children, to help them grow into strong, compassionate individuals. But the more she observed them, the more she realized that parenting was not simply about teaching them right from wrong. It was about understanding their unique natures, their individual paths, and how best to nurture them along the way. Yifun, the older of the two by just a few minutes, was born in the year of the rabbit. She had always been a gentle soul, calm and thoughtful. She would sit for hours, watching the world around her with wide eyes, never rushing through life. May often marveled at how naturally Yifun gravitated toward peace and harmony. Her movements were slow and deliberate, and even at such a young age, she had an innate understanding of the importance of balance. May could see it when they went to the park. Yifun was always the first to approach the other children, but she did so cautiously, almost as if she were reading the energy of the group before deciding whether to join in. May had read once that the rabbit, and the zodiac, represented peace, sensitivity, and empathy. It made perfect sense to her. Yifun needed gentle encouragement, the kind that didn't push her too far beyond her comfort zone, but also allowed her the freedom to explore and grow at her own pace. Lian, on the other hand, was a whirlwind of energy and enthusiasm. Born in the year of the tiger, she seemed to have been born with an unquenchable thirst for adventure. From the moment she learned to walk, Lian had been unstoppable. She ran, jumped, climbed, and threw herself into every activity with a fierce determination that sometimes made May's heart race with worry. Lian's spirit was untamed, and she didn't like to be held back. May could already see the fiery independence that the tiger represented. But Lian's boundless energy often led to frustration. When things didn't go the way she expected, she could quickly become upset, and her emotions were just as wild as her movements. May could see that Lian needed firm but understanding guidance, someone to help her channel that raw energy in a productive way, while also teaching her the value of patience and perseverance. It was then that May realized that the zodiac signs didn't just influence who her children were, they shaped how she would raise them. Understanding the essence of each sign gave her the insight she needed to provide them with the right kind of support. It was the difference between forcing them to fit into a mold and allowing them to flourish in their own unique ways. Yifun, with her rabbit-like gentleness, needed a softer approach. May didn't have to worry about her daughter's ability to feel the weight of the world. Yifun's sensitivity was her strength, but May knew that it could also be a vulnerability. She needed to protect her daughter from too much harshness and help her understand that sometimes the world could be a safe place if she let it be. In moments of difficulty, Yifun didn't need a lecture. She needed May to be there, quietly listening, offering comfort without overwhelming her. Lian, though, needed a different kind of care. May had to teach her to focus that energy, to channel her fiery tiger spirit in ways that would serve her in the long run. There was no room for hesitation or passivity with Lian. She needed challenges, she needed direction, but most of all, she needed someone who understood her drive to fight for what she wanted. At times, May had to remind herself to be patient with Lian's intensity, knowing that behind every outburst was a child striving to find her place in the world. Parenting wasn't just about the love May had for her children, it was about understanding who they were at their core and adjusting her approach accordingly. The rabbit and the tiger were so different, yet they were both her children. May had learned from her grandmother that every family had its own rhythm, and within that rhythm, each member had their own song to sing. Her job as a mother was to help her children find their voice, even if that voice was sometimes loud and chaotic, or soft and hesitant. There were times when the differences between Yifun and Lian led to conflict. Yifun would retreat into herself, too overwhelmed by Lian's relentless energy, while Lian would grow frustrated with Yifun's reluctance to jump into action. May had to navigate these moments with care. She would take a deep breath and remind herself that the key to raising her children was not to eliminate the differences, but to help them understand each other. One day, when Yifun had been particularly quiet, withdrawn from a group activity, Lian had noticed and demanded to know why her sister wasn't playing. May saw the tension building, the tiger's impatience clashing with the rabbit's need for space. She moved quickly, placing herself between them. Lian, she said softly, sometimes Yifun needs quiet. It doesn't mean she doesn't want to play with you. She's just listening to her own thoughts right now. Lian's face scrunched in confusion. But we always play together. May smiled gently. Yes, you do. And sometimes, that's the way things work. But you'll find that being with others isn't always about doing the same thing, it's about understanding what they need. Lian looked at her sister, and for a moment, May saw something change in her. The tiger's fiery spirit softened, and she sat beside Yifan, not demanding anything, just being there. Yifan, in turn, reached out to hold her sister's hand. It was a small moment, but it was the moment May had been waiting for, a moment of understanding between the two, a moment where the rabbit and the tiger found harmony, even in their differences. As May watched her children play together, her heart swelled with pride. It wasn't the loud, dramatic moments that shaped them, it was these quiet, tender ones, the moments where understanding blossomed and the family bond deepened. Parenting wasn't about forcing one's will onto a child, it was about learning to dance with them, understanding their rhythm, and helping them find their own way. The rain tapped gently against the window, a soothing rhythm that seemed to mirror the quiet reflections of the room. Jian sat at his desk, his hands resting on a faded sheet of paper. It was his grandmother's handwriting, a letter she had written to him long ago, filled with wisdom about life, change, and the zodiac animals that had fascinated their family for generations. The words on the page seemed to breathe, resonating with an understanding of cycles that Jian had only recently begun to grasp. He remembered the story she used to tell him when he was a child, about the rat and its cleverness. The rat, she would say, is the first of the 12. It teaches us about beginnings, about courage, ambition, and the power of a single decision to change everything. As a boy, Jian had laughed at the thought of something as small as a rat leading the zodiac. Yet now, as he looked back on his younger years, he saw himself in the rat's boldness. His childhood had been a time of discovery, a time when every step seemed to uncover a new adventure. It was a phase of life marked by curiosity, by leaps of faith, and by a certain fearlessness that only the young seem to possess. But beginnings are fleeting, and life, like the cycle of the zodiac, moves forward. Jian thought of his 20s, the time he had spent working tirelessly, building a career and chasing dreams with the same determination as the ox. The ox, he remembered, was known for its strength and persistence. Its steady, unyielding pace reflected those years when he had pushed through long nights and impossible challenges. He had worked until his hands were calloused and his heart ached from exhaustion, believing that hard work was the only way forward. In those moments, the ox had been his guide, showing him the value of patience and the rewards of perseverance. Yet even the strongest hearts can tire, and Jian recalled how his 30s brought the energy of the tiger into his life. The tiger, bold and unrelenting, had driven him to take risks he had never imagined before. Those years were a whirlwind, leaving a stable job to start his own business, falling in love, building a family. The tiger's fire had burned brightly within him, urging him to act with courage and passion. But that fire had also been difficult to control. There were times when it consumed him, leaving him questioning whether his relentless drive was leading him toward success or away from himself. Jian's thoughts shifted to the quieter years that followed, when the rabbit made its presence known. Those were the years of peace and reflection. His children had been born by then, and he found himself cherishing the small moments, a child's laughter, the softness of dawn, the feeling of his wife's hand in his as they watched their family grow. The rabbit's energy was gentle, a reminder to slow down and appreciate life's subtle beauties. It was a stark contrast to the tiger's roar, but it was what he had needed. Then came the dragon. Those years felt like a rebirth, a time when he found new strength and direction. Jian had always thought of the dragon as a creature of fantasy, but living its phase was anything but imaginary. It was a time of creative energy, of bold ideas and unexpected triumphs. He had poured himself into his community, leading projects that inspired change. The dragon's fire was transformative, reminding him that growth often came from embracing the extraordinary. The lanterns floated into the night sky, their warm light mingling with the stars. May watched them until they disappeared, feeling a sense of unity with the countless others who were also sending their wishes upward. It wasn't just her family celebrating, it was villages, cities, and countries. Millions of people were connected by the zodiac, by the traditions that honored it, and by the hope it brought into their lives. Months later, as the Dragon Boat Festival approached, May found herself drawn once again to the stories of the Zodiac. This festival, too, had its ties to the animals, though its origins lay in the tale of Chu Yuan, the poet who had sacrificed himself for his country. May helped prepare the zongzi, sticky rice wrapped in bamboo leaves, with her mother, the process reminding her of how these traditions kept the past alive. At the festival, the races began, and the sight of the dragon-headed boats slicing through the water filled her with awe. The rowers moved in perfect unison, their paddles cutting through the waves as though they were extensions of the same powerful being. The crowd's cheers were deafening, but May couldn't help but focus on the dragon's head, painted in vibrant gold and crimson. It was a reminder of the Zodiac's most mystical creature, the dragon, whose energy still pulsed in the world despite its fleeting year. Later that autumn, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, May looked up at the full moon as she bit into a sweet mooncake. This festival wasn't tied directly to the Zodiac, but it carried the same sense of wonder and connection. She thought of the stories her grandmother had told her about how the animals shaped not only the years, but also the cycles of life. The rabbit's association with the moon gave it a special place in this celebration, and May found herself gazing at the bright orb, imagining the rabbit's form etched into its surface. As the year unfolded, each festival brought its own traditions, each tied in some way to the Zodiac's influence. May began to notice how these celebrations wove together the past, present, and future, creating a tapestry of meaning that bound her family to their ancestors and to the countless others who honored the same cycles. When winter returned and the next Lunar New Year approached, May felt a sense of anticipation unlike any she had experienced before. She knew the traditions now, the cleaning, the feasting, the lanterns, but more than that, she understood their purpose. They were not just acts of celebration, they were acts of remembrance and renewal. Each one was a promise to honor the gifts of the year that had passed and to welcome the challenges and blessings of the year to come. Standing once more before the family altar, May bowed her head as her grandmother lit the incense. This time, it was May who spoke, her voice steady as she recited the virtues of the zodiac animal for the coming year. She felt a warmth in her chest as she spoke, a feeling that the 12 animals were more than symbols, they were companions, guiding her and her family through the ever-turning wheel of time. The brush hovered over the parchment, trembling slightly in the old man's hand. The tip was saturated with black ink, waiting to breathe life into the empty space before it. The room was silent except for the faint rustle of his robe and the crackle of a distant fire. In the corner, a small figure of a dragon carved from jade sat on a lacquered table, its coiled body gleaming faintly in the dim light. It seemed alive, watching him with unblinking eyes. He began with a single stroke, a bold, sweeping line that curved upward, its arc full of intent and motion. As his hand moved, the shape of a rat began to take form, its agile body perched atop a stalk of grain. The old man's lips curled into a smile as he added delicate details, tiny whiskers, a glimmer of intelligence in the painted eye. This was more than art. This was a story told in symbols and gestures, one that connected the physical world with the unseen forces of the zodiac. His grandson, no older than 10, crept into the room, his small footsteps muffled on the polished floor. He gasped softly when he saw the painting taking shape. The old man glanced at him with twinkling eyes and beckoned him closer. "Do you see this?" he asked, motioning to the rat. "It is clever, resourceful. The one who leads the zodiac animals." The boy nodded, his eyes wide. "But how do you make it look like it's alive, grandfather?" "Ah," the old man said, his brush pausing midair. "That is the magic of art. Every stroke carries the spirit of the animal. It is not just ink and paper. It is the essence of the zodiac." The boy's gaze shifted to the dragon figurine. "Is that why the dragon looks like it's moving, too?" The old man chuckled softly. "Exactly. The artist who carved that jade poured their heart into it. See how the scales shimmer, how the claws grip the stone. The dragon represents power and ambition, but it also brings rain to the fields. You can feel its presence, can't you?" The boy reached out hesitantly, his fingers grazing the cool surface of the jade. He felt a shiver run down his spine, as if the dragon's spirit had stirred within. The old man returned to his painting, adding the next zodiac animal, the ox. Its strong, sturdy form balanced the energy of the rat above it, its presence grounding and reassuring. He spoke as he worked, his voice weaving tales of the animals and their place in the world. Every zodiac animal has inspired artists for centuries, he said. The tiger, fierce and majestic, is often painted in bold strokes, its stripes etched with precision. The rabbit, so gentle and swift, is captured in delicate sculptures, each curve echoing its quiet strength. And the horse, oh, the horse! His voice swelled with emotion. Galloping across scrolls, its mane flowing like water, a symbol of freedom and vitality. The boy listened intently, imagining each creature in his mind's eye. He could see the tiger prowling through a dense forest, its golden eyes gleaming. He could feel the soft fur of the rabbit as it leapt gracefully over moonlit fields. The horse raced through his thoughts, its hooves pounding like thunder. The old man paused and gestured toward a folding screen adorned with embroidered silk. 12 panels depicted the zodiac animals, each stitched with threads of gold and silver. The monkey swung from a tree, its clever eyes sparkling with mischief. The rooster stood tall, its vibrant feathers catching the light. Every panel was alive with movement, as if the animals might leap out at any moment. This, the old man said, is the work of many hands, many lifetimes. Artists who devoted themselves to capturing the spirit of the zodiac. They used paint, stone, silk, and clay to tell their stories. The boy traced the outline of the embroidered snake with his finger. But why do people make so many things about the zodiac? He asked. Jian's hand rested on the paper as he recalled the snake's wisdom, a period in his life when introspection took center stage. After the fervor of the dragon, he had needed to look inward, to untangle the complexities of his thoughts and feelings. The snake was patient, guiding him through moments of doubt and uncertainty. It was during this phase that Jian learned to listen, to himself, to others, and to the quiet truths that often went unnoticed. The sound of the rain grew softer, and Jian's thoughts turned to the horse, whose spirit had carried him through his 50s. Those were years of movement, of staying active and finding joy in the journey. The horse had reminded him to embrace freedom, to celebrate his accomplishments while continuing to seek new horizons. He had traveled during those years, exploring places he had once only dreamed of. The horse's energy was a reminder that life didn't have to slow down with age, it could gallop forward with enthusiasm and wonder. In his 60s, Jian felt the presence of the goat, a time when compassion and kindness guided his actions. Those years were filled with community service, with teaching and mentoring younger generations. The goat's gentle nature resonated deeply within him, encouraging him to give back to the world that had given him so much. It was a phase of life that taught him the value of connection, of creating a legacy not through wealth or fame, but through acts of love and understanding. The monkey followed, bringing a spark of mischief and creativity to his 70s. Jian chuckled as he thought of the bold ideas and playful moments that had defined those years. The monkey had taught him to approach life with a sense of humor, to find joy even in the smallest of things. It was a phase that reminded him that age was just a number and that curiosity and playfulness could remain alive no matter how many years passed. Jian's heart softened as he remembered the rooster's influence. Those years brought clarity, a sense of purpose that came from knowing oneself. The rooster's call was a wake-up, urging him to live with intention and honesty. He had spent those years sharing his wisdom with his grandchildren, helping them navigate their own beginnings. It was a time of pride, of seeing the seeds he had planted grow into something beautiful. Now, in his late 80s, Jian felt the calm of the dog. Loyalty and devotion had become his guiding principles, shaping his relationships with those he held dear. He had learned to treasure the bonds that had stood the test of time. The dog's steadfastness mirrored his own resolve to live each day with gratitude and integrity. And finally, the pig, a time of abundance and reflection. Jian's life was rich, not with material wealth, but with the love of his family, the memories of a life well lived, and the understanding of how each phase had shaped him. The pig's compassion and generosity were a fitting conclusion to his journey, a reminder that every stage of life had its own lessons, its own growth, and its own beauty. As Jian folded the letter and placed it back in the drawer, he felt a deep sense of peace. The rain had stopped, and sunlight began to peek through the clouds. Each zodiac animal had walked with him through the cycles of his life, teaching him, guiding him, and helping him grow. Their stories were not just tales of mythical creatures, they were reflections of his own transformation, his own becoming. The air was alive with the crackle of fireworks and the aroma of steamed buns and sweet rice cakes. Children ran through the narrow streets, their laughter mingling with the rhythmic beats of drums. Red lanterns hung in rows overhead, their warm glow casting a magical hue on everything below. It was the eve of the Lunar New Year, and May stood at her family's doorstep, her heart racing with anticipation. She held a red envelope in her hand, the delicate gold patterns shimmering in the light. Tonight was more than a celebration, it was a beginning, a tribute, and a connection to something ancient and powerful. May's grandmother, her silver hair pinned neatly beneath a jade comb, called her inside. The table was already laden with dishes, each one carefully chosen to honor the traditions of the zodiac. There was fish for abundance, dumplings shaped like golden ingots for wealth, and a tray of 8 sweet delights for luck. May knew that every bite carried meaning, and as she looked around the room, she felt the weight of the moment settle over her. Tonight, they would honor not only the new year, but also the animal that would reign over it. The family gathered, their voices low and reverent as grandmother lit the incense and bowed to the family altar. May's eyes were drawn to the small figurines of the 12 zodiac animals arranged in a perfect circle. Each one seemed to watch her, their forms shimmering as though alive. Grandmother began to speak, her voice steady and filled with the kind of wisdom that only comes from living through many cycles of the zodiac. This year, grandmother said, belongs to the rabbit. It is a time of grace, of nurturing, and of patience. May listened intently, her thoughts drifting to the stories she had grown up with, tales of each animal's strengths and how they influenced the world. The rabbit's gentleness would guide them, she thought, reminding everyone to approach life with care and kindness. Later that night, as the lion dance began in the square, May felt the thrum of the drums reverberate through her chest. The performers moved with a precision that seemed almost otherworldly, their brightly colored costumes bringing the mythical lion to life. The crowd cheered, but May's focus was on the lion's eyes, which seemed to pierce through the crowd and hold her gaze. It felt as if the lion knew her, as if it saw the hopes and fears she carried into the new year. The next morning, May joined her cousins in the ancient tradition of cleaning the house. Every corner was swept, every surface polished, as they worked to brush away the old year's misfortunes and make space for blessings. Her aunt tied red ribbons around the doorknobs, and her uncle hung spring couplets with calligraphy that spoke of prosperity and happiness. The house transformed, becoming a symbol of renewal and hope. When the family gathered again for the Lantern Festival at the end of the celebrations, May's heart swelled with pride and belonging. She held a small lantern in her hands, its paper sides painted with delicate images of rabbits hopping through clouds. As she lit the candle inside, the soft glow illuminated her face, and she whispered a wish. She didn't share it with anyone, but in her heart, she felt the rabbit listening. The old man set down his brush and turned to face him fully. "Because the zodiac is part of who we are," he said, his voice gentle but firm. "It guides us, protects us. By creating art, we honor the animals and the wisdom they bring. And in turn, they become part of our lives." That evening, as the lanterns were lit and the family gathered for dinner, the boy couldn't stop thinking about the animals. He saw them everywhere, the pig carved into the family's porcelain dishes, the dragon painted on a vase in the hallway, the sheep woven into a tapestry above the hearth. Each one seemed to hold a secret, a story waiting to be told. After dinner, the boy sneaked back to the old man's study. He picked up a brush and hesitated for a moment, unsure where to begin. Then he thought of the tiger, its fierce gaze and powerful stripes. With a trembling hand, he made his first stroke. It was uneven, a little shaky, but it was a beginning. He worked slowly, each line bringing the tiger closer to life. When the old man found him, the boy looked up nervously. "I wanted to try," he said quietly. The old man studied the painting for a moment before smiling. "You've captured its spirit," he said. "It takes courage to bring a tiger to life." Encouraged, the boy continued, adding more details. The tiger's muscles rippled with strength, its eyes gleamed with determination. By the time he set down the brush, the boy felt a strange mix of exhaustion and pride. He had created something that felt real, something that carried a piece of him within it. The old man placed a hand on his shoulder. "This is how it begins," he said. "With each stroke, you become part of a tradition that stretches back through the ages. And one day, someone will look at your work and feel the same connection." The boy nodded, understanding in his heart what words could not fully explain. The art was more than a picture or a sculpture, it was a bridge between the animals and the people who honored them. It was a way to bring the zodiac to life, to feel its power and wisdom in every brushstroke, every carved line, every shimmering thread. The next morning, as sunlight streamed through the window, the boy returned to the study. He gazed at the tiger he had painted and felt a spark of something new, an understanding of why the zodiac had inspired so many artists before him. It wasn't just about creating beauty. It was about capturing the spirit of the animals, their energy and wisdom, and sharing it with the world. The room was dimly lit, a soft golden glow emanating from a lantern hanging in the corner. On a polished wooden table lay a worn, silk-lined box filled with small, smooth coins etched with strange symbols. Beside it was a scroll, its edges frayed with time, covered in delicate brushstrokes that formed a map of stars and animals. An elderly woman sat cross-legged on a cushion, her hand steady and her gaze intense. Across from her, a young woman, her face a mixture of curiosity and apprehension, waited in silence. The elderly woman picked up a coin and turned it between her fingers, its weight familiar, its meaning profound. "You came for guidance," she said softly, her voice carrying the weight of generations. "The stars and the animals, they hold answers. But they will not tell you what you want to hear. They will tell you what you need to know." The young woman swallowed hard. "I want to understand my path. My future. Am I making the right choices?" The elderly woman nodded and began to toss the coins onto the table. They landed with a series of soft clinks, forming a pattern that she studied carefully. Her eyes traced the lines of the symbols, her lips moving slightly as if whispering to the unseen forces around her. Finally, she looked up. "The year of the tiger governs your birth," she said. "Bold, fearless, and independent. But the stars align you with the snake this year, creating a tension between action and caution. You are caught between your instinct to leap and the wisdom to wait." The young woman's breath hitched, the word striking a chord deep within her. She thought of the choices she had faced recently, a career opportunity in a distant city, a relationship growing fragile under the weight of unspoken fears. She nodded, tears glistening in her eyes. "That's exactly how I feel." The elderly woman placed her hands gently on the scroll. The zodiac animals guide not just individuals, but also spaces. Let us see what your home speaks of your energy. With deliberate care, she unfolded another scroll, revealing a chart marked with the cardinal directions and the 5 elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. She explained how the positioning of objects in a home could invite or block the flow of fortune. "The ox and the rooster favor stability," she said, pointing to the earth quadrant. "Place something solid here, a stone, a statue. It will ground your tiger spirit when it becomes restless." The young woman wiped her eyes and listened intently. She imagined her home, its corners filled with plants, books, and forgotten clutter. "And the snake?" she asked. The elderly woman smiled. "Water for the snake. A fountain or a mirror. It reflects not just light but your choices. It reminds you to look inward before you act." As the conversation unfolded, the elderly woman explained the use of the zodiac animals in fortune-telling, weaving tales of ancient emperors and humble farmers who had turned to the stars for guidance. She described how the monkey's cleverness had warned a village of an impending drought, how the rabbit's sensitivity had helped a family mend broken bonds, and how the steadfast ox had guided a traveler safely home through a storm. The young woman felt a chill as the stories washed over her, their truths timeless and universal. She could see herself in each one, her struggles mirrored in the lessons of the animals. "But how do they know?" she whispered, her voice tinged with awe. "The stars speak to them," the elderly woman replied, her tone reverent. "And they speak to us. Through divination, through feng shui, through the rhythm of the earth and sky. They are not separate from us. They are within us." The coins were gathered again, their metallic glint catching the light. This time, the elderly woman scattered them with a flick of her wrist, letting them fall in a new pattern. Her brow furrowed slightly as she interpreted their meaning. "There is a shadow on your path," she said after a moment. "A choice you fear to make, one that could change everything." The young woman's heart pounded. She thought of the job offer, the uncertainty it carried. "But how do I know what's right?" she asked, her voice breaking. The elderly woman leaned closer, her gaze piercing. "The tiger does not ask what is right. It leaps and trusts its strength. The snake waits, sensing the air, trusting its intuition. Both are within you. You must decide which voice to follow." Silence settled over the room, heavy yet charged with possibility. The young woman stared at the coins, their symbols suddenly alive with meaning. She thought of the years ahead, the life she wanted to build, the fears that held her back. The animals seemed to watch her, their spirits hovering just beyond the edge of sight. The elderly woman began to chant softly, her voice a melodic thread that wove through the room. She moved the coins into new arrangements, drawing patterns that seemed to pulse with energy. The young woman closed her eyes, letting the rhythm of the chant seep into her soul. She felt the tiger's roar, the snake's hiss, the steady heartbeat of the ox. And within it all, she felt herself, uncertain but alive, standing on the cusp of transformation. When she opened her eyes, the elderly woman was smiling gently. "The animals have shown you their wisdom," she said. "But the choice is yours to make. The stars light the way, but you must walk the path." The young woman nodded, her heart steady now. She stood and bowed deeply, her gratitude spilling over in unspoken words. As she stepped out into the night, the cool air wrapped around her like an embrace. Above, the stars glittered, each one a silent witness to her story. She felt the tiger within her, bold and fierce. She felt the snake, quiet and wise. And she knew, no matter what, she would find her way. The scent of sizzling oil mingled with the earthy aroma of ginger and garlic, filling the small kitchen with an intoxicating warmth. May stood over a bubbling pot, her hands deftly moving between the ingredients laid out on the counter. Beside her, her grandmother sat peeling lotus roots, her movements slow but steady, a quiet wisdom in every flick of her wrist. "Do you know why we make dumplings shaped like gold ingots during the year of the rat?" her grandmother asked, her voice soft but deliberate. May shook her head, intrigued. She had never thought much about the significance of the food they prepared each year, only that it tasted like comfort, like home. "The rat is clever," her grandmother continued. "It reminds us to be resourceful, to gather wealth and keep it close. These dumplings are not just food, they are a wish for prosperity." May paused, her chopsticks hovering over the pot, her mind suddenly alive with curiosity. She glanced at the dish her grandmother was working on, braised lotus roots stuffed with glutinous rice. "And this?" she asked. Her grandmother chuckled, a sound like dry leaves rustling. "This is for the ox. Strong, patient, and grounded. The lotus root grows deep in the mud, but it blooms so beautifully. It teaches us to endure, to rise above challenges." May felt a shiver run through her. She looked at the dishes around her with new eyes, seeing not just flavors and textures, but stories and symbols woven into each bite. She thought back to the feasts they had shared during past celebrations, the plates laden with steamed fish, crispy duck, and sweet rice cakes. Each dish had carried a meaning, a message, a blessing for the year ahead. Her grandmother's voice broke through her thoughts. "The tiger prefers bold flavors. Spicy, strong, unforgettable. When your father was born in the year of the tiger, we made dishes with chili and ginger to honor his spirit. She smiled wistfully, her hands never stopping. Your mother, born under the rabbit, needed softer, sweeter foods. Soup dumplings, silky tofu, dishes that comfort and nurture. May felt her chest tighten. It was as though the zodiac animals had been whispering to her family through their meals all along, shaping their traditions, guiding their hands. She thought of the crispy spring rolls she loved as a child, their delicate wrappers hiding bursts of flavor. And the dragon? She asked. Ah, the dragon, her grandmother said, her eyes glinting with mischief. The dragon demands a feast worthy of its power. Whole roasted meats, dishes that shine with richness and strength. It's not just food, it's a celebration of life itself. May felt a pang of wonder and reverence as she imagined the dragon's table, gleaming with vibrant dishes and overflowing with abundance. She could see the connection between the animal's fierce energy and the boldness of the flavors, the opulence of the presentation. It wasn't just cooking, it was storytelling. Her grandmother set down the lotus root and reached for a bundle of scallions. The snake is different, she said, her tone quieter now. It seeks balance, subtlety. Dishes that soothe the soul, like herbal soups and delicately steamed fish. It reminds us to pause, to reflect. May nodded, her thoughts wandering to the intricate herbal soup her grandmother always prepared during cold winters. She had never thought to ask why it was always on the table during the year of the snake. Now, it seemed so obvious, so meaningful. The clinking of pots and the rhythmic chopping of vegetables filled the air as the two women worked in tandem. May's fingers moved instinctively, folding dumplings with practiced ease, but her heart felt lighter, fuller. She wanted to ask about every dish, every animal, to unearth the meanings hidden in their family's recipes. What about the horse? She asked, her voice tinged with curiosity. Her grandmother smiled, a hint of pride in her expression. The horse craves freedom. Stir-fried dishes with vibrant vegetables, nothing too heavy or restrained. It's about movement, energy. Quick, fresh, and full of life. May imagined the sizzling wok, flames licking its sides as her grandmother tossed together crisp bell peppers, tender beef, and fragrant spices. She could almost taste the vitality in each bite, the way it seemed to echo the horse's untamed spirit. And the goat? May pressed on, eager now. The goat is gentle, creative, her grandmother replied. Soft, nourishing dishes like creamy congee or almond tofu. Foods that comfort and inspire. May's heart swelled with affection. She thought of the bowls of congee her grandmother had made whenever she was sick, the way they seemed to carry not just warmth, but a kind of quiet strength. As the evening wore on, the kitchen transformed into a tapestry of smells and colors. Plates began to fill the table, each one a tribute to an animal, a story of its traits and lessons. May felt as though she were standing at the crossroads of tradition and meaning, her hands creating not just food but connections to something far greater than herself. Her grandmother's voice grew softer as she spoke of the rooster, the dog, the pig, weaving tales of diligence, loyalty, and abundance. May listened, enraptured, her soul stirred by the depth of wisdom in each word. She thought of the feasts yet to come, the generations yet to sit around this table, and the legacy they would inherit. As they finished the final dish, a steamed fish with ginger and scallions, symbolizing the snake's harmony and the dragon's vitality, May stepped back, her heart brimming with pride and wonder. The table before her was not just a meal, it was a celebration of life, of family, of the animals that guided them. Her grandmother placed a hand on her shoulder, her touch light but steady. Food is more than nourishment, she said. It is a way to honor the animals, to carry their wisdom into our lives. When we eat, we are not just filling our stomachs. We are connecting to something timeless. May swallowed the lump in her throat and nodded. She felt the weight of her grandmother's words settle in her heart, their truth undeniable. And as they carried the dishes to the table, ready to share them with the rest of the family, May knew she would never look at food the same way again. It was not just a meal, it was a bridge between worlds, a story told in flavors and textures, a gift from the Zodiac itself. The soft chime of wind bells swayed in the breeze, filling the courtyard with a tranquil melody. Under the shade of an ancient tree, Hannah sat cross-legged, her sketchbook open, a pencil poised mid-air. Her eyes were fixed on the intricate carvings of the shrine in front of her, where 12 animals spiraled around a central figure, each one frozen in a silent story. Her grandmother's voice stirred the air. "Do you see how the rat stands at the center in Japanese traditions, just as it does in Chinese lore?" she asked, her words carrying both a question and an answer. Hannah tilted her head, suddenly noticing the subtle shift in the rat's posture. It wasn't just cleverness, it was leadership, a spark of bravery. "Why does it look different?" Hannah asked, her voice filled with wonder. "In Japan," her grandmother said, settling beside her, "the zodiac whispers its own message. The rat here isn't just clever, it symbolizes endurance through hardship, like a lantern in the dark." Her grandmother paused, a wistful smile on her lips. "The animals cross borders, but they change as they meet new lands, much like people." Hannah traced the lines of the tiger next, its powerful stance both familiar and foreign. "And the tiger?" Her grandmother nodded. "Korea treasures the tiger too. There, it's a guardian, a protector of homes and forests, standing between humans and the wild. The tiger roars not just with courage but with the spirit of harmony." Hannah's breath hitched. She could almost hear the phantom growl, see the tiger prowling along a misty Korean mountainside, its presence both a warning and a blessing. The idea wrapped itself around her heart, filling her chest with an unexplainable weight. As the afternoon stretched, they walked through the streets of their small village, where Vietnamese lanterns swayed overhead in the colors of dusk. Vendors lined the narrow pathways, their voices rising in unison, and Hannah's attention was drawn to a wooden carving of a cat. She pointed. "But there's no cat in the Chinese Zodiac," she said, confusion tugging at her tone. Her grandmother chuckled, the sound warm and full of memory. "In Vietnam, there is. They say the cat replaced the rabbit, slipping into the cycle with its quiet grace. For the Vietnamese, the cat speaks to a serene wisdom, a softer strength. It watches, listens, and teaches us patience." Hannah leaned closer to the carving, studying the curve of its tail, the calm yet piercing gaze of its eyes. She could almost hear the echoes of its lessons, like a silent guardian observing from the shadows. Their steps led them further to a small gathering near a temple. Incense smoke curled into the sky, carrying prayers and wishes. A group of children danced in masks of the dragon, their movements fluid and fiery. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Hannah's grandmother gestured toward the celebration. "Here, the dragon stretches its claws across many lands," she said. "In China, it brings power and authority. In Korea, it brings rain and fertility, guiding the farmers. And in Vietnam, it is life itself, rising from rivers and mountains to shape the land." Hannah's chest tightened as she watched the children leap and spin, their laughter weaving with the drumbeats. The dragon wasn't just a symbol, it was alive in their movements, in the way they honored it, celebrated it. Later that evening, Hannah sat by the fireplace, a notebook in her lap, her thoughts buzzing like fireflies. Her grandmother handed her a steaming cup of tea and sat beside her, the flames casting shadows on her face. "Tell me what you've learned today," her grandmother said, her voice a quiet invitation. Hannah hesitated, her fingers tracing the notebook's edge. "The animals, they're not just the same everywhere. They're transformed. Like how the dog is loyalty everywhere, but in Japan, it's the companion of the gods, a spiritual guide." Her grandmother smiled. "And what else?" Hannah's voice grew steadier. "The goat isn't just gentle. In Korean traditions, it represents sacrifice, giving itself for the family and community. It's not just soft, it's strong in its own way. And how does that make you feel?" Hannah paused, her gaze drawn to the flickering fire. "Like they're alive. Like they've been walking alongside us all this time, teaching us in ways we didn't see." Her grandmother reached out, placing a hand over Hannah's. "They are. These animals, they hold mirrors to who we are, to what we value. In every culture, they show us something different, something we need to learn." Hannah felt tears prick her eyes, an overwhelming sense of connection washing over her. She thought of the rabbit's quiet endurance, the horse's unyielding energy, the pig's abundant generosity. She thought of how these lessons had crossed oceans and mountains, adapting to new lands, new people, but never losing their essence. "Does the zodiac connect us all?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Her grandmother didn't answer immediately. She gazed into the fire, her expression thoughtful. "It connects us," she said at last, "not just to each other, but to the world around us. To the seasons, the elements, the cycles of life. It reminds us that no matter how far apart we are all part of the same story." Hannah felt a lump in her throat, her heart brimming with both awe and gratitude. She knew she would carry these stories with her, these symbols and meanings that had shaped not just her family, but entire cultures. And as the fire crackled, painting the room with warmth, she felt a quiet determination grow within her, to honor these animals, these stories, and the wisdom they carried. The theater was dimly lit, the air buzzing with anticipation as the first scenes flickered onto the massive screen. Leo sat in the back row, a bucket of popcorn untouched in his lap, his eyes glued to the unfolding drama. The protagonist, a nimble and clever character, outwitted their enemies with charm and resourcefulness. Leo couldn't help but grin. It was the rat, subtly reimagined, of course, but unmistakable in its essence. He wasn't the only one who noticed. A soft murmur swept through the audience as the story progressed, the whispers growing louder during a pivotal moment when the tiger, majestic and fierce, emerged on the screen. The character's commanding presence filled the room, their every move exuding raw power. For a moment, Leo swore he could hear the heartbeat of the crowd syncing with the pulse of the drama. Later that night, scrolling through fan forums on his phone, he noticed a flood of comments dissecting the film. The ox's loyalty was so moving, one post read, while another declared, "The dragon stole every scene." Pure magic. Leo leaned back in his chair, a smile tugging at his lips. It wasn't just him. The Zodiac had captured the world's imagination again, as it always did. The next morning, a book lay open on his desk, its cover adorned with intricate illustrations of zodiac animals intertwined with modern cityscapes. It was a bestseller, a fantasy epic where the rabbit, snake, and monkey played central roles in a sprawling adventure. Leo's sister, Emma, sat across from him, her nose buried in her own copy. "They made the goat such a surprising hero," she said, her voice tinged with excitement. "Usually, you think soft and gentle, but here, they're fearless in a way that's quiet. Subtle. It's brilliant." Leo nodded, flipping through the pages. "And the horse, they're all energy and drive, but there's this vulnerability underneath. Like they're running, but from what?" The two siblings shared a glance, their thoughts aligned. These weren't just animals anymore, they were characters, reflections of humanity's deepest fears, dreams, and contradictions. A notification lit up Leo's phone, pulling him into a different world. It was a trailer for an upcoming video game, its vibrant graphics showcasing a futuristic landscape where players could align themselves with zodiac factions. Each group had unique powers tied to their animal's traits, the stealth of the snake, the boldness of the rooster, the balance of the dog. The tagline flashed across the screen, "Choose your destiny. Unleash your zodiac." Leo couldn't help but marvel at how seamlessly these ancient symbols had woven themselves into the fabric of pop culture. From animated films to viral memes, from Instagram filters to astrology apps that promise to decode your zodiac aura, it was everywhere. That evening, as he scrolled through social media, he stumbled upon an artist's digital exhibit. The post showcased vivid reimaginings of the zodiac animals, neon-lit cyberpunk tigers, ethereal watercolored rabbits, monkeys leaping through constellations. The comments section was a flurry of emotions. "This makes me feel seen as a snake," one user wrote. "Love how they've captured the pig's warmth. It's like a hug in art form," another chimed in. Leo tapped on the artist's profile and saw their bio, bringing ancient wisdom into modern worlds. He followed without hesitation. But it wasn't just art and fiction. One day, during a casual conversation with friends, the topic of their favorite TV shows came up. Alex, always the enthusiast, couldn't stop raving about a sci-fi series where a futuristic society was organized by Zodiac-inspired virtues. The Rooster faction? They're the tech geniuses. Always alert, always precise, Alex explained, gesturing wildly. And the snake? Spies. Smooth and unpredictable. I mean, you can't trust them, but they're so fascinating. Leo laughed, but his mind drifted to something deeper. These stories weren't just entertainment, they were a mirror. The Zodiac had become a language, a way for people to understand themselves and each other. It translated across cultures, generations, and now, even genres. One afternoon, while wandering through a local comic shop, Leo stumbled upon an anthology dedicated to reimagining the Zodiac in different time periods and settings. There was a story about a rat navigating the chaos of a dystopian future, a tale of the ox in a Wild West showdown, and a haunting narrative of a snake in a Gothic mansion. Each story was wildly different, yet they all resonated with a shared heartbeat, a connection to something timeless. As the years passed, Leo began to notice the Zodiac in places he never expected. A musical based on the 12 Animals swept through Broadway, earning standing ovations and accolades. A fashion line drew inspiration from the elements tied to the signs, blending metal, water, wood, fire, and earth into breathtaking designs. Even tech giants joined in, releasing AI personalities modeled after Zodiac traits, playful monkeys, serious oxen, enigmatic dragons. One night, Leo found himself at a virtual reality event where attendees could enter the Zodiac. He slipped on the headset and was instantly transported to a world where the 12 animals roamed as mythic beings, their essence manifesting in landscapes and challenges. He stood before the towering dragon, its scales shimmering like liquid fire, and felt both awe and humility. Later, the gentle goat guided him through a serene mountain pass, its presence a balm to his restless mind. When the headset came off, Leo blinked back tears. He realized the Zodiac wasn't just entertainment. It was a bridge, a way to connect with something ancient and enduring, yet infinitely adaptable. As he walked home under a star-filled sky, he thought about how the Zodiac had shaped not just stories, but people's lives. It was there in the films that made them cry, the games that made them cheer, the art that made them dream. It was a reminder of the power of symbols, the way they could evolve and yet stay true to their core. And as the moon rose high, casting its silver glow over the city, Leo whispered a silent thank you to the animals, the stories, and the magic they brought to the modern world. The soft hum of conversation filled the small tea house as May sat across from her grandmother, the faint clinking of porcelain cups punctuating the air. The elder's hands, weathered but steady, held a red envelope adorned with golden characters. It was the eve of the Lunar New Year, and the envelope contained more than just tradition. Inside, there was guidance for the months ahead, a forecast rooted in the Zodiac. As the tea cooled, her grandmother unfolded a thin parchment and laid it gently on the table. Written in careful, deliberate strokes were the words that would shape the year for May, her family, and countless others who looked to the Zodiac for clarity. "This is the year of the rabbit," her grandmother began, her voice low but firm. Gentle, steady, but full of hidden currents. For some, it will bring peace. For others, it will demand patience. May leaned closer, her pulse quickening. She was a dragon, bold and fiery, and the rabbit's calm energy seemed almost foreign to her nature. What could it mean for someone like her? Her grandmother continued, detailing how each zodiac animal would fare in the coming year. For the rat, it was a time to sow seeds for future success, small actions building towards something monumental. The ox, steady and resilient, would see its patience rewarded, though challenges might test its resolve. May's mind wandered to her brother, an ox, and how this prediction seemed to echo his recent struggles at work. When the tiger was mentioned, May straightened in her chair. "The tiger must learn to listen this year," her grandmother said with a hint of amusement. "Its strength is undeniable, but even strength needs direction. This is a time to focus inward." May thought of her best friend, Lien, a tiger who always acted first and reflected later. She smiled at the thought of Lien trying to sit still long enough to listen to her own heart. The rabbit's year is one of subtlety, her grandmother continued, and the rabbit itself will thrive. It's a time to trust instincts, to navigate challenges with quiet confidence. May imagined her mother, a rabbit, moving through the year with her usual grace, her decisions flowing effortlessly like water over stones. When the dragon's turn came, May felt her chest tighten. Her grandmother paused, as if gathering the right words. "The dragon must temper its fire this year," she said, her eyes locking onto May's. "It's a time for reflection, not force. Let the rabbit's softness guide you, adapt, observe, and choose your battles wisely." May bit her lip. She had always thrived on action, her fiery nature propelling her forward. But now, she wondered what it would mean to pause, to trust in patience over power. As the snake's prediction was shared, May noted the delicate balance of its year, a time to shed old skin and embrace transformation. For the horse, it was a period of boundless energy, but one that required focus to avoid burnout. The goat's year was described as harmonious, filled with opportunities to nurture relationships and creativity. May thought of her cousin June, a goat whose art studio had just opened. She felt a surge of hope for his success. When the monkey's turn came, the forecast was playful yet pointed. "The monkey will face opportunities for mischief," her grandmother said with a chuckle, "but must remember that cleverness is not the same as wisdom. It's a year to balance fun with responsibility." May couldn't help but think of her little sister, always brimming with mischief. She laughed softly, imagining how her sister might navigate the coming months. For the rooster, it was a time of precision, a chance to put plans into action with meticulous care. The dog's year held themes of loyalty and perseverance, a reminder that its unwavering nature would be both a strength and a challenge. And finally, the pig. May's grandmother spoke with warmth about the pig's prediction, a year of joy and generosity, but also one where boundaries might need to be set. As the tea grew cold and the night deepened, May felt the weight of the predictions settle over her. They weren't just words on a page, they were threads weaving together the hopes, fears, and futures of those she loved. Months later, May found herself thinking back to that night as the year unfolded. Her brother, the ox, had found his rhythm at work, his patience paying off in unexpected ways. Lien, the tiger, had started meditating, a fact May teased her about endlessly, though she secretly admired her friend's newfound focus. For May, the dragon, the year had been a lesson in restraint. There were moments when her fiery spirit threatened to consume her, arguments at work, impulsive decisions she almost made. But each time, she remembered her grandmother's words, "Let the rabbit's softness guide you." One day, as she sat by the river near her home, watching its gentle flow, May felt something shift within her. The water's path wasn't always direct, but it always found its way. She smiled, realizing that maybe, just maybe, the rabbit's year had taught her the strength in stillness. When the year drew to a close, the predictions felt less like fate and more like a dance, each step guided, but never forced. And as the next zodiac animal prepared to take the stage, May couldn't help but wonder what lessons it would bring. The old fortune-teller's shop stood at the corner of a narrow alley, its faded red lantern casting a warm glow against the cobblestones. May hesitated at the door, clutching the small paper slip in her hand. Her grandmother had insisted she come, murmuring words about harmony, balance, and something that sent a chill down May's spine, fan tai sui. The term was unfamiliar, but the weight in her grandmother's voice made it impossible to ignore. Inside, the air was heavy with the scent of burning incense, curling and twisting like invisible threads of fate. The fortune-teller, an elderly man with silver hair and eyes that seemed to hold centuries of knowledge, beckoned her forward. "You are here to understand your year," he said, his voice smooth and steady. "Tell me, child, what is your sign?" "Dragon," she replied, her voice softer than she intended. He nodded, his expression grave but calm. "This year is not aligned with you. It is clashing." The word struck her like a sudden gust of wind. "Clashing? What does that mean?" The man began to explain, his tone a mixture of caution and reassurance. In our tradition, we recognize the power of the Grand Duke Jupiter, Tai Sui, who governs the energies of each year. When your sign is in conflict with the year's Tai Sui, life can feel unsteady. Obstacles appear where there were none, plans unravel, and even the strongest heart feels shaken. May's hands tightened around the slip of paper. She didn't want to believe it, but memories of the past few weeks rushed forward. Arguments at work, strained friendships, sleepless nights. It felt as though she'd been walking against a relentless wind, each step harder than the last. "Can it be changed?" she asked, her voice tinged with desperation. The fortune teller smiled gently. "Not changed. Balanced. Even in the most challenging years, there are auspicious times, moments when the tides shift in your favor. The key is to act wisely, to move with intention rather than haste." May's pulse steadied as he reached for a book, its pages worn and filled with intricate charts. He traced his finger along one, then looked up. "Your clashes will peak in the spring, but by the autumn, harmony will begin to return. You must be careful during the height of summer, especially with decisions about work or family." She nodded, feeling a strange mix of fear and hope. The man handed her a talisman, its red and gold threads shimmering in the dim light. "This will help," he said. "Carry it with you. It is not a shield, but a guide, a reminder that even in a clashing year, there is a path forward." Weeks turned into months, and May carried the talisman wherever she went. The spring brought its share of challenges. A project at work unraveled at the last moment, leaving her scrambling to repair the damage. A miscommunication with a close friend led to days of silence that felt heavier than any argument. Each time, she thought of the fortune teller's words. Instead of reacting with her usual fiery temper, she paused. She listened. She allowed herself to feel the weight of the moment without letting it consume her. By summer, the heat seemed to magnify everything, the good and the bad. Her patience was tested daily, and there were moments when she wanted to scream at the universe for placing her in a clashing year. But then, in the stillness of a late July evening, she found herself sitting by the river, the talisman in her hand. She thought about balance, about how even the most turbulent waters eventually found calm. Perhaps this year wasn't meant to break her, but to teach her a lesson she hadn't yet understood. As autumn arrived, the air cooled, and so did the chaos in her life. Projects at work began to flow smoothly. Her friendship, once strained, found new depth as both she and her friend apologized and forgave. By the end of the year, May stood in the same fortune teller's shop, her heart lighter than it had been in months. "You have grown," the man said, his eyes sparkling with approval. She nodded, a small smile on her lips. "It was a clashing year, but it didn't defeat me." He chuckled softly. "Fan Tai Sui is not a punishment, child. It is a reminder of your strength. Remember that in every difficult year, there are moments of light. And at every auspicious time, there are lessons to be learned." May left the shop that night, the talisman still in her pocket. It was no longer a symbol of fear or protection, but of resilience, a quiet reminder that even in the hardest of years, she had the power to find her way. The room was silent except for the rustle of old papers and the soft murmur of prayers. Mrs. Wang sat by the wooden table, her newborn son swaddled tightly in her arms. The air felt sacred, heavy with expectation. In front of her, an elderly man with a thin beard and kind eyes held an ink brush, his hand poised over a blank sheet of rice paper. His gaze shifted between the child, the calendar, and a thick almanac bound with yellow silk. "This name must carry his destiny," he said softly, dipping the brush into black ink. "The year is the tiger, and the hour of his birth belongs to the rabbit. Strength and gentleness must find balance in him." Mrs. Wang's heart quickened. She had heard stories of how names could shape a life, how every stroke of a character held meaning beyond its sound. Her own name, chosen during a dragging year, meant soaring clouds, a blessing for ambition and resilience. It had carried her through hardships, lifting her spirits in moments of doubt. The old man began to write, each stroke deliberate and graceful. He will carry the strength of the tiger, he said, his voice like a gentle drumbeat, but the rabbit will guide his interactions, bringing harmony and understanding. As the name took shape on the paper, Mrs. Wang felt tears prick her eyes. It was more than a word, it was a wish, a hope woven into the fabric of her child's future. The man completed the final stroke and held the paper up, revealing the characters. They glistened like wet ink before drying into permanence. It means resilient spring, he said. A strong foundation that blooms with gentleness. Mrs. Wang whispered the name aloud, and her son stirred, as if recognizing the gift he had been given. In the world of names, the zodiac plays a silent but powerful role. Parents look to the animals and elements of their child's birth year, seeking guidance in choosing characters that reflect both blessings and balance. Each sign carries its own virtues, its own lessons, and these are infused into the names bestowed upon the next generation. In another village, far from Mrs. Wang's quiet home, a craftsman named Li worked late into the night, carving intricate symbols into a wooden talisman. He was known for his artistry, but tonight's commission felt particularly meaningful. The client, a young couple expecting their first child, had requested a rooster, a symbol of vigilance and punctuality. Li smiled to himself as his chisel moved. The couple had chosen this symbol not just because their child would be born in the year of the rooster, but because they hoped the child would embody its traits: discipline, reliability, and clarity. As the rooster's feathers came to life under his hands, he thought of his own father's talisman, a dragon carved from jade. It had been a constant presence in their home, a reminder of courage and ambition. When the couple came to collect their talisman the next day, their faces lit up at the sight of the rooster. "We'll hang it above the baby's crib," the mother-to-be said, her voice filled with wonder, "so that he grows up with its strength." Symbols like these are woven into the fabric of daily life. They are not just decorative, they are infused with intention, each curve and line holding meaning. A tiger symbol carved into a doorframe might guard a home with its ferocity. A snake embroidered onto a robe could signify wisdom and transformation. Even businesses are not exempt from the zodiac's influence. In bustling cities and quiet towns alike, shop owners choose names that align with their aspirations. A bakery might bear the character for horse, symbolizing speed and vitality, while a tea house might choose the goat, a nod to peace and harmony. On a crisp autumn evening, Mei Lin, a young entrepreneur, stood outside her new cafe, gazing at the freshly painted sign. The name she had chosen was a combination of two characters, one for rabbit, to evoke warmth and gentleness, and one for pig, a symbol of abundance and generosity. She remembered the hours spent agonizing over the name, consulting with her parents and a respected elder in her neighborhood. "It's not just a name," her father had said, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "It's a promise to everyone who steps through your door." Now, as the sign caught the golden light of the setting sun, Mei Lin felt a surge of pride and hope. Customers began to trickle in, and she greeted each one with a smile, feeling the weight of the rabbit and pig guiding her every interaction. In homes, names are chosen with equal care, often with the help of masters who understand the intricate dance between astrology and language. When Ling's family welcomed her little brother into the world, they consulted a renowned astrologer who studied his birth chart with great focus. He was born in the hour of the horse, during the year of the dog, the astrologer said, tracing lines on a parchment. He will be loyal but restless, strong but needing guidance. His name should ground him. Ling watched as her parents discussed options late into the night, their voices low but filled with love. When they finally chose a name meaning steady mountain, Ling thought it was perfect. Years later, as she watched her brother grow, she saw how the name shaped him. His boundless energy was tempered by a quiet determination, and his loyalty to family and friends was unshakable. The name had become a part of him, as intrinsic as his laughter and his smile. In every corner of the world, names carry stories, and in Chinese culture, these stories are inextricably tied to the zodiac. They are whispers of hope, shouts of ambition, and prayers for a life well lived. They remind us that words are not just sounds, they are seeds planted in the fertile soil of destiny, growing and blooming as the years unfold. Back in Mrs. Wang's village, her son took his first steps, his name echoing softly in the background as she called him to her arms. And somewhere in a bustling city, a child slept beneath a rooster talisman, the soft glow of moonlight painting shadows on the walls. These moments, small yet profound, are the heartbeats of a tradition that has endured for centuries. They remind us that names and symbols are not mere decorations, but living, breathing parts of who we are. They are promises, gifts, and guardians, carrying us forward with every step we take. The sound of a gong echoed across the courtyard, sharp and commanding. Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty stood before his council, his robes flowing like rivers of silk. The room was tense. A campaign against the northern tribes loomed, and the fate of the empire teetered in the balance. At the emperor's side, an elderly astrologer held a bamboo scroll, his face solemn as he studied its intricate carvings. "The year of the dragon approaches," the astrologer said, his voice low but resonant. "It is a time of power and ambition, but also of great risk. Dragons rise high, but their fall can be just as steep." The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. Everyone knew the significance of the dragon, a creature revered for its strength and majesty, yet feared for its fiery unpredictability. The emperor's decision would align with the essence of the year, determining not just the outcome of the war, but the legacy of his reign. History remembers this campaign as a turning point, a moment when the zodiac intertwined with fate. The dragon's energy coursed through the empire, fueling bold strategies and courageous acts. Victory was achieved, and the Tang dynasty entered an era of unprecedented prosperity. Centuries earlier, during the Han dynasty, another ruler grappled with the wisdom of the zodiac. Emperor Wu, a man of great ambition, sought to expand his realm and cement his place in history. It was the year of the horse, a time associated with travel, exploration, and the pursuit of freedom. Advisors urged the emperor to harness the year's energy, to send emissaries beyond the Great Wall in search of alliances and knowledge. The Silk Road was born in those months, its path snaking across deserts and mountains like the horse galloping into the unknown. The Han dynasty thrived as trade flourished, its influence stretching far beyond China's borders. Yet the year was not without its trials. The same restless spirit that spurred progress also brought conflict and upheaval. The horse demanded vigilance, a constant balance between motion and stillness. During the tumultuous Three Kingdoms period, the zodiac appeared as both guide and omen. In the year of the rat, cunning and resourcefulness reigned supreme. It was a time of shifting alliances, where leaders like Zhuge Liang, the legendary strategist, used wit and foresight to navigate the chaos. Zhuge Liang famously relied on astrological readings to plan his military campaigns. One such moment occurred when he faced the overwhelming forces of Cao Wei. It was a snake year, known for its wisdom and adaptability. The strategist devised a daring plan, using deception to outmaneuver his enemy. Smoke curled into the sky as wooden oxen and flowing horses, disguised as supplies, confounded the opposing army. Zhuge Liang's victory that day was attributed not just to his brilliance, but to his deep understanding of the snake's sly nature. The zodiac's influence extended beyond the battlefield, shaping the lives of ordinary people during times of upheaval and renewal. In the Ming dynasty, the year of the rooster was marked by vigilance and awakening. Farmers rose before dawn, guided by the rooster's call, to tend their fields and rebuild their communities after years of drought. In the imperial court, the rooster inspired reforms. Officials were held to higher standards, their work scrutinized with the sharp eye of a bird searching for flaws. The rooster year demanded discipline and transparency, a call for the empire to rise and shine like the break of day. The zodiac's role in history wasn't always tied to triumph. During the Qing dynasty, the year of the dog brought loyalty and protection to the forefront. But it also revealed the pain of betrayal when foreign powers encroached on Chinese sovereignty. The Boxer Rebellion, fueled by patriotism and desperation, unfolded against this backdrop. Villages rallied under banners bearing the dog's image, a symbol of fierce guardianship. Yet the outcome was bittersweet, a reminder that even the most loyal heart can be tested in the face of overwhelming odds. In quieter times, the zodiac's influence flowed like an undercurrent, shaping cultural rituals and personal decisions. During the Song dynasty, the year of the goat emphasized peace and harmony. Artists and poets thrived, their works imbued with the goat's gentle spirit. Calligraphers created strokes as soft as mountain breezes, while architects designed temples that seemed to melt into the landscape. The goat whispered of unity, urging people to seek solace in beauty and connection. Even rebellions bore the mark of the zodiac. The Taiping Rebellion, one of the bloodiest uprisings in history, began during the year of the monkey. Its leader, Hong Xiuquan, was said to embody the monkey's ingenuity and audacity. But the monkey's energy, wild and unpredictable, also fueled chaos. The rebellion surged like a storm, its peaks and valleys mirroring the monkey's leaps and tumbles. In the end, the movement faltered, leaving behind a fractured landscape and lessons in the dangers of unchecked ambition. In modern times, the zodiac remains a thread connecting the past to the present. The year of the ox saw the rebuilding of communities after natural disasters, its steady and dependable energy guiding efforts of recovery. Leaders invoked the ox's patience as they navigated crises, urging their people to persevere through hardship. The zodiac is more than a collection of symbols, it is a mirror reflecting the hopes and struggles of an entire civilization. Each animal carries its own story, its own role in the tapestry of history. From the fiery dragon to the gentle goat, the cunning snake to the loyal dog, the zodiac has walked alongside emperors and farmers, soldiers and artists. It has whispered advice, issued warnings, and celebrated victories. And through it all, the people have listened, their hearts attuned to the rhythm of the stars and the wisdom of the animals. For in the zodiac, they found not just a guide, but a constant companion, leading them through the ever-turning wheel of time. The temple courtyard was alive with the murmur of prayers and the rustle of silk robes. Incense spiraled into the sky, its earthy aroma mixing with the faint sweetness of plum blossoms. Beneath the ancient eaves, a woman knelt before a statue of the tiger, her hands trembling as she placed a small jade charm at its feet. Her son had fallen ill, and the tiger, known for its strength and fierce protection, was her last hope. The monks, clad in ochre robes, moved in rhythmic unison. One struck a wooden bell, its hollow sound echoing through the temple. Another scattered rice grains in precise patterns, forming the outline of the tiger on the stone floor. Each movement carried purpose, every detail infused with reverence. The ritual was not merely an offering, it was a conversation, a plea for the tiger to lend its courage to the boy fighting for his life. Across the provinces, the zodiac wove its way into the hearts of spiritual practices. Farmers turned to the rat during the spring festivals, preparing small altars adorned with grains and lanterns. They whispered prayers for abundance, trusting the rat's cunning to outsmart the perils of the growing season. The offerings were simple, a bowl of rice, a handful of nuts, but they carried the weight of generations. The dragon, with its celestial majesty, often stood at the center of grand ceremonies. In a remote mountain village, elders once gathered beneath the light of a full moon. A young girl, chosen for her purity of heart, walked barefoot to the riverbank. She carried a crimson ribbon, its end tied to a gold ornament shaped like a dragon's claw. With a whispered blessing, she released it into the current, asking the dragon to bless the village with rain. When the rain came days later, villagers wept with gratitude. They believed the dragon had heard their call, its power summoned not through dominance, but through humility and trust. Even in bustling cities, the zodiac found its place. On the eve of the year of the horse, shopkeepers placed oranges and coins on their counters, symbols of prosperity in motion. The horse, swift and determined, was invited into their lives, with every clink of metal and sweet tang of citrus. Prayers for success mingled with the sounds of laughter and firecrackers, each crackle echoing an ancient hope. For those facing crossroads, the snake's wisdom offered solace. In a dimly lit room, a scholar lit a single candle and placed it beside a coiled jade snake. She had reached an impasse in her studies, her mind a tangle of questions with no answers. The candle's flame danced, casting shadows that seemed to slither across the walls. She meditated there for hours, her breathing steady, her thoughts unraveling in the snake's silent embrace. When dawn broke, clarity had come, as though the snake had whispered its secrets in the stillness. Not all rituals were born from necessity, some were acts of gratitude. In coastal towns, fishermen honored the rooster at sunrise. They brought offerings of freshly caught fish to small shrines, thanking the bird for its vigilance and its heralding of light. The rooster, with its sharp eyes and proud call, was a symbol of protection against the unseen dangers of the sea. Children were taught these traditions from an early age. A boy once stood beside his grandmother as she carefully prepared a meal for the goat. It was the boy's first time participating, and his eyes widened as she folded dumplings with practiced hands. "The goat likes things soft," she said, her voice gentle. "It reminds it to bring peace to our family." Later, when the boy placed the steaming plate before a small wooden figurine, he felt something stir within him, a connection to something vast and timeless. The dog, loyal and watchful, held a special place in rituals of remembrance. On the anniversary of a loved one's passing, families gathered in courtyards to light lanterns and share stories. A portrait of the dog, often painted with soulful eyes, presided over the gathering. It was said the dog carried these memories to the spirit realm, ensuring the departed were never forgotten. The rituals of the zodiac were not limited to temples and homes. In sprawling forests and on sunlit mountains, hermits and mystics sought communion with the ox. They meditated on its steadfast nature, seeking the strength to endure their solitary paths. Offerings of water and bread were left beneath ancient oaks, symbols of the ox's humility and sustenance. Each zodiac animal carried its own rituals, its own unique way of connecting humanity to the divine. Yet, the bond was never one-sided. The animals were not merely symbols, they were companions in the spiritual journey. Their presence reminded people of their strengths and flaws, their hopes and fears. On a stormy night, a merchant found herself stranded at an inn. She was weary from the road, her mind heavy with worry about the success of her business. The innkeeper, an old man with kind eyes, noticed her unease. He brought her a cup of tea and placed a small rabbit figurine on the table. "The rabbit thrives in uncertainty," he said, his voice steady. "It finds its way through the underbrush, even when the path is hidden." The merchant held the figurine, its cool surface grounding her thoughts. In that moment, she felt the rabbit's presence, a quiet assurance that she too would find her way. Through rituals, the zodiac became more than a calendar or a guide, it became a language. It spoke to the deepest parts of the soul, offering comfort in times of despair and celebration in moments of joy. It reminded people that they were never alone, that the animals of the zodiac walked beside them in every step of life's journey. And so, beneath the flickering lights of candles and the whisper of incense, the connection between the zodiac and the human spirit remained unbroken. Each offering, each prayer, was a thread in a tapestry that stretched across centuries, binding the earthly to the eternal. The Jade Emperor stood atop his celestial palace, his gaze sweeping over the mortal world below. The heavens sparkled with stars, and the rivers shimmered like threads of silver. Yet something was missing, a rhythm, a way for the mortals to mark time, to understand their place in the vast dance of the universe. And so, he summoned the animals. They came in all shapes and sizes, some eager and others uncertain. The Emperor's booming voice declared, "A race will decide the 12 animals that shall guide humanity for eternity. The first 12 to cross the great celestial river shall claim their place." At the riverbank, the animals gathered, each eyeing the others. The rat, small and unassuming, scampered up to the ox. "Friend," the rat said in its high-pitched voice, "your strength is unmatched. May I ride upon your back? Together, we will surely succeed." The ox, kind and trusting, agreed without hesitation, unaware of the cunning glint in the rat's eyes. As dawn broke, the race began. The ox moved steadily, its powerful strides slicing through the water. But just as they neared the opposite shore, the rat leapt from its perch, landing deftly on the riverbank. It turned back and bowed to the bewildered ox. "Thank you, friend," it said before scampering toward the Emperor's feet, claiming the first place. The ox, unwavering in its stoic nature, followed without complaint, earning the second spot. From above, the tiger charged forward, its sleek body cutting through the waves with ferocious determination. Though the currents tried to drag it back, the tiger roared in defiance, its paws clawing through the water. Exhausted but unbroken, it emerged as the third victor. A sudden gust of wind signaled the arrival of the rabbit. Unlike the tiger, it had no strength to battle the river directly. Instead, it leapt from stone to stone, its small frame almost weightless. When the stones ran out, it clung to a floating log, carried by the current to the shore. With a final bound, it landed safely, claiming the fourth position. Overhead, a shadow loomed. The dragon, majestic and awe-inspiring, descended from the skies. It could have easily won the race, but it had stopped to summon rain for a drought-stricken village and to guide the rabbit's log to safety. When the emperor asked why it had not rushed to claim its place, the dragon replied simply, "There is honor in helping others." Moved by its noble heart, the emperor granted it the fifth position. The sound of hooves thundered in the distance. The horse galloped forward, its mane streaming like fire. But just as it reached the shore, a snake slithered from its hoof, hissing softly as it slid onto the riverbank. The horse reared back in surprise, allowing the snake to claim sixth place. The horse, shaking off its momentary shock, followed as the seventh. From the reeds, the goat, the monkey, and the rooster appeared, working together to guide a raft they had hastily crafted. The goat steadied the vessel, the monkey gathered reeds to plug leaks, and the rooster flapped its wings to propel them forward. They reached the shore in harmony, earning the 8th, 9th, and 10th places respectively. The barking of a dog rang out next. It was an excellent swimmer, but it had lingered in the river, splashing and playing in the cool water. "What's the rush?" the dog barked cheerfully as it bounded onto the shore, claiming the 11th spot. And finally, the pig arrived, muddy and content. It had stopped to eat and nap along the way, its belly full and its spirit untroubled. With a happy snort, it claimed the 12th and final position. The Jade Emperor surveyed the gathered animals, each one unique, each carrying a lesson for humanity. Yet, the story did not end with the race. Each animal's tale carried echoes that would shape its role in the zodiac. The rat became a symbol of resourcefulness and wit, its cunning celebrated as much as its small stature was overlooked. The ox stood for diligence and reliability, a steady force in times of need. The tiger's fierce spirit was immortalized as courage incarnate, while the rabbit's cleverness and grace inspired those who relied on subtlety over strength. The dragon's altruism made it the bearer of celestial power, unmatched in its ability to inspire awe. The snake's quiet wisdom, hidden beneath its sleek exterior, embodied transformation and intuition. The horse, with its free-spirited energy, became a reminder of independence and passion. The goat's gentle nature and the monkey's mischievous intelligence reflected the balance of compassion and creativity. The rooster's proud call at sunrise symbolized vigilance and honesty, while the dog's loyalty and the pig's joyful indulgence brought warmth and abundance. Even the moments of cunning and play were woven into their myths, each flaw a thread in the tapestry of their character. None were perfect, yet each was vital, a reflection of humanity itself. Long after the race, the stories of the zodiac animals continued to ripple through the lives of mortals. Farmers prayed to the ox during planting season, its strength a beacon of hope. Warriors sought the tiger's courage before battle, while poets invoked the rabbit's nimbleness in their verse. Children laughed at the pig's indulgence, finding joy in its simplicity, while scholars meditated on the snake's quiet wisdom, seeking answers to the questions that lingered in their hearts. The zodiac animals became more than symbols, they became friends, guides, and mirrors to the human spirit. Under the endless sky, the animals' tales endured, whispered from parent to child, carved into the beams of ancient temples, and painted onto silk scrolls. And in every telling, the echo of their race could be heard, the splash of water, the rumble of hooves, and the steady rhythm of the river that carried them into legend. The morning of the great celestial race dawned crisp and still. The river glistened under the first rays of sunlight, a quiet challenge that seemed to echo through the heavens. Among the animals gathering at the riverbank, two creatures stood close, their whispers barely audible above the gentle rippling of the water. The rat and the cat had been inseparable for as long as anyone could remember. Together, they scurried through the fields, shared morsels of food, and slept side by side in the warmth of the sun. This race, they promised each other, would be no different. They would cross the river together, ensuring both earned a place of honor among the celestial animals. But beneath the surface of their friendship, something stirred, something unspoken yet undeniable. The rat, with its quick mind and sharp eyes, had seen the way the cat moved, sleek and silent. The cat was loved, admired for its grace and cunning. The rat was clever, yes, but not trusted in the same way. And so, as the race loomed, doubt crept into the rat's heart. When the Jade Emperor announced the rules, the cat stretched lazily, its whiskers twitching with amusement. A river, it purred. Hardly a challenge. The rat nodded, hiding its unease. It had never been a strong swimmer, and the thought of the rushing water filled it with dread. But the cat, its companion and confidant, would surely help. As the starting call rang out, the rat and the cat leapt onto the ox's broad back. "Take us across," the rat pleaded, its voice trembling with both sincerity and cunning. The ox, ever generous, nodded without hesitation, its powerful legs stepping into the river with confidence. Halfway across, the rat turned to the cat, a mischievous glint in its eyes. "We're so close," it whispered. "But what if you're faster than me on land? What if I'm left behind?" The cat, drowsy from the gentle rocking of the ox's stride, blinked in surprise. "Don't be foolish," it replied, yawning. "We'll cross together, as we always planned." But the rat's heart beat faster, a storm of jealousy and ambition rising within. It thought of the cat's elegance, the admiration it would receive, the way its victory would overshadow the rat's own cleverness. And so, in a single, decisive moment, the rat acted. With a swift flick of its tail, it pushed the cat into the rushing water below. The cat's yowl of betrayal echoed across the river, its claws scratching at the air as it fought to stay afloat. The rat turned away, its tiny body trembling as it clung to the ox's fur. When the ox reached the shore, the rat leapt off and scampered to the emperor's feet, claiming the first place. The cat, drenched and furious, dragged itself onto the riverbank moments later, its sharp eyes scanning for the rat. But by then, it was too late. The rat had already claimed its victory, and the cat had lost its chance to join the Zodiac. From that day forward, the bond between the rat and the cat was broken. The cat, once the rat's closest companion, became its most relentless rival. In every field, every alley, every corner of the world, the cat hunted the rat, its soft paws hiding claws of vengeance. But the rivalry did not end with them. The other animals, too, carried their own grudges, born from the race that had tested their bonds and ambitions. The snake and the rooster, though they had cooperated to build their raft, often found themselves at odds. The snake, with its quiet cunning, mocked the rooster's loud proclamations, while the rooster, proud and defiant, refused to acknowledge the snake's subtle wisdom. The horse, still startled by the snake's sudden appearance during the race, harbored a lingering mistrust. Every time its hooves struck the earth, it remembered the slithering shadow that had stolen its thunder. Even the dragon, noble and selfless, found itself at odds with the rabbit, who accused it of arrogance. "You could have won," the rabbit often said, its voice sharp with frustration. "But you chose to play the hero." The dragon, unbothered by such remarks, simply smiled, its eyes distant as if seeing something far beyond the rabbit's grasp. These rivalries, born from a single race, wove their way into the stories told by mortals. Children whispered of the cat's endless hunt for the rat, their imaginations painting vivid chases through moonlit fields. Farmers laughed at the rooster's boasting, while warriors drew strength from the horse's unwavering spirit, its rivalry with the snake a reminder of the need for vigilance. Yet, in every rivalry, there was a lesson, a reflection of the complexities of the human heart. The rat and the cat's tale spoke of ambition and betrayal, of the price of victory and the weight of lost trust. The snake and the rooster reminded others of the balance between silence and speech, subtlety and boldness. And so, the rivalries endured, not as mere conflicts, but as mirrors of the world's endless dance of harmony and discord. The animals, forever locked in their celestial roles, carried these stories within them, their every movement a reminder of the race that had shaped their fates. And somewhere, beneath the stars, the cat prowled, its eyes glowing with a fierce determination, always seeking the rat, always chasing the past that had slipped through its claws. The fire crackled in the corner of the small village home, its orange glow dancing against the wooden walls as elders gathered children close. Their voices carried the weight of generations, weaving stories that flickered like the flames themselves, shifting with each retelling, each region, each tongue. In one village, nestled between towering mountains, the story of the Zodiac was a tale of bitter winters and survival. The tiger, the elder's voice trembled, rich with emotion, faced the snowstorm head-on. Its roars echoed through the peaks, clearing the path for weaker animals to follow. The children leaned closer, wide-eyed, as the elder's gnarled hands mimicked the tiger's fierce strike. To these villagers, the tiger was not just a creature of bravery, it was the very spirit of protection, the guardian of their ancestors who had fought to endure the relentless cold. Far to the south, where rivers twisted through emerald fields, the same tale took a softer tone. It was the rabbit, whispered another storyteller, her voice like the murmur of the nearby stream, who showed wisdom and gentleness. When others were too proud to ask for help, the rabbit offered guidance. Here, the rabbit's quick leaps over waterlogged paths symbolized agility and kindness, traits revered in a land shaped by monsoons and fertile plains. But in the deserts of the west, the focus shifted to the dragon. The skies darkened, the elder's voice boomed over the crackling fire, and the dragon descended. Its scales shimmered with the colors of the setting sun, and it brought rain to the parched earth. The children cheered at the thought, their parched throats and dry hands imagining the cool relief of rain. To them, the dragon was no distant celestial figure, it was life itself, a savior in times of need. Across the sea, in a quiet coastal village, the horse took center stage. It was the horse, said a fisherman, his voice carrying the rhythm of the waves, that galloped tirelessly, its hooves pounding against the sand, warning us of the approaching storm. Here, where the ocean's moods governed life and death, the horse became a symbol of foresight and loyalty. Its neigh was said to echo across the shore, a cry of warning that saved lives. The ox's roll, too, changed with the land it inhabited. In the rice paddies of the east, it was a steady companion, a symbol of hard work and unyielding patience. The ox didn't just cross the river, a farmer explained, his hands stained with earth, it carried the weight of our dreams, pulling us forward with every step. In their hearts, the ox became a silent hero, its slow, deliberate pace mirroring the rhythm of their lives. Meanwhile, in bustling cities, the rat emerged as a clever trickster. It wasn't just cunning, a street performer declared, his voice rising above the clatter of the market. The rat knew how to adapt. It understood timing, seizing the right moment to act. Laughter rippled through the crowd as the performer mimicked the rat's sly grin, a reminder that in the chaos of city life, wit often outpaced strength. Yet, not every tale painted the animals in a noble light. In some regions, the snake was a figure of fear, its movements silent and deliberate, its fangs a warning to those who underestimated its power. "Beware the snake," a grandmother whispered to her grandchildren, her voice low, her eyes flickering to the shadows. "It's as patient as it is dangerous." In contrast, others celebrated the snake's wisdom, its coiled body a metaphor for introspection and strategy. "The snake doesn't strike without reason," an herbalist explained, laying down a freshly picked leaf. "It knows the value of stillness, of understanding the world before acting." The tales twisted further in distant lands, where the Zodiac story blended with local beliefs. In a village surrounded by cherry blossoms, the rooster's cry became a song of renewal, its call marking the end of winter and the first bloom of spring. "The rooster doesn't just wake the sun," an elder sang, her voice soft as petals, "it wakes our spirits, reminding us to begin again." Even the dog, loyal and steadfast, found itself reimagined. In war-torn regions, it was a soldier's companion, its bark a promise of safety, its fierce protection a shield against danger. "The dog doesn't fear the dark," a warrior told his comrades, his voice steady. "It stands beside us, no matter what comes." The pig, often underestimated, was celebrated in regions where abundance was rare. The pig, a merchant explained, his voice tinged with gratitude, represents plenty. It reminds us to share, to enjoy life's feast when it comes our way. These stories, shaped by the land and its people, carried a common thread. The animals of the zodiac were not distant symbols but reflections of life itself. They mirrored the struggles and triumphs, the fears and hopes of those who told their tales. Each retelling added a layer, a unique color to the rich tapestry of the zodiac, creating a legacy that spanned not just regions but hearts. And so, as the fires burned low and the stories wove their final threads, the listeners were left with more than just tales. They carried with them the echoes of countless lives, of mountains climbed, rivers crossed, and fields sown. Each variation, each whisper of a story, became a reminder that while the stars may guide us, it is the earth, with its people and their voices, that shapes the constellations we see. The crowd roared as the charismatic leader stepped onto the podium. His voice carried a strength that could shake mountains, his every word stirring emotions deep within those who listened. His determination was as unyielding as the ox, a sign that whispered of patience, resilience, and the ability to bear the weight of great burdens. Though they may not have known it, his birth year aligned with the ox, a fitting parallel to his steadfast spirit and the legacy he was creating. Across the world, a different scene unfolded. The artist sat beneath a sprawling oak tree, her brush moving with delicate precision. Each stroke brought a new world to life, vibrant and filled with emotion. She was born in the year of the rabbit, and it showed in her quiet grace and unmatched creativity. Her works held the gentleness of the rabbit's spirit, capturing beauty in even the smallest details. When people looked at her art, they felt a quiet warmth, as if the rabbit itself had whispered its wisdom into their hearts. In a bustling city, the roar of an engine pierced the air. A daring driver, known for his fearless speed and reckless turns, had captured the world's attention. The year of the tiger burned in his soul, bold and untamed. With every race, he embodied the tiger's courage, its refusal to back down in the face of danger. Even in moments of defeat, his defiance against fear made him a symbol of inspiration, a reminder of the power that lies in leaping into the unknown. Not far away, a poet sat by the edge of a quiet river, her pen dancing across the page. Her words carried the elegance and intuition of the snake, a sign known for its depth and wisdom. She saw beyond the surface, her insights weaving truths that few could articulate. Her verses lingered in the minds of readers, wrapping them in a quiet stillness, much like the snake coiling under the shade of a tree, waiting for the right moment to reveal its presence. Elsewhere, the spotlight shone on a performer whose laughter echoed through every hall. The rooster ruled his year, and with it came the vibrant energy of his presence. Known for his sharp wit and infectious enthusiasm, he stood tall, his confidence unmatched. To the audience, his every movement seemed like the strut of a proud rooster, his voice a call that demanded attention and celebration. He brought joy wherever he went, his courage to be seen and heard lighting up even the darkest rooms. And yet, it wasn't just the bold who left their mark. A writer sat alone in a dimly lit room, his fingers tapping a steady rhythm on the keys. His stories captivated millions, though he preferred the quiet solitude of his home. Born under the rat's influence, his sharp intellect and strategic mind helped him navigate the complexities of the literary world. Behind the scenes, his brilliance shone brightest, his quiet triumphs a testament to the rat's subtle yet undeniable power. In the realms of compassion and loyalty, a leader emerged whose love for the people was unshakable. The dog, with its unyielding devotion, defined his path. He fought not for glory but for justice, his every decision guided by an unwavering moral compass. His people trusted him without question, knowing he would stand by their side through every storm. To them, he was more than a man, he was the embodiment of the dog's noble spirit, its promise to protect and defend. Then there was the quiet philanthropist, born in the year of the pig. Known for her generosity, she dedicated her life to sharing her wealth and joy with others. The pig's essence of abundance and kindness flowed through her every action. At grand galas and humble shelters alike, she spread warmth wherever she went, her presence a reminder that true wealth lies in the hearts we touch. History, too, was marked by those shaped by their zodiac signs. a general whose strategic brilliance and fierce determination won countless battles, carried the dragon's fire within him. His name was etched into the annals of time, his legacy immortal, much like the dragon's mythical presence. He led with passion and commanded with awe, his very existence a force of nature. Meanwhile, a gentle queen ruled with the nurturing strength of the goat. Her people adored her for her compassion and the care she poured into her kingdom. Her every action reflected the goat's quiet determination and love for harmony. Under her reign, peace flourished, her subjects thriving under the gentle sway of her leadership. Even in contemporary times, the zodiac signs continued to weave their influence. An innovator, whose groundbreaking ideas changed the world, bore the mark of the horse. Tireless and full of energy, she pursued her dreams with an unstoppable force, galloping past obstacles with the horse's relentless drive. Her legacy wasn't just in what she created, but in the hope she inspired in those who dared to follow. Through centuries and across continents, these individuals and countless others carried their zodiac signs like silent guides. Their lives were testaments to the enduring connection between the animals of the zodiac and the human spirit. Each one, whether a leader, an artist, a fighter, or a dreamer, left behind footprints that shimmered like constellations, reminding the world of the power that lies in embracing one's essence. The old woman's fingers trembled slightly as she traced the faded characters on the parchment. Her eyes, sharp despite her years, glinted with something almost magical. The room was quiet except for the steady ticking of a clock, marking time as if to remind her of its relentless march. Across from her sat a young man, his face a mixture of curiosity and doubt. "Tell me," he whispered, leaning forward, "how can this, my birth date, say anything about me?" The woman smiled, a faint curve that carried centuries of wisdom. "Your birth isn't just a moment," she said softly. "It's a meeting. A crossing of stars and years, of energy and time. It's how the heavens introduce you to the earth." With deliberate care, she opened a scroll, its edges fraying but its markings vivid. "Tell me your birth year," she asked. He hesitated for a moment, then spoke. She nodded, pulling a small abacus toward her, sliding the beads with a fluidity that belied her age. "You were born in the year of the snake," she finally said, her voice steady. The quiet thinker. Wise, intuitive, and complex. The man's breath caught. "And what about the rest? There's more, isn't there?" Her hands moved again, this time tracing a series of intricate charts filled with symbols that seemed to hum with life. "Your birth month aligns with the wood element," she continued. "You're not just a snake, you're a wood snake. Flexible yet rooted. The trees bow in storms, but rarely break. That is your nature." He looked at her, wide-eyed, as if she had plucked secrets from his very soul. "How do you know all this?" She tapped a slender finger against the parchment. "The zodiac knows. But it starts with understanding the calendar." Her voice shifted, taking on the cadence of a storyteller. "The Chinese zodiac isn't random. It begins with your birth year, cycling through 12 animals. The rat leads, clever and quick. Then the ox, strong and steady. The tiger, fierce and bold, followed by the rabbit, gentle yet cunning. Each year adds a layer to your story, shaping the essence of your spirit." She paused, the silence wrapping around them like a second skin. "But the year is only the beginning. Your birth month, the inner animal, reveals how you are beneath the surface. Then comes your birthday, your true nature, and the time of your birth, which adds yet another shade to the picture." The man frowned, intrigued but overwhelmed. "So it's not just one sign?" She shook her head gently. "No. You are a symphony, not a single note." Her gaze softened as she continued. "Let me show you how it works. If someone is born in late January or early February, they might carry the sign of the previous year. That's because our calendar doesn't align perfectly with the lunar one. The zodiac year begins with the lunar new year, shifting between late January and early February." He leaned closer, caught up in her rhythm. "So, the exact date matters?" "It always matters," she replied. Time is like the threads of a loom. Every moment is a color, every hour a strand. When you were born, the heavens wove you into being, using the threads of that specific moment. The man's mind raced. And the birth hour? What does that change? She smiled again, this time with a hint of mischief. Ah, the hour is your ascended animal, the face you show the world. Born at dawn? The tiger rules those hours, bold, ready to pounce on new opportunities. Midnight belongs to the rat, sharp and observant under the cover of darkness. He nodded, his skepticism giving way to fascination. But how do you calculate all of this? She reached for a second scroll, laying it before him. It was divided into 12 sections, each corresponding to an animal, and marked with the 5 elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. This chart, she said, is a guide. Combine it with the traditional Chinese calendar, and it reveals your sign. Her fingers glided over the parchment. The year gives you the outer layer. The month adds depth. The day reveals your true self, and the hour, that's your mask, the energy you project. He stared at her, his disbelief melting into wonder. It's so intricate. Her eyes sparkled with the satisfaction of a teacher reaching her student. Life is intricate. The zodiac is simply a reflection of it. For a moment, the air between them was still, charged with something ancient and unspoken. The man's thoughts swirled, imagining his own birth as a moment of cosmic alignment, as if the stars had paused to take notice. Can anyone calculate this? He asked finally, his voice barely above a whisper. Anyone who pays attention, she answered. It's all there, waiting to be understood. The years cycle like the seasons, the elements add their flavors, and the animals bring their gifts. Together, they create a map, a way to see yourself more clearly. He sat back, letting her words sink in. The world outside the room felt different now, as if every person he passed carried an invisible story, their birthdate the key to a secret language. And as the old woman watched him, she saw what she had seen in so many before him, the first spark of recognition, the beginning of a lifelong dance with the zodiac's timeless wisdom. Lynn nodded slowly, a faint smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. She didn't have all the answers yet, but for the first time in a long time, she felt like she was beginning to ask the right questions. The room was silent, the kind of silence that buzzes faintly in the ears, as May sat across from the old astrologer. The flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows on the walls, highlighting the faded scrolls and delicate talismans scattered across the table. May felt the weight of the moment pressing on her chest. She had come seeking answers, guidance, anything to make sense of the chaos unfolding in her life. You know it is your Ben Ming Yin, the astrologer said, her voice steady but edged with warning. May nodded, though she didn't entirely understand. She only knew that everything seemed harder lately, relationships strained, opportunities slipping away, even her own confidence faltering. The astrologer's eyes softened as she continued, your zodiac year is not just a celebration. It is a test, a time when the light shines brightest on you, but also when shadows lurk closest. May shifted in her seat, her hands gripping the edge of the table. What does that mean? Why does it feel like everything is falling apart? The astrologer leaned forward, her voice low and deliberate. The Ben Ming Yin is a year of reflection, not just action. It's as if the heavens themselves are paying closer attention to you. Every step you take matters more, every choice echoes louder. Challenges arise not to break you, but to reveal who you truly are. May's mind raced. She thought of the sudden argument with her best friend, the missed promotion at work, the creeping self-doubt that had turned even small decisions into insurmountable hurdles. So, it's normal to feel like this? She asked hesitantly. The astrologer smiled faintly. Yes, but there are ways to navigate it. This is a year of duality, both risk and reward. It is not just a year to endure, it is a year to understand. She reached for a small red charm on the table and handed it to May. Red is your protection, the astrologer said. It wards off misfortune. Wear it close to your body, not just as a shield but as a reminder. The bin ming yin can feel like a storm, but even storms have moments of clarity. May turned the charm over in her hands, its smooth surface cool against her fingers. And the opportunities? She asked, a spark of hope breaking through her doubt. Are there really opportunities in all this? The astrologer nodded. Absolutely. Think of it this way, when the ground shakes, it is unsettling, but it also reveals what lies beneath. This is the time to confront what you've ignored, to embrace change you've resisted. It's not easy, but the rewards are lasting. May sat back, letting the words settle over her. For the first time in months, she felt a flicker of control returning to her grasp. So, what should I do? How do I make it through? The astrologer's gaze was unwavering. Begin with intention. Reflect on your actions. Avoid unnecessary risks, but don't let fear paralyze you. Strengthen your bonds with those you trust. The bin ming yin often tests relationships, but it also has the power to deepen them. Her voice softened further, almost a whisper now. And listen to the quiet moments. They will guide you more than the noise. May thought of the sleepless nights, lying in bed with her mind swirling, unable to rest. Perhaps, she realized, those moments weren't just her unraveling, they were her chance to hear what she had been too busy to notice. The astrologer reached across the table, her hand resting lightly on May's. The year may feel heavy, but it will pass. And when it does, you will be stronger for it. The bin ming yin is a bridge. You must cross it, even if the journey feels unsteady. The candle's flame flickered, casting a fleeting shadow across the room. May stared at it, her breath steadying. The astrologer was right. This wasn't just a year to survive, it was a year to transform. The struggles weren't an ending, they were a beginning. The neon lights of Shanghai lit up the night, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the streets below. A young girl named Lian sat by her bedroom window, her tablet glowing faintly in the dark. Her fingers danced across the screen as she scrolled through an app that matched her zodiac sign, the dragon, with daily affirmations and career tips. She paused to read the latest forecast, her mind swirling with questions. Does this really mean something? She whispered to herself, the weight of doubt and wonder filling the air. In her heart, she wanted to believe it was more than superstition. The dragon, powerful, fearless, revered, felt like a piece of her identity. But could ancient wisdom truly survive in this ever-changing, fast-paced world? Her grandmother's voice, calm and steady, drifted in from the next room. Lian, what are you doing? Looking at my Zodiac app, Lian admitted sheepishly. She hesitated before adding, it says I'll face a challenge at work today, but it might bring me closer to something important. Do you think that's true? Her grandmother stepped into the room, her hands folded gently in front of her. She smiled, a mixture of pride and mischief playing on her face. The Zodiac has always been about more than just predictions, child. It's a way to understand who you are, to find meaning in the patterns of life. Lian tilted her head, unsure. But things are different now, aren't they? I mean, people don't live like they used to. The sound of the rain against the roof was soft, almost hypnotic, as Lynn sat by the dim light of her lamp. Her notebook lay open before her, filled with hastily scribbled notes. The pages were a patchwork of ideas, frustrations, and questions. She sighed, staring at the words, feeling stuck in a way that had become all too familiar. Why do I keep making the same mistakes? She muttered to no one in particular. The room was silent except for the rhythmic patter of the rain. Then her grandmother's voice came from the doorway, quiet but firm. You're not listening to your stars, child. Lynn turned, startled. Her grandmother shuffled in, her cane tapping softly against the wooden floor. She was carrying an old wooden box, its edges worn from decades of use. Without a word, she placed it on the table, opened it, and revealed a stack of small scrolls tied with faded red string. These, her grandmother said, are your guides. Lynn raised an eyebrow. You mean the Zodiac? Her grandmother chuckled. Not just the Zodiac. It's about knowing how to use its wisdom in the small, everyday things. It's not magic. It's about understanding yourself and the world around you. She reached for a scroll, untying it carefully. Let's start with the basics. What's your sign? The rabbit, Lynn replied, her voice tinged with skepticism. Her grandmother smiled knowingly. Ah, the rabbit. Quick-minded, gentle, and cautious. But sometimes, too cautious, yes? You hesitate when you should leap. Lynn's breath caught. Maybe. Her grandmother nodded. The rabbit thrives in harmony, but when things get overwhelming, you retreat. That's not a flaw, it's who you are. But knowing it means you can work with it, not against it. Lynn leaned forward, her curiosity piqued. How? Her grandmother's eyes sparkled as she began to explain. Each morning, when you wake, think about the day ahead. What challenges are coming? What do you want to achieve? As a rabbit, you excel when you plan, but don't let fear make your plans too safe. Push yourself a little, but in ways that feel natural. She tapped the scroll. And pay attention to the energy of the day. If it's a tiger day, it might feel intense, full of bold moves and risks. That's not your usual pace, but you can still use it, channel that energy into something you've been avoiding. Lynn frowned. How do I even know what kind of day it is? Her grandmother pointed to the wooden box. It's all written here. But you don't need to memorize it all. Start small. Pay attention to patterns. Think about how certain days make you feel. The zodiac is just a reflection of those rhythms. She paused, her voice softening. And don't forget your element. You're a wood rabbit. That means you're adaptable and creative, but you need stability too. When things feel out of balance, go outside. Walk among the trees. They'll remind you of your roots. Lynn's heart stirred at the simplicity of the advice. And if I'm not a rabbit, she asked, almost to herself. Her grandmother chuckled. Then the advice changes, of course. A dragon shouldn't sit and wait, they're meant to soar. A snake needs quiet moments to reflect, while a monkey thrives in play and curiosity. Each sign has its strengths, its struggles. The key is understanding your nature and working with it. The rain continued, steady and soothing, as Lynn listened, absorbing the wisdom like the parched earth drinks a summer storm. And what about relationships? Lynn asked hesitantly. Does the zodiac help with that too? Her grandmother's smile widened. Of course. The zodiac isn't just about you, it's about how you connect with others. For example, rabbits often pair well with goats, they share a gentle, nurturing energy. But with roosters? It can be tricky. Roosters are meticulous, sometimes critical, which can make a rabbit feel uneasy. Lynn tilted her head. So, if I meet a rooster, I should avoid them? Not at all, her grandmother said firmly. It's not about avoidance. It's about understanding. If you know someone's nature, you can navigate the relationship more wisely. With a rooster, you might need patience. With a dragon, you might need courage. She gestured toward the scrolls again. The same is true for work. If you're working with a tiger, don't expect them to sit still and analyze every detail. Let them lead, but don't lose yourself in their energy. With an ox, you'll need persistence. They value hard work and loyalty above all. Lynn sat back, her mind racing with possibilities. It wasn't just about signs and symbols anymore. It was a framework, a way to see the world more clearly, to act with intention. And what about bad days? She asked finally. When everything feels off. Her grandmother's expression grew serious. Everyone has bad days. The zodiac can help you understand why, but it can't fix them. If it's your clash year or a day ruled by an opposing sign, you might feel out of sync. Those days are for caution, for reflection. Don't force things. Instead, focus on what you can control. She reached across the table, taking Lynn's hand. But remember, even on bad days, the zodiac is not a cage. It's a compass. Use it to find your way, but don't let it limit you. The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. Lynn felt a warmth spread through her chest, a quiet sense of clarity she hadn't felt in months. The rain began to taper off, the soft drumming fading into the distance. Lynn looked at her grandmother, a question forming on her lips, but her grandmother spoke first. "Start small," she said, her voice gentle. "Pick one thing tomorrow, a decision, a relationship, even just your mood, and think about how your rabbit nature might shape it. Think about the day's energy. And then, see what happens." Her grandmother nodded, sitting beside her. "Different, yes, but not unconnected. Even now, the zodiac evolves. It speaks to people in ways that match their lives, just as it always has." Lynn's thoughts drifted to a friend in New York who had posted about her Lunar New Year celebration, incorporating both traditional customs and modern twists. She had paired traditional dumplings with a vibrant social media campaign about the Year of the Rabbit, drawing parallels between the rabbit's qualities and resilience during uncertain times. Another friend in Tokyo had shared an AI-generated zodiac reading that felt uncannily accurate, blending age-old wisdom with cutting-edge technology. "Grandma," Lynn asked softly, "do you think the zodiac can keep up with everything changing so fast?" Technology, different cultures, people everywhere see things differently now. Her grandmother's laugh was light but knowing. "The zodiac isn't something that stays frozen, my dear. It bends, adapts, and weaves itself into the lives of those who carry it forward. Think of how it began, stories passed down, lessons hidden in symbols. Now, those same symbols are finding new homes. On apps, on screens, across oceans." The thought struck Lynn deeply. She realized how her generation was carrying the zodiac forward, not abandoning it, but reshaping it. She thought of how online communities had started to blend zodiac traditions from different countries. Chinese dragons danced alongside Vietnamese cats, their stories no longer bound by borders. The zodiac wasn't losing its meaning, it was finding new meanings, ones that connected people in ways her ancestors couldn't have imagined. Her grandmother looked out the window, her eyes reflecting the shimmering city below. "When I was your age, I saw the zodiac in temples, and family gatherings, and handwritten calendars. Now, you see it in algorithms and emojis. But the heart of it? That never changes. It's about understanding yourself, finding harmony in chaos, and honoring the ties that bind us, to each other, to time, to the stars." Lynn turned back to her tablet, staring at the animated dragon on the screen. It looked so different from the intricately carved figurine on her grandmother's altar, yet it felt the same. It felt alive. "Grandma," Lynn said, her voice more confident now, "maybe the zodiac isn't just surviving. Maybe it's growing, finding new ways to matter to people." Her grandmother smiled, a twinkle of hope in her eyes. "And maybe you, my little dragon, are part of that growth." Lynn felt a spark ignite in her chest, the kind of spark that transforms doubt into belief. The zodiac wasn't a relic, it was a living, breathing thread, connecting her to the past, the present, and whatever lay ahead.